My late master was an old swindler, working as a security guard in the underworld and asking for stuff through monthly dream visits. In the end, they forced me to detonate a nuke and blow up the underworld. Then he gave me a trial version Ghost Reaper system. After activation, it actually required 10,000 energy points to upgrade to the permanent version. Starting with just 10 energy points, I activated Spring Fist, and with one punch, I broke the arm of a school bully who provoked me, earning a crazy amount of energy points. The passive Peach Blossom luck even got me a hookup with a sexy female netizen, but she didn't seem human. The energy value is still far from enough, and renewing this system is urgently needed. Should I catch the Slit-Mouthed Woman or not? Chapter 1, System, You Must Have Made a Mistake. In room 414 of a couple's hotel in Yunqing, a sweet, coquettish female voice called out from the bathroom. Handsome, come in and help scrub my back, will you? The young man who had just undressed rolled his eyes, turned on his phone's video recording function with the camera pointed toward the bathroom, then smirked and pushed the door open to enter. Smooth back, sharply chiseled shoulders, swirling mist of steam, the only flaw was the inability to see the beauty's face. Will this beauty turn into an ugly old woman once she removes her makeup? The beauty seemed to hear the young man's inner thoughts, slowly turning her head with a smile. Holy shit! The young man was stunned. This beauty looked even more striking without makeup than she did with it on. And those luscious lips could rival American actress Angelina Jolie's. The young man couldn't help fantasizing about what pleasures those lips might bring him when they returned to bed. But the next instant, he froze. His hands were clearly holding the beauty's shoulders, his chest pressed against her back, so how had her face turned around? The young man sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. The beauty whose neck twisted 180 degrees stuck out her tongue, her mouth stretching wider and wider, her smile twisting into a sinister grin. Help, MMPH. The cry for help was choked off by something, and the water flowing across the bathroom floor had turned red. The next morning, in a classroom at Yunqing United University, students were buzzing with discussions about the headless corpse case from the previous night. Only Xiaoyao lay slumped on his desk, asleep, occasionally revealing a faint sneer on his face. In his dream, Xiaoyao gazed at the white-haired, immortal-like elder standing before him. Master, last month you said you felt lonely over there, so didn't I burn a few big busted babes for you? Sure, the faces were drawn poorly, but the figures were undeniably hot, right? Anyway, you prefer the lights off. Then last month, when you said you were short on money over there, didn't I burn you a few trillion? That's equivalent to the GDP of several provinces in Xia country, isn't it? You could practically rival a nation's wealth by now. This month, you mentioned being bullied over there again, and without hesitation, I sent you the hottest nuclear bomb on the market. I'm telling you, you come every month, right on time. If the girls in my class found out, how many would be jealous? My deskmate, the class beauty Yao Billion, has been so anxious these past few days she's about to go buy a pregnancy test. Xiao Yao's words struck a chord with every sentence, making the old man blush with shame. Don't mention it, my good disciple. All the money was spent on Denyo. Denyo was taken away, and the nuke sent them to their graves. Your master now has nothing left. But if you help me capture the Slit-Mouthed Woman, I can get the bonus, get promoted, and won't need your help anymore. Master, what position do you hold in the underworld? Xiaoyao asked skeptically, thinking to himself, good disciple, my foot, you old coot were never this gentle with me before. This humble old man is currently a ghost runner, soon to be promoted to merit officer. The old man stroked his white beard with a proud expression. Isn't that just a security guard getting promoted to security captain? Xiaoyao scoffed. Disciple, how did this master teach you? All labor is equally noble. Besides, how could a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Don't forget I committed suicide. Alright, you're right, but catching ghosts is bounty hunter's work. Even if I wanted to, I don't have the skills. Xiaoyao spoke sincerely. If he could truly break free from his master's pestering, he'd be willing to give it a try. Fear not, my disciple, just agree, and I'll gift you an invincible premium pack right now. Slay gods when you meet them, conquer ghosts when you encounter them. Keep bragging, go on. Xiaoyao wore a mocking expression, crossing his arms and sneering coldly. He still vividly remembered the first time he met his master several years ago. Kid, watch closely, this move is called cleaving Manhwa with force. The old man swung his palm through the empty air in front of him as he spoke. Boom! Xiaoyao's eyes widened in shock. A distant towering mountain suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep depression in its wake. Split Manhwa with force, you're really going all out, huh? From that day on, Xiaoyao began living a three-shop routine lifestyle, restaurants, hotels, and massage parlors, supported by the modest inheritance left by his parents, dragging the old man along with him. After losing his family fortune, Xiaoyao, under the old man's guidance, developed numerous money-making methods far beyond what someone his age could typically achieve, including but not limited to standing under a loose billboard, waiting to get hit for compensation. After getting vaccinated from a dog bite, they intentionally provoke dogs in the park to get bitten again for compensation. Seeing others fighting and stepping in to mediate, deliberately taking punches to the face to claim compensation. To the extent that in school, when someone yelled, Xiaoyao is coming, it worked even better than the principal showing up. Even dog walkers in nearby parks and neighborhoods uniformly put leashes on their pets, more effective than 3 years of loudspeaker announcements from the neighborhood committee. All this hard work only earned Xiaoyao various strange life skills, while the old man made him practice the same move year after year, day after day. A straight punch. Whenever Xiaoyao raised doubts, the old man would tell him the story of Leonardo da Vinci painting eggs. Then she stuffed a boiled egg into Xiaoyao's mouth to replenish his nutrients so he could continue practicing boxing. Until a few months ago when the old man passed away, Xiaoyao only then learned 2 things. First, the newly built suburban railway opened for traffic, and on that day the old man split Manhwa with sheer force while the construction crew was still blasting mountains to build roads. Second, boiled eggs themselves don't smell bad, but the old man would always roll them on himself to ward off the cold while Xiaoyao practiced boxing, then couldn't bear to throw them away. Recalling the body parts the old man used them on, Xiaoyao couldn't help feeling nauseous every time. Good disciple, I don't blame you for not trusting me. Here's what we'll do, I'll let you try the gift package first for a while. Once you experience its wonders, you'll naturally beg your master to give you another chance. Xiaoyao raised his right fist, and the old man's face instantly turned fearful before vanishing. At the same time, a voice echoed in Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! The custom-made Ghostbane system has now been activated for the host. Would you like to read the instructions? Does the gift package really exist? Xiaoyao froze for a moment. Tell me more. This system self-evaluates as SSS tier, unparalleled in the world. This system is currently a trial version. Payment will be required after 1 week to continue using it. Payment can be made through conventional monetary means or deducted using energy points. Cut the nonsense. What the hell is an energy value? Xiaoyao couldn't help but ask. The Ghost's Despair system is built upon the spiritual energy of living beings. As long as the host causes mental fluctuations in other organisms, energy points can be obtained. The higher the difficulty of inducing mental fluctuations in the target, the more efficient the energy value acquisition. Finally, energy points can enhance any skill or item, with the number of skills and items increasing alongside the system's level. Enhance everything? Xiaoyao lowered his head to glance between his legs, suddenly intrigued. So how much energy do I have now? Host, Xiao, Wang, Yao. Initial energy value, 10. Skill 1, Spring Fever Fist, level 0. Requires charging to activate. Item 1, not obtained. Upgrade the system to unlock more skills and item slots. Upgrade the system? This piece of junk and you want me to upgrade it? Xiaoyao cursed after hearing this. What the hell is Spring Longing Fist? Isn't it supposed to be Wing Chun? Also, my surname is Xiao. What's the deal with that Wan Yao? You've definitely got the wrong fucking guy. Scolding to this point, Xiaoyao suddenly thought of something, and his body trembled like a tiger's. The system also inopportunely added, is there a possibility that it's not an error in this system's assessment? Chapter 2, Blame it on Bilian's father. Cough, what can these 10 energy points do? Xiaoyao subtly changed the subject. 10 points of energy can activate the current skill and upgrade it to level 1. Alright, then I'll activate this boxing technique and give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll go dance on that old bastard's, oh no, I mean that already dead geezer's grave. Confirmation complete. 10 energy points consumed to activate the Love-Struck Fist technique. Current technique level, 1, remaining energy points, 0. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xiaoyao woke up, he had been slapped awake. Bilian, you've seen the news too, right? With all the ghosts and monsters running rampant lately, do you want me to walk you home tonight? My uncle is a famous bounty hunter in this city, and he's quite skilled at dealing with ghosts. The big guy speaking is Li Chang, a shot-put athlete from the school's sports team who's been trying to hit on Yao Bilian. Of course, there are no flies on an uncracked egg, this class beauty is no saint either. Pretty much every male deskmate she's had ends up head over heels, with grades plummeting straight downhill. That's why the teacher assigned the class nightmare Xiaoyao to sit beside her, figuring to fight poison with poison. Another reason is, Xiaoyao's grades basically had no room left to drop anyway. Indeed, although the class beauty coveted Xiaoyao's delicate features and egg-enhanced physique, she always hesitated when recalling his personality. Li Chang's flirtation hit the mark perfectly, like a welcome rain after a long drought. Oh dear, if I really went with you, I might never make it home, who knows where you'd take me? Yao Bilian giggled, playing hard to get. Li Chang's eyes darted and he spotted an opportunity, landing a sharp slap on the back of Xiaoyao's head. Xiaoyao, stop fucking sleeping, get up and switch seats with me. I need to have a deep and meaningful conversation with Bai Lian. Li Chang had long been jealous of Xiaoyao sitting next to the class beauty, able to sneak peeks at Bai Lian's chest every day. What's more, he had powerful backing and usually strutted around school without a care, never sparing a second glance for an oddball like Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao sat up dazedly, as if he'd been knocked silly. He clenched his fists, which were glowing with a yellow light, seemingly brimming with energy ready to burst forth at any moment. This sensation of hardening and an urgent need for release felt strangely familiar. Bang! Xiaoyao suddenly punched the desk, startling Li Chang into stumbling backward several steps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 energy points. This system is really real. Xiaoyao's heart leaped with joy, and as he rubbed the back of his head, an idea came to him. Li Chang was already pointing at Xiaoyao's nose and shouting, Fuck you, who the hell are you trying to scare? If my precious Belian gets frightened, can you even take responsibility? If I scared her, of course I should take responsibility. Xiaoyao smirked mischievously, while the class beauty beside him let out an oh my, and blushed crimson. Li Chang felt humiliated. He reached out, grabbed Xiaoyao's Chinese textbook from the desk, and tore it to shreds with 2 swift motions. Then he crumpled it into a paper ball and hurled it at Xiaoyao's face like a shot put. Xiaoyao saw the young man behind him scream in pain as the blow went awry. I'm telling you, either you swap seats with me today, or don't even think about staying in this school, I'll throw you and your desk right out the window, Li Chang said while raising his arm, flexing his large bicep. Wow! Seeing Li Chang's muscles, Yao Bilian was so moved that tears were streaming from the corner of her mouth. Xiaoyao, just switch with him. It's not like next period is study hall anyway. Seeing Li Chang about to grab a chair, the student who'd just been hit begged pitifully. Exactly, Xiaoyao. Sitting next to you is like being beside a block of wood, don't you know what a waste that is? Yao Bilian also snorted and said with sarcasm. Want hugs and licks? Sorry, I prefer to be more direct. Xiaoyao's one remark left the class beauty speechless, then he turned his gaze to Li Chang. If you like Bilian, you have to sit next to her? What gives? I like Bilian too, I'm not switching. You think you can just change it like that? Then where does my dignity lie? Where will my energy points come from? Did I take that slap for nothing? Li Chang was stunned. Didn't you claim to have a crush on school belle Kuliyu? No, I like Yao Bilian. No, you like Kuliyu. No, Yao Bilian. No, Kuliyu. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 energy points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 energy points. The system notification came through, and Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel overjoyed as he watched the class beauty's embarrassed expression and Li Chang's furious face. But before Xiaoyao could enjoy his triumph for long, Li Chang suddenly grabbed him by the collar and yanked him to his feet. Cut the damn smart talk, kid. Looks like you're asking for a beating. Li Chang's heavy breath blasted against Xiaoyao's face, carrying the distinct odor of leek-stuffed pancakes. Ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? Li Chang's right hand clenched tightly, the cracking sound sending chills down one's spine. Have you ever seen a fist that glows? Xiaoyao stood his ground without hesitation as Li Chang's fist came whistling through the air. Straight punch. Without even needing to think, Xiaoyao's body instinctively threw a punch, clashing directly with Li Chang's fist. Ah! Li Chang let out a series of painful cries as he staggered backward, clutching his arm with tears in his eyes from the pain. Ah, so satisfying. Xiaoyao stood in place, his whole body trembling with the contentment that comes after releasing pent-up energy. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 energy points. An ordinary person being so excited only provided 30 energy points. Yao Bilian couldn't believe her ears. It seemed like she heard a crisp crack sound coming from Li Chang's arm. Congratulations, host. You've earned 10 energy points. She also made her own contribution. Then, Xiaoyao froze momentarily. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 80 energy points. It turned out that all the surrounding classmates were utterly shocked by this sight. Ha, this energy value isn't that hard to handle after all. Xiaoyao looked contentedly at his unscathed fist and eagerly asked the system, what benefits come with upgrading to the full version? The official version of the system is permanently usable, and it can convert consumed energy values into points for system upgrades. How much does the official version cost, or how much energy value is required? Xiaoyao was brimming with confidence. 10 million huaxia coins or 10,000 energy points. Damn, that was reckless. Xiaoyao widened his eyes. 10 million? That's a bit unrealistic. 10,000 energy points? Now that seems doable. But these people's energy contributions are barely worth mentioning. Do I really have to start catching ghosts? The system seems to have mentioned that the higher the target difficulty, the more energy points it grants. If it drives the ghost crazy, it should yield a lot of energy, right? Just as everyone was shocked by Xiaoyao's combat prowess, he wore a pensive expression, making him stand out even more like a crane among chickens. Truly extraordinary. Teacher, Xiaoyao beat up Li Chang. Suddenly, Yao Bilian's voice snapped Xiaoyao back to reality. Turning my head, I saw the coldly beautiful homeroom teacher, Jinlian, standing at the door with a murderous expression, having appeared there unnoticed. Xiaoyao, come with me. Teacher, it's not my fault. Shut up, I saw everything. Seems like this school can't tolerate you anymore? The teacher simply wouldn't give Xiaoyao any chance to explain. Chapter 3, You're just waiting to get expelled. In the office, teacher Jean plopped down, her long legs visible beneath the form-fitting skirt hugging her hips. Paired with her hair pulled up in a bun and gold-rimmed glasses, she radiated an aura of distant respect, someone to admire from afar but not to trifle with. Physical education teacher Park Guk-chang, who was absent from class due to illness, couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiaoyao, your poor academic performance is one thing, but fighting? And trading insults with Li Chang? Do you even realize how vile your language was? You have no shame, but Yao Bilian is a girl with dignity. I heard you're an orphan. I've been lenient with you, never scolded you for consistently ranking last on exams. But this time, you've truly disappointed me. Teacher Jean pleaded earnestly, alternating between sternness and gentleness, while Xiaoyao wore a look of utter innocence. Teacher Pan, oh, no, Teacher Jean. I really didn't curse anyone. If anyone's to blame, it's some fathers who can't pick decent names. After saying this, Xiaoyao muttered under his breath, Teacher, I wasn't talking about you. Teacher Jean Lian was speechless with anger. A notification sounded in Xiaoyao's mind, another 10 energy points acquired. I won't listen to excuses. Go write 1,000-word self-criticism. Tomorrow, apologize to Li Chang in front of the whole class. A thorough self-examination. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you this time. Prepare to be expelled. Expelled? On what grounds? Li Chang started it. Xiaoyao couldn't believe his ears. If the host's emotional fluctuations could also generate energy points, the system would have received a massive influx by now. On what grounds? Because Li Chang got hurt and is already at the hospital. And you're completely unscathed. Teacher Jean spoke with righteous indignation, as if her logic was flawless. Wait, teacher, let me explain what happened. I won't listen. I won't listen. Teacher Jean covered his ears, while Teacher Park beside him nearly choked on his drink. I'm your student, not your lover. Xiaoyao was utterly speechless. Just then, Teacher Park leaned in to add fuel to the fire. Teacher Jean, oh, I mean Teacher Pan, you're just too soft-hearted. Why not just expel this deadbeat student outright? Besides, he's already crossed Li Chang. He won't last long at this school anyway. Teacher Park looked like he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He'd always disliked the energetic students and loved finding excuses to punish them. Xiaoyao's temper flared, ready to lash out at the teachers, when his phone buzzed. Pulling out his second-hand, cracked-screen rice phone in front of the teachers, Xiaoyao's eyes widened in shock. A WeChat friend request appeared, from someone named Snow White Nana. The profile picture showed a scantily clad beauty, vividly embodying the saying the name fits the person. Though, her mouth seemed a bit large. Maybe it was just the distorted image from the crack screen. Spring Fist passive effect boosts the host's romantic luck. The system notification made Xiaoyao instantly appreciate this martial art. Seeing Xiaoyao's strange grin, Teacher Jean and Teacher Park simultaneously snapped, We're talking to you. What are you looking at? I was looking at Nana. Xiaoyao blurted out. Teacher Jean gasped, hastily covering her neckline. Oh, I wasn't referring to you. Don't get overconfident. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 20 energy points. Huh? That's a lot for just that? Xiaoyao was both amused and exasperated. Li Chang only got 30 points for breaking his arm. Sigh, women. 2,000 words no, 3,000. Xiaoyao, if I don't see your review tomorrow, you're expelled. Teacher Jean tried to confiscate Xiaoyao's phone but dismissed it as worthless. With a dark expression, she ordered him out. Teacher Jean, don't be angry. I'll treat you to a movie tonight. Teacher Pooh seized the chance to butter him up. Stepping out of the office, Xiaoyao intended to head back for evening study, but a message from the beauty on his phone instantly perked him up. This girl sure is direct, asking to meet up right after adding me? And promising to give me an experience that'll make me feel like I'm dying of pleasure? Xiaoyao made a sharp turn out of the school gate, walking while indulging in fantasies. Could tonight be the moment to unleash 18 years of pent-up energy? Arriving at the fast food restaurant for their date, Xiaoyao settled into a window table. Nana said she'd be 10 minutes late and asked him to order her a drink. But Xiaoyao was pondering whether to gather more energy to upgrade his weapon. Teacher Jean had taught him, a craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. But Xiaoyao had his principles. He didn't provoke others, and he certainly wouldn't exploit strangers for energy without cause. However, he soon discovered with delight that opportunity had come knocking. A woman's voice suddenly drifted over from the next table. Mommy taught you what to say when someone gives you something, didn't she? Look for yourself, is this one enough? The woman's 7 or 8-year-old brat stood with hands on hips. The woman's forehead creased with frustration. Last time I bought you workbooks, you didn't say it like that. The little rascal grinned mischievously and ran off, only to hover beside Xiaoyao and stare rudely at his phone screen. Mommy, this guy is so poor. He won't even upgrade his crappy phone. The frustration shifted to Xiaoyao's face, but the child's parent didn't seem to care. Oh dear, children speak without reservation. Young man, don't take it personally. Though she said this, the woman was actually suppressing a smile. Hey, what are you looking at? Pretty girls? Seeing his mother hadn't stopped him, the child leaned in even closer, his big head practically blocking Xiaoyao's view. You're being rude, so don't blame me for being unkind. Xiaoyao sighed at the woman, deciding to take matters into his own hands. Naughty kids deserve to be punished. Closing the scantily clad photo, Xiaoyao grinned and invited the boy to sit on his lap. Little buddy, that wasn't very nice. Big brother will show you something more exciting. With that, Xiaoyao opened an app featuring a man's avatar, with 5v5 written in the top left corner. The kid's eyes lit up instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 10 energy points. Not bad, kid. You've got potential. Xiaoyao chuckled mischievously, patiently teaching the child how to pick heroes, buy items, and last-hit minions. Wow! This is so fun. The little rascal grew more and more excited. Another 10 energy points were earned, and only then did the woman realize something was off. Kid, what are you playing? The woman saw Xiaoyao's screen and turned pale with shock, even more panic than if she'd seen inappropriate images. She scooped up the child and moved them to the innermost spot. She even compensated Xiaoyao with 10 energy points. Xiaoyao faintly heard the child's retreating voice. Mom, that game was so much fun. Put. Poison. That's poison. You're never allowed to look at other people's phones again. Finally some peace. Xiaoyao took the opportunity to sort through his inventory. 210 energy points. Only 9,790 points left to reach 10,000. Even if I infuriatedly chang 10 times over, it still wouldn't be enough. Or maybe I should upgrade an item first? But my weapon, though it has a mind of its own, is still part of my body. It can't count as an item, right? Just as Xiaoyao hesitated, he noticed a small item left behind on the table. It was a plastic-wrapped pacifier, the toy the shop assistant had given to the bratty kid earlier. Evidently, the young child had matured beyond his years and lost interest in such toys. He had already grasped the true purpose of the item the pacifier represented. Picking up the pacifier casually, the system prompted, detected upgradable item. Consume 100 energy to upgrade to Generosity's Greatness, a basic spatial artifact. Holy crap, everyone else has spatial rings or spatial pockets, and I get a spatial pacifier? But you know what? Xiaoyao felt this item suited his style perfectly. He decided to give it a shot. Chapter 4, Kidney Harvesters, Anesthesia or Not? A flash of light. The pacifier looked unchanged, but its material was now unrecognizable. Moreover, Xiaoyao sensed it acted like a black hole, radiating a hungry aura. Perfect. I've got a few things to stash. Xiaoyao opened his backpack first, pulled out 2 bricks, and stowed them in the pacifier. Then, one by one, he retrieved a baseball bat, 2 iron plates, a helmet, a frying pan, and a packet of unidentified pills. After stuffing everything into the pacifier, Xiaoyao instantly felt much lighter. Just then, a woman with a reflective chestplate pushed open the door, catching Xiaoyao the moment he popped the pacifier into his mouth. He even closed his eyes and began to savor it. Nice texture. Soft, maybe even a bit sweet? Watching Xiaoyao's blissful expression, the woman let out a peculiar smile. Pleased to meet you. She sat across from Xiaoyao, flashing a seductive smile. A male clerk nearby stared, his eyes wide. Why? Xiaoyao asked, still sucking on the pacifier. The woman's smile froze. Why? Why are you so happy to see me? Xiaoyao leaned forward, fixing his gaze on her eyes. We've only just met. You don't know if I'm rich or talented. So there's only one reason you're this happy. You're lusting after my body. After Xiaoyao said this, the beauty nearly nodded in agreement. Tell me. Xiaoyao suddenly grabbed the beauty's clothes. The low-cut top was already revealing, but his tug made it even more dazzlingly white. But Xiaoyao's eyes weren't on her chest. He fixed his gaze on hers, enunciating each word deliberately. When you harvest kidneys, do you use anesthetic? Anesthetic? I usually don't add seasoning. The beauty was dumbfounded, blurting out the words. The system's notification tone chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've earned 100 energy points. Perfect. Xiaoyao rejoiced inwardly. Scaring people really does work wonders. The moment the beauty entered, the system had detected the ghostly presence and alerted Xiaoyao that she was a rift woman. A low-level ghost from the first layer of hell. Even the lowest tier ones are this fierce. Looks like upgrading to the full version of the system is just around the corner. Support the official version starting with me. Let's go. Xiaoyao pulled the woman out the door, paying no heed to others' thoughts. Where are we going? Though she was a ghost, the woman now felt the stares of onlookers cutting into her like knives. Where else? To get a room. Xiaoyao didn't lower his voice at all, making the surrounding gazes burn even hotter. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 200 energy points. Oh ho, didn't expect you ghosts to have such thin skin? Xiaoyao grinned wickedly as he pulled the beauty into a narrow alley. Seeing no one around, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, you dare play me? Do you even know who I am? A mere human, daring to show me disrespect. I was planning to give you a taste of pleasure before you die, but I changed my mind. The beauty's mouth suddenly opened like a venomous snake, bearing a mouthful of sharp fangs as she lunged at Xiaoyao, spraying him with the stench of blood. Xiaoyao, however, let out an exasperated sigh and slapped his thigh. Why didn't you just say so earlier? That didn't count. Let's start over. Starting with the part where you let me enjoy myself, okay? Watching Xiaoyao's mix of frustration and anticipation, the slit-mouthed woman's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Respect? Not a shred of it. Another 200 energy points secured. You wish. The slit-mouthed woman pointed at Xiaoyao, her voice trembling with rage. Don't get mad. Look how hard I am. How about letting me have my fun before you die? Xiaoyao grinned lewdly, raising his rock-hard fist. A look of terror suddenly flashed in the slit-mouthed woman's eyes, as if she understood the power of that punch. Then, with a thud, she actually knelt before Xiao Yao. And Xiao Yao instantly gained 300 energy points. Kneeling so abruptly, the female ghost raised her hands in supplication. With a whoosh, she accidentally pulled down Xiao Yao's pants. You're quite cooperative, but unfortunately, that part isn't hard. Xiao Yao swung his fist without mercy. Didn't anyone tell you female ghosts should be careful when going out alone? Straight punch. A piercing scream erupted as the slit-mouthed woman's fangs plunged into her own belly. Her head contorted, resembling a smashed melon. Phew! That felt good. Xiao Yao closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, calming his trembling soul. This fist technique, it really packs a hell of a punch. Gazing at the dying slit-mouthed woman and the newly added 500 energy points, Xiao Yao unexpectedly felt a pang of pity. Letting you die like this? I'm actually a bit reluctant. Hearing this, the slit-mouthed woman suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. Ah, right. I'm still useful. Let me recover, and I'll transform into a beauty for you to enjoy. The hollowed-out melon emitted whimpering sounds, begging for mercy. The immense fluctuation between despair and hope once again granted Xiao Yao 500 energy points. That should be enough. You ghost just provided me with 2,300 energy points. That's quite efficient. After speaking, Xiao Yao raised his fist again. The system kindly reminded him, it's 1,800 energy points, you know. You're lying to me? The slit-mouthed woman sank back into despair. The final 500 points secured now at 2,300. Enjoy you? Nice try. I still have to go home and write my self-criticism. Boom. Yellow light flashed again in the narrow alley, mirrored by an identical glow in a teleportation array somewhere in hell. At the array's center stood Xiao Yao's master, flanked by two veiled, busty beauties. He, you little brat, you brought slit-mouthed woman back to me after all? The old man casually groped the left beauty's hip while munching on grapes fed to him by the right one, utterly content. Run! Why aren't you running? The old man reached out, snatching a ghostly creature by the throat. The creature had only a large head and a gaping maw, connected to a slender neck and a body like a tree branch. Old man, lock me back up. Up there, it's too dangerous. Seeing the old man, the slit-mouthed woman unexpectedly showed a hint of nostalgia and a sense of security. Like a mugger caught in a mob suddenly spotting a cop. Ha, did I ever say I'd lock you back up? The old man's face suddenly turned cold, revealing an eerie grin. Ah, you. The slit-mouthed woman struggled desperately, but it was utterly futile. Her body began to dissolve, transforming into a stream of energy that flowed up the old man's arm and into his body. Moments later, the slit-mouthed woman ceased to exist. The old man, satisfied, stepped out of the teleportation array and approached the edge of an immense abyss. I went through all this trouble, blasting a hole with a nuke, just to let you out. Now that you're here, how could I send you back? Anyway, you're all coming out. The old man seemed to be talking to himself, his gaze locked with the abyss. Master, it's pitch black down there. I can't see a thing. A young woman tried to lift her veil for a closer look, but the old man suddenly roared, Stop. Ah, master. Could this abyss be dangerous? Should we not look? The young woman took a startled step back. The old man merely shook his head. The abyss isn't dangerous. Don't you realize how peculiar you look yourself? Unless it's night and the lights are off, you are absolutely forbidden to remove your veil. After speaking, the old man began to ponder. Which fugitive is more troublesome? I should send my disciple to capture them. It's time to send him another dream. Having dealt with the slit-mouthed woman, Xiao Yao was about to turn and leave the alley when his peripheral vision, his side glance caught a figure deep within the alley. A slender, shivering figure. Chapter 5, Satisfy me, and I'll let you go. Dressed provocatively, heavily made up, it was a pitiful girl who had accidentally fallen into the water. I love you walking alone through dark alleys, I love your unassuming appearance. A line of lyrics suddenly popped into Xiao Yao's mind. No, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. The streetwalker dared not breathe, watching Xiao Yao approach in small steps. She recalled that terrifying foreign killer who preyed on fallen women. It wasn't that Xiao Yao didn't want to stride forward, his pants were still bunched at his knees. Anything? Are you sure? Xiao Yao gave a wicked smile. Then satisfy me first. I didn't get to earlier. Satisfy you, and then let me go? The streetwalker nodded frantically. This was her specialty, her day job. Fast service or full package? Fast service, of course. I still have to go home and write my self-criticism. You know how it is. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yao sat in the fast food joint, his tray a mess, watching the girl retreating back with satisfaction after she paid. Her retreating figure held relief, and perhaps a hint of regret. Xiao Yao gained another few dozen energy points, bringing his total to 2,450. Damn, if that girl had put in a little more effort, I could VE hit a nice round number. Xiao Yao stood up, wiped his mouth, and prepared to head home. A male staff member came over to tidy up, muttering under his breath, Man, good looks really do pay off. This meal sure was a bargain. Ha! Xiao Yao stopped in his tracks. Sarcastic remarks? You've picked the wrong target. Every little bit counts. To renew his premium system subscription ASAP, Xiao Yao was like a ravenous wolf leaving no prey untouched. You know why no gorgeous girls ever treat you to meals? Xiao Yao suddenly asked in a conspiratorial tone. The clerk froze. Why? I'm not ugly. Plus, I'm 6 feet 2 inches. Height doesn't mean high IQ. Don't believe me? I'll give you a riddle. Xiao Yao's tone was pure provocation. 5 people walk side by side down the street. A billboard falls and kills only 3. Why? That's easy. The other 2 must be short. Definitely not 187. The clerk stopped wiping the table, stood up straight, and answered confidently. Wrong. Because that billboard belongs to your company. Your brand's signs hurt like hell when they hit people. Don't ask me how I know. Xiao Yao pointed earnestly toward the entrance. A massive M glowed in yellow light, Xiao Yao's favorite color. Pfft, whatever. Childish. The clerk curled her lip in feigned disdain, but her 10 energy points didn't lie. You think it's simple? Fine, I'll change it. The next day, those 5 people go out again. Another billboard falls, but this time it only kills 2. Why do you think that is? Wait, didn't 3 of them already die? And how dare they even go out again? Don't change the subject. Answer me. Seeing Xiao Yao's raised eyebrow, the clerk's competitive spirit flared like a tiny flame. Was it K's this time? Wait, no, theirs has 3 letters. The clerk racked her brain, offering several answers, but Xiao Yao kept shaking his head. With your IQ, you can't even figure out such an obvious answer? Yet you envy others living off others? You can't even grab food right in front of you. Your IQ is barely 18.7. You'd fight over poop and still miss the warm one. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained 20 energy points. The clerk was furious. He snorted through gritted teeth. Then tell me. What's the answer? If you can't convince me, I'll quit this job and still hunt you down. Hearing this, Xiao Yao walked calmly to the door before speaking. The answer is still your store's signboard. Only this time, it spun around while falling. Spun around? M.W.? Damn you. Get back here, you little bastard. The clerk cursed furiously, but Xiao Yao had already crossed the street, taking the final 20 energy points with him. 2,500 points. Complete. Having finished a quarter of the day's tasks, Xiao Yao was in high spirits. He returned home, wrote several pages of a self-criticism in one go, then collapsed into sleep. In the darkness, the old man reappeared, still ethereal and dignified, yet still wearing that lecherous grin. Old man, any more ghostly things? I want to play basketball. Oh no, I want to earn energy. Xiao Yao cut straight to the chase, but the old man just chuckled. Silly boy, still thinking about earning energy? You don't even realize disaster is looming. Disaster? Could anything be worse than running into you? Since obtaining the system, Xiao Yao's confidence had skyrocketed. He laughed with effortless ease, seeming more like the master than the old man. Do you know why ghostly creatures suddenly multiplied in this world? Why the Hunters Association was formed? Why your old master volunteered to guard Hell's Gates? The old man's profound questions left Xiao Yao speechless, forcing him to listen like a disciple once more. Master, what's really going on? It's a long story. For now, I'll only say this, from the moment you brought back the Slit-Mouthed Woman, there's no turning back. Whether your system renews in a week or not, you'll face relentless pursuit by ghostly creatures until death. Your only option is to grow stronger. I'll select suitable targets for you to hone your skills. Hearing this, Xiao Yao suddenly understood. Damn it! So today I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Meaning I'll have to work for you from now on, helping you deal with all kinds of ghostly creatures in the mortal world, pushing you toward the pinnacle of ghostly existence? Xiao Yao glared at the old man. Can you guys stop digging the same hole? You screw me over while alive and won't let me rest even in death? That's not quite how it is. When beings from deeper hells emerge, the mortal realm won't remain a sanctuary. Growing stronger sooner benefits you too. Deeper hells? Xiao Yao frowned, sensing the old man had already said too much. Anyway, I'll get you the next ghostly target's lead ASAP. That's all for today. Head back and await further notice. Oh, and next time you make a paper effigy, find a shop with better craftsmanship. Just model the face after that foreign Wonder Woman. The old man spun and vanished. Xiao Yao lunged to chase him, only to remember he was in a dream. Jolted awake, he glared at the morning sun streaming through the window and cursed, "You old bastard." But after composing himself, Xiao Yao still ate breakfast and headed to school on time. A huge haul of energy points awaited him today. During morning self-study, homeroom teacher Jean arrived in the classroom to announce the disciplinary measures for yesterday's fight. Then Xiao Yao walked up to the podium holding a stack of papers. Students, you saw it yourselves, the self-criticism essay by Xiao Yao must be at least 10,000 words. This shows genuine remorse. At least we can see his sincerity in reforming. We won't end class today until he finishes his self-criticism. No bathroom breaks either. Teacher Jin's uniform was undeniably alluring. She was one of the few teachers in the entire school who could keep boys from skipping class. The other was the notoriously violent PE teacher, Park Wa Chang. Coincidentally, he also taught Xiao Yao's class. Teacher, actually, this isn't my reflection. Xiao Yao admitted sheepishly. HM? Then what are these words? Teacher Jin's delicate brows furrowed. This is the outline. As Xiao Yao finished, an uneasy premonition inexplicably washed over Teacher Jin. Gently shaking off the few droplets of yellow liquid that had splashed onto the paper during his bathroom break, Xiao Yao stepped onto the podium, surveying the entire class. His eyes held a hidden glint of menace. Chapter 6. When will the feast begin? Why is this paper wet? Teacher Jin's nosiness reminded him so much of Miss Pan, who used to open windows for no reason back in the day. I went to the bathroom earlier. When I flushed, it was too long and I didn't control it well. Xiao Yao answered honestly. Alright. Just start. Teacher Jin quickly cut off his explanation. Ahem. First, I must apologize to Li Chang for his physical injuries and to Yao Billion for her emotional trauma. Then, I wish to explain the reasons behind my current state. It all began when I was 5 years old. Hearing the words when I was 5, Teacher Jin's sense of foreboding intensified. Making me write a self-criticism? I'd better cherish this golden opportunity. Before the next ghostly creature comes knocking, you lot are my best ATMs. Don't blame me for grazing on the grass right by my burrow. Xiao Yao chuckled inwardly and began his dramatic recounting. Back then, my parents were still alive. A neighbor brought her 3-year-old little sister to play at our house. She accidentally broke our vase, and her dad said he was going to beat her. My dad stepped in, saying, "She's only 3. How could you bring yourself to hit her? Instead, I'll give her older brother a beating to scare her off." My dad's words left me with a head full of question marks, while his fists left me with a head full of lumps. Even as a child, I understood then that head wasn't just a noun, it could also represent quantity. At this point, Xiao Yao's voice trailed off, her eyes reddening. Meanwhile, the system began receiving scattered energy readings. It's starting to work. Xiao Yao took a deep breath. One day when I was 6, my mom took me to the market and ran into an old friend she hadn't seen in over 5 years. The man asked my mom a lot of concerned questions, finally asking how old I was. Mom said I was 4.5. The man seemed disappointed. I instinctively wanted to explain, but Mom scooped me up and left. Looking back, that uncle bore a slight resemblance to me. And that neighbor girl who got me beaten up? She looks more and more like my missing dad now. After he finished telling the story, the entire class fell silent for a few seconds. Then, the system sounded a rapid succession of energy deposit alerts. That's so heartbreaking. I think I finally understand. No wonder Xiao Yao acts so rebellious, it's because he lacked love as a child. I shouldn't have disliked Xiao Yao. I hate myself right now. The girls in the class were the first to be moved. Even Teacher Jin couldn't help but look at Xiao Yao with sympathetic eyes. Whoa, over 200 energy points? But this is just the beginning. Xiao Yao choked back tears as he continued. When I was 7, my teacher asked me to bring my test home for my dad to sign. He nearly fainted when he saw my grades, then dismissed me with one sentence. He told me to go back and tell the teacher I didn't have a dad, so there'd be no need for a signature. After saying that, he walked out the door and never came back. I truly lost my father. By the time I was 8, our family was already deep in debt, proving once again that something can be both a noun and a measure word. My mom raised me through thick and thin, even making me cow dung cakes when we were starving. I innocently asked Mom if there was real cow dung in those cakes. She laughed. She said, "Silly child, lion's head meatballs don't have lions in them either. How could cow dung cakes possibly have cake in them?" But by age 9, I noticed my mom meeting more often with that uncle from the market, and our home situation started improving. Yet, right on my 10th birthday, after school, the teacher again sent me home with a test paper needing parental signature. My mom looked at the score and repeated my dad's exact words. Only this time, the teacher demanded a death certificate. The next day after school, my mother vanished. I received the death certificate from the neighborhood committee and delivered it to my teacher that very night. From then on, I began living alone, like a leaf adrift, carried along by the currents. Soft sobs and heavy sighs filled the classroom, boys silent, girls in tears. Li Chang nearly slapped himself hard across the face with his cast-wrapped arm. But it wasn't over yet. Xiao Yao, suppressing his grief, continued his story from age 11. One heartbreaking ordeal after another, each unbearable memory relentlessly pounded the hearts of both teacher and students. The system relentlessly bombarded Xiao Yao's mind with alerts as energy surged in like a tidal wave. Before they knew it, morning study period ended. Math teacher Wang Ziki pushed open the door for the first class. "Get out! Don't interrupt us!" Teacher Jean, tears welling in her eyes, pointed at him. Teacher Wang froze, about to argue, when he suddenly sensed the eerie atmosphere in the classroom. What's going on? Did a student pass away? When's the funeral? Which table should I sit at? Teacher Wang returned to the office to discuss condolence gifts with Teacher Park, while Xiao Yao continued his lecture, which lasted the entire period. The second period was Teacher Jin's Chinese class, so Xiao Yao seamlessly took over. He had gone to the bathroom beforehand, but the students were nearly bursting. Teacher, I need to use the restroom. No way. No one leaves until Xiao Yao finishes today. Teacher Jean wiped away tears, steadfastly keeping her promise. The students wailed in unison, their pent-up energy surging in waves. Fortunately, Xiao Yao had reached the senior year material, meaning the present, and the students glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Finally ending? Damn it, I'm about to burst. Li Chang grimaced, crossing his legs and squirming his hips as he struggled to hold it in. I'm done. Xiao Yao's words brought relief to the students, but then, I just remembered a few things I missed. Let me add a few more points. Xiao Yao was at it again. Damn it. Li Chang was so frustrated he was nearly in tears, and many boys wore expressions of impending collapse. In contrast, the girls showed far greater endurance. Oomph. You lot just enabled Li Chang's bullying all this time. Today, you'll learn your lesson. Xiao Yao showed no sympathy whatsoever, instead lecturing with even greater fervor. But who was Li Chang? Would he just sit there and take it? No, he wouldn't. His eyes darted around, and his fierce gaze landed on the face of the boy sitting to his left. His desk partner was Bu Xiaoxin, the same skinny kid who'd been accidentally hit by a paper ball yesterday. Xiaoxin. Ha? What is it, Brother Chang? The moment Bu Xiaoxin turned his head, Li Chang's elbow slammed into it. A piercing scream erupted as blood gushed from his nose. I told you to be careful. Li Chang chuckled darkly as Teacher Jean turned to look. Who's making that noise? Teacher, it's me, Bu Xiaoxin. I'm bleeding from my nose. Who told you to be careless? Be more careful next time. Teacher Jean waved him back to his seat and asked who had tissue to plug the nose. Teacher, none of them have tissue. Let me take Bu Xiaoxin to the bathroom to wash up. Li Chang raised his hand to speak. With that, even students who had tissues in their pockets dared not utter a word. Some even began to secretly admire Li Chang's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Only Bu Xiaoxin dared to be angry but couldn't speak up. Watching the student's nose bleed uncontrollably, Teacher Jean reluctantly nodded, about to give in. Just then, a loud voice came from the podium. Teacher, I have paper. Xiao Yao said, pulling out a roll of toilet paper from his empty pants pocket. A whole big roll. Chapter 7, Are you Doraemon? Damn it, hell no. Li Chang was dumbfounded. Who the hell brings an entire roll of toilet paper to school? Are you sick with diarrhea? If that's not enough, I've got. Xiao Yao calmly pulled out 2 more rolls. 3 rolls of toilet paper were neatly stacked on the lectern, shocking Bu Xiaoxin so much his nose stopped bleeding. Li Chang felt rage surge through his brain. In his agitation, his bladder threatened to give out any second. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and secretly twisted the cast on his right arm. The cast rubbed raw against his skin. Blood seeped out. Teacher, Bu Xiaoxin touched my wound. I need to tend to it. Why is everyone so careless? What should we do? Do you need a bandage? Teacher Jean also grew anxious. Teacher, I have bandages too. Xiao Yao said earnestly, then pulled out a roll of bandages. She placed them next to the tissues. It's not about the bandage, I need medicine. Li Chang was sweating profusely with panic, his sphincter muscles beginning to protest. Teacher Xiao Yao spoke up again. You wouldn't happen to have medicine too, would you? Li Chang looked toward the podium, his voice trembling. Xiao Yao nodded solemnly, pulling a pile of bottles and jars from his pocket, or rather, from the nipple-shaped pouch. There was Yunnan Baiyao, Angelica and Safflower ointment, and even a bottle with the words Black Jade Joint Repair Ointment scrawled crookedly across it. Holy! Li Chang cursed furiously, his vision went black, and he collapsed onto his seat. A pungent stench quietly spread. Xiao Yao, oh, poor child, what have you been through all these years? Teacher Jin's coldly beautiful face softened with tenderness as she looked at the understanding Xiao Yao with pity. Nothing much, just trying to survive. Xiao Yao forced a faint smile, his voice trembling slightly. At that moment, the system's alert tone reached its peak. Many girls secretly pulled out tissues to wipe away tears and blow their noses, emptying the toilet paper rolls on the podium. Teacher Jean instructed several boys to escort Li Chang to the school infirmary. From the hallway came Li Chang's desperate cries. I won't go to the infirmary. I need to use the bathroom, let me go. Bro, listen to us. Look, blood's already soaking through your pants. We gotta tend to your wounds first. Only Xiao Yao knew that while Li Chang's physical injuries weren't severe, the psychological scars might never heal. After the written reflections were finished, students rushed to the restrooms, leaving only Teacher Jean and Xiao Yao in the classroom. Young man, tomorrow is Saturday. Come to my place for some extra lessons. Extra lessons? The thought of studying gave Xiao Yao a headache, and he instinctively wanted to refuse. But by then, Teacher Jean had already walked to the podium and gently pulled Xiao Yao into her embrace. You're not a bad kid at heart. I can't stand by and watch you go downhill. At the very least, you need to get into a vocational college. That's your only way out. The neckline of her professional attire was rather low, and Xiao Yao realized his earlier estimates had been wrong. Teacher Jin's assets were no less impressive than milky snows. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from his teacher, Xiao Yao surrendered. He nodded vigorously, utterly speechless. For the rest of the day's classes, Xiao Yao actually paid attention. Then, during evening study hall, he sorted through his accumulated resources. This self-criticism session was surprisingly fruitful. Though each contribution was only 10 or 20 points, small amounts add up. Over 50 people actually provided more than 3,000 points. The biggest contributors were definitely Li Chang, followed by Teacher Jean. But opportunities like this are rare. We've only completed half of the 10,000 point task. Who knows when the next ghostly entity will appear? Unconsciously, Xiao Yao had begun to anticipate encountering ghostly entities, much like a bounty hunter. The classroom was brightly lit, yet the small grove beside the school playground was pitch black. A boy emerged, thoroughly satisfied, and slipped away furtively at the track's end. A moment later, a girl wiped her mouth and hurried out, head bowed. Just as she was about to slip back into the classroom, an odd sound reached her ears. Meow. Meow. Could it be a stray cat? And it sounded like a kitten. The girl stopped in her tracks and followed the sound. Poor little thing, are you hungry? Let me get you a lollipop. She approached the bushes with a playful smile, only to startle. An old woman stood with her back to her, hunched over, searching for something. The girl thought, how irresponsible of the school security. How could they let bottle collectors in? Hey, have you seen a little cat? Hearing the girl ask, the old woman didn't turn around, just slowly shook her head. But just as the girl was about to walk away in disappointment, another meow echoed. The kitten seemed right in front of the old woman. You said you didn't see it. Move aside. The girl reached out to pull the old woman away, but suddenly, the old woman turned her head. The moon seemed to be blocked by dark clouds, and the crickets in the grass stopped chirping at that very moment. Only the girl's blood-curdling scream echoed across the playground. Xiao Yao jolted awake, realizing the second evening self-study period had ended. He hadn't noticed when he'd fallen asleep. Xiao Yao, were you dreaming? His desk mate Yao Billion, packing her books, couldn't help asking. How did you know? Xiao Yao countered. Well, you were talking in your sleep about some old crook and a bastard. Ever since he had put Li Chang in his place, Xiao Yao had also earned the class beauty's respect. No matter what class they were in, Yao Billion would occasionally steal glances at Xiao Yao's profile. If you asked Xiao Yao how he knew, it was because he hadn't been shy about stealing glances at the class beauty's neckline either. Heh, I did dream about an old crook, and he was so senile he warned me to be careful of cats. Cats are so cute, why be careful? Yao Billion chuckled. But it is pretty dark out. We should watch out for bad guys. Could you walk me home? You know what the biggest risk would be if I walked you home? Xiao Yao stood up and stretched. Me. Ugh, you little rascal, is there a round rubber thing in your pocket? It had to be said, girls were even more spirited than boys when it came to dirty jokes, especially a beauty like the class flower who had both looks and brains. Watching Yao Billion transform into a crotch-staring cat with a mischievous grin, Xiao Yao couldn't help but laugh too. You guessed right. How did you know I had a tire in my pocket? A tire? That's freaking weird. Yao Billion, stung by her failure, stomped her foot, crossed her arms over her chest, and walked off first, simultaneously awarding Xiao Yao 10 energy points. But not long after leaving the school grounds, Yao Billion heard a meow coming from behind the roadside greenbelt. Ha! Yao Billion slowed her pace. Another meow echoed. The kitten sounded famished, its cries weak and strained. Poor thing, let big sister hold you. I'll take you to eat some ham sausage. Yao Billion turned the corner of the greenbelt without a second thought, only to suddenly see a girl crouch down, her back to Yao Billion. The girl was kneeling on the ground, and what's more, she was wearing the same school uniform as Yao Billion. Chapter 8, Sexy Little Kitten. Oh dear, someone beat me to it. Yao Billion walked over, crouching beside the slender girl. She studied the girl's profile and asked. Sis, is this little kitty hungry? Did you bring snacks? The girl didn't speak, only gestured toward the ground in front of her. Only then did Yao Billion notice there was no kitten on the grass at all. Instead, there seemed to be a cat-like shadow on the ground. Ha! Where's the cat? Meow. The meow suddenly came from right beside her ear. Yao Billion turned her head in fright. The slender girl slowly turned her entire face toward her. The left side still bore the girl's features, but the light had vanished from her eyes. The right half, however, was a large cat eye, a furry face, and an upright cat ear. If this face were whole and not attached to a human head, it would probably be an adorable little kitten, right? Yao Billion clearly couldn't appreciate this kind of disjointed, incomplete beauty. A cat. The class beauty plopped down onto the grass, scrambling backward on all fours. The cat-faced girl moved silently on all fours, inch by inch, closing in on Yao Billion. Meanwhile, inside the school, Xiao Yao lingered in the classroom for a moment before finally stepping out. Living alone at home felt strangely desolate. But before he could exit the school gates, the commotion from the playground drew his attention. Someone died. An old woman, probably a scavenger, starved to death on the playground. Bull. How could someone starve to death have their face mutilated? Didn't you see her face all bloody and mangled? The gathered students chattered excitedly, but were soon dispersed by teachers. Disappointed, Xiaoyao walked out the school gate, silently relieved. Good thing I didn't walk with Yao Billion. If we'd been going the same way, I'd have had to walk her home. Li Chang didn't show up again today. Without energy points, even if I walked her home, it wouldn't work unless Li Chang was there. Whistling, Xiaoyao strolled leisurely in the direction Yao Billion had left. At that moment, Yao Billion's back slammed against a tree, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. The cat woman licked her whiskers and raised her sharp right claw. Hee hee, the fifth one. A cold gleam flashed. Yao Billion closed her eyes in alarm. Suddenly, a powerful force yanked her collar, sending her body sliding 2 meters across the grass. Narrowly dodging the claw's strike, the class beauty looked up to find a towering figure blocking the space between her and the catwoman. It was none other than Yunqing First High's famed PE teacher Park Guk-chang. On nights when he couldn't get a female teacher to watch a movie, Teacher Park could only release his extraordinary energy through night runs. 365 days a year, rain or shine. Occasionally, when passing dark alleys or pink-painted rooms, he'd pause, spend a few $100, and engage in a fleeting communion with another soul, a taste of the world's diversity. Today, however, his PE class had been snatched by Math Prince Chi, leaving him seething with pent-up frustration. You vile beast! Don't you dare touch my student! Teacher Park stood with righteous indignation, his voice so forceful that Yao Billion, scrambling to her feet in panic, didn't even notice his unzipped jeans. Meow! The only response to Teacher Park was a shrill cat cry followed by even faster cat claws. Oomph! Teacher Park suddenly sucked in a breath, then a shrill whistle erupted from his mouth. The catwoman paused mid-air before getting kicked flying by Teacher Park. Yao Billion covered her ears, finally noticing the whistle in Teacher Park's mouth, the very one he wore around his neck every day. But this whistle sounded distinctly different from the one used during PE class. It seemed charged with some kind of energy. Hee, surprised? Well, it turns out your teacher has another identity. Seeing the class beauty's look of astonishment and admiration, Teacher Park couldn't help but place his hands on his hips. D-Class Bounty Hunter of the Hunters Association, Park Guk-chang reporting for duty. Teacher, watch out. Yao Billion shouted the warning, but it was too late. Before Mr. Park could finish his cool pose, the catwoman, who had pounced on him again, clawed his thigh. Looking for death. Mr. Park took 2 steps back and suddenly pulled out a pistol. It was the starter pistol reserved for sports meets. Aim. Fire. The catwoman let out a piercing scream as a spray of blood erupted from her body. She turned and fled into the woods, looking utterly disheveled. Where'd she go? Mr. Park limped after her, only to find another pool of blood. The catgirl had vanished. Yao Billion followed into the woods, hearing Mr. Park mutter, "Cats have 9 lives. She just used one. Wonder how many chances she has left. Teacher, I'm scared. Can you take me home?" Yao Billion clutched Mr. Park's arm, asking pitifully. No problem, student. Can you help me walk? My legs feel weak. Just as the teacher and student supported each other in the woods, Xiaoyao passed by the roadside. What was that noise? Who set off firecrackers? It's still half a year until the new year. Xiaoyao glanced toward the nearby woods before continuing on his way. As he neared his dilapidated neighborhood, a faint sob drifted from the small park. In the pitch-black darkness, the sound seemed to come from a woman. Most people would choose to ignore it. But a prompt echoed in Xiaoyao's mind, and his eyes lit up instantly. He darted inside. Under the dim streetlight, on a bench in the park's center, sat a half-naked girl. She had torn off the hem of her school uniform's short-sleeved top and ripped the left leg of her uniform pants, now bandaging her thigh to stop the bleeding. Her slender waist, her pale, delicate thighs. Xiaoyao's eyes lit up instantly. Hey, do you need help? Feeling someone plop down beside her, Catgirl turned her head impatiently, ready to scare the person off. But just then, Xiaoyao looked up at the night sky. The moon is so round tonight. Meeting here like this must be fate. Your head's pretty round too. The Catgirl snorted, prompting Xiaoyao to look at her face. Wow, those legs are so white. Such a shame they're injured. Xiaoyao lowered his head, staring at the beautiful legs, something dripping from the corner of his mouth. That's not how you bandage a wound. Let me help. Xiaoyao suddenly grabbed the cloth strip and yanked it hard. Meow. The Catgirl stiffened in pain, her thigh appearing even longer and straighter. Simultaneously, ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 100 energy points. Just like that, 100 points acquired. This girl was undoubtedly a supernatural being. Just bandaging without medicine won't cut it. You're lucky I happen to have some medicine with me. Xiaoyao chuckled, pulling out the black jade continuity ointment. With a squirt, he squeezed out a dollop and smeared it onto the beauty's leg. A searing pain shot through her, and the Catgirl gazed up at the stars, utterly dejected. Deep down, she was already regretting coming to the human world. A few days ago, a deafening explosion had erupted from the underworld, sending a mushroom cloud skyward. Someone had blown a massive hole in it. Many ghosts from the upper realms seized the chance to escape, while the powerful beings from the lower realms remained cautious, fearing it might be a plot by the underworld. This Catgirl belonged to the same layer as the Slit-Mouthed Woman. She had ventured out largely because she desired to fully transform into human form. Each time she possessed a new human body, her feline features faded slightly. Once she had claimed enough human forms, her face would fully transform into that of a human. Those whose bodies she took over, however, would die within days. As a female ghost, she naturally prioritized possessing female bodies. But the man beside her was utterly repulsive. She couldn't resist taking action. Chapter 9, saying no, but your body speaks volumes. You little bastard, look at my face. The Catwoman roared. Xiaoyao gave a soft "oh" and finally tore his gaze away from her smooth, delicate thighs. But before he could lift his head to see her face, his phone suddenly rang again. Sorry, I need to take this call. Xiaoyao pulled out his cracked screen phone, stood up, and walked a few steps forward, completely ignoring the furious Catwoman behind him. Anyway, as long as he got the energy points. Hello? Xiao Xin? What's that? Li Chang wants to have me beaten up next Monday? Got it, thanks. I'll hang up now. Gotta tend to the beauty's injuries. Xiaoyao hung up and turned back. Where were we? Whoa! Your face, yikes! Xiaoyao exclaimed dramatically. Finally, Catgirl flashed a faint, relieved smile. That's more like it now. That's a normal human reaction. But her smile vanished instantly. Xiaoyao gently cupped Catgirl's chin, examining the right half of her feline face while softly stroking it. So adorable. Is this your latest cosplay? This fur is stuck on so tightly, I can't even pull it off. Hey! Meow! The Catgirl panicked. If she didn't act fast, he'd pull all the fur off her face. A flurry of claws swiped at Xiaoyao. He quickly backed away. The Catgirl leaped off the bench, ready to pursue. But the next second, she froze. A sudden flash of light on the dark floor captured her attention. In Xiaoyao's hand, a laser pointer had appeared out of nowhere. With a flick of his wrist, the beam darted rapidly. The Catwoman's body jerked in response. Even her fur stood on end, every strand bristling. No! The Catgirl let out an uncontrollable cry, her body straining toward Xiaoyao, yet her right eye remained fixed on the light. Xiaoyao chuckled and flickered the beam again. Saying no, but your body tells a different story. You! The Catgirl cursed, her shame and rage propelling her like a black lightning bolt toward the light. Ah, such a good girl. Come on, follow my lead. Left hand, right hand, slow motion. Climb the tree. Roll around. Xiaoyao was thoroughly enjoying himself, while Catgirl was already panting heavily from exhaustion. Ha! Why can't she keep up? Xiaoyao looked closer. Catgirl's long human legs seemed off color. Jet black, with a hint of purple. Damn it! The Black Jade continuity ointment formula still isn't perfected. Did I add too much chili powder? You! What did you do to my legs? The Catgirl hastily cut through the cloth strips, but her legs still felt numb, as if they'd lost all sensation. Sorry about that. Looks like we'll have to amputate. But hey, they weren't really your legs anyway. Xiaoyao sighed, tucking the cat toy into his pocket. When he pulled it out again, a steel saw now gripped his hand. Amputation? With this? Catgirl was on the verge of breaking down. She stared blankly at Xiaoyao and the saw blade in his hand. You want a chainsaw? Once I have the money, I can get you one. Xiaoyao felt the system steadily accumulating energy points. He thought to himself, if only these hundreds of points could show up as bank deposit notifications. You're not human. The Catgirl finally lost her mind. Using all three legs, she leaped into the air and pounced toward Xiaoyao. Ouch! Xiaoyao cried out and fled in panic. Man and cat chased each other onto the main street. Just then, Teacher Park and Yao Billion were passing by when they saw Xiaoyao screaming and darting across the road. A frenzied little wildcat was hot on his heels. She chased, he fled. She was doomed. A car sped by at high speed. With a crash, the enraged Catgirl was sent flying. Ah! Xiaoyao rushed back to check on her, joined by Teacher Park and the class beauty. To their surprise, the girl lying on the grass was unharmed. Only the feline features on her face were slowly fading away. It seemed the one who had perished was the Catgirl. You just wait. I'll be back. After uttering these words, the girl suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a confused expression. It appeared the possession had only recently occurred. Her human consciousness was merely suppressed, not yet extinguished. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief as the color slowly returned to the girl's thigh. Xiaoyao quietly stowed away the saw blade. Teacher, please take her back to school. Explain what happened along the way, otherwise, she'll think she was attacked by a thug. Leave Billion to me. After Xiaoyao spoke, Teacher Pooh looked at the girl with some hesitation. Though she could stand on her own now, her injured leg clearly made walking difficult. Teacher Pooh glanced at his own injured leg. He couldn't very well carry a fully conscious person back to school while hopping on one leg, could he? I have an iron will, but I don't have Iron Man's thighs. As if sensing the teacher's dilemma, Xiaoyao considered for a moment. Come on, girl, stand over here. Teacher, switch places with her. Hey, that's it. The girl with the injured left leg moved to the right, while the teacher with the injured right leg shifted to the left. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm. And just like that, they had a pair of good legs. Xiao Yao, you're so clever. Yao Billion gave him a thumbs up. The teacher and student exchanged glances, and Xiao Yao once again received a boost of human energy. Take care, no need to see us off. Xiao Yao and Yao Billion waved goodbye to the teacher at the same time. Teacher Pooh sighed. Don't worry. Even if we wanted to hurry, we couldn't. Watching the teacher and girl's figures fade into the distance, Xiao Yao turned and entered his own residential complex. Hey, Xiao Yao, weren't you going to walk me home? Yao Billion protested. Your place is just that fancy complex up ahead, right? It's just a few steps away. No need for a long send-off. You're not human. Yao Billion's voice echoed behind him as Xiao Yao strode up the stairs. Oof. If I'd walked you to your building, you'd have insisted I come up. Once upstairs, you'd have insisted on a shower, and things would have spiraled out of control. If I'd done that, how could I ever have the nerve to drain your energy points again? Good thing I'm so clever. Xiao Yao lay on his bed, smirking to himself. At the same moment, Yao Billion returned to her own residential complex. Standing in the elevator, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it! All that hot water wasted. Is my charm just not enough? I should have never dieted my chest shrunk. While both harbored their own ulterior motives, Teacher Park halted midway. He had the girl steady him, then pulled out his phone. Opening an app called Hunter Association, he sent an encrypted message before resuming their uneven trek through the mud. In another world, a mansion had mysteriously materialized outside the Hell's Maw entrance. Sensing the energy fluctuations from the teleportation array, Xiao Yao's master emerged from the gates with two young women, stepping into the array's center. So swift. This lad shows great potential. I haven't misjudged him. The old man stroked his beard with a smile. One of the women beside him couldn't help but ask, hell is in such a state, doesn't the underworld intervene? The underworld? The old man gazed into the distance. Did you two really think the underworld remains unchanged? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the teleportation array blazed with intense yellow light. She's back. You two are useless now. The old man seemed to be talking to himself, then instinctively reached out and grabbed. Chapter 10, I'm off to take a bath. A female ghost with a seductive figure but a cat-like face was seized by the throat. Ha. If I recall correctly, you only had 3 lives left when you escaped. Now, you're running low. Put. You old fart. Even if I die again, I'll escape. The Catwoman's resolve was unshakable, and to his surprise, the old man nodded approvingly. If you submit to me, not only will you avoid death, but I'll even take you back to the human world someday. What do you say? His words stunned the Catwoman. Old geezer, you already have those two. Why would you want me? Hearing this, the two big girls simultaneously thrust out their chests, creating a wave of excitement. After feasting on big fish and rich meat, it's time for a change of pace. The old man grinned lecherously, released the catgirl, and returned to the edge of the large hole. It's been so many days, and only the little ones from the first layer have come out. Time waits for no one. Looks like I'll have to show a bit more sincerity. With that, the old man suddenly lunged, grabbing both girls by the neck, one on each side. Master. What are you doing? Master, are you abandoning us for her? The girls' voices trembled behind their veils. Compared to your faces, I find the little cat much cuter. The old man made no effort to hide his twisted thoughts. But we could leave the lights off. With the lights off, it just feels lacking. The old man shrugged, tightening his grip. Master, I can scream to liven things up. Master, my screams are more melodious, I'll satisfy you. After the two girls spoke, the old man sighed instead. See? That's precisely the problem. Pointing toward the newly built mansion, the old man's words plunged the two girls into despair. My new bedroom has voice-activated lights. No sooner had he spoken than the two girls dissolved into streams of energy. This time, however, the old man didn't absorb them. Instead, he waved his hand toward the cave. The two streams of energy, carrying the essence of the mortal world, fell like bloodstains into water, slowly fading and dissolving. Then, as if disturbed, the black mist within the abyss began to churn. Taste it. Recall it. The delicacies of the mortal realm. It's been so long, you haven't forgotten, have you? Seeing the smile on the old man's face, Catwoman suddenly began to tremble. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. Just remember this, from today onward, I am your master. That's all you need to know. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man looked toward the abyss, his face lighting up with delight. Finally stirring, huh? My dear disciple, I hope you're prepared. You old fraud, I hope I don't dream of you tonight. Xiao Yao lay in bed, silently praying. This 2-bedroom apartment, just over 50 square meters, was his only possession now. Fortunately, the property deed was under his missing father's name, so when his master tried to trick him into selling it years ago, he failed. Otherwise, the old man's VIP status at Cloud Foot Hub would likely have risen another tier. Before sleeping, Xiao Yao double-checked his current energy points. Writing his school self-criticism had already earned him over 5,000 points. Later, he'd squeezed another 3000 plus from Catwoman. Compared to that, the mere tens of points from Yao Billion and Teacher Park were negligible. Nearly 9,000 total, now just one step away from renewing the official system. Xiao Yao asked cheerfully, "System, can we discuss something? Once I renew your subscription, I won't ask for any new divine abilities. Could you just convert the energy points I earn from now on into cash? Turn them into money? Host, please show some restraint. I'm not that kind of vulgar system. Goodbye." Disdained by the system, Xiao Yao gritted his teeth in frustration. Looks like I need to find a way to rent out the spare bedroom. Even if the rent isn't high, it'll help me recoup some losses. Best to find a beautiful woman to share it with. As it turned out, daydreams don't always translate into nighttime dreams. At least, Xiao Yao didn't dream of a beauty, he dreamed of a decrepit old man. "Master, I've returned the Catwoman. You must be raking it in down there now, right? Is this kickback for me?" Xiao Yao cut the old man off before he could start demanding this and that. The old man paused slightly. "Disciple, your verbal skills have improved by leaps and bounds. I still miss the stammering youth who knelt before me when we first met. Spit it out already. Don't interrupt my sleep. I've got dark circles under my eyes from classes now. My classmates suspect I'm moonlighting at nightclubs." Xiao Yao sighed. When would he ever get a decent night's sleep? Impossible. The people working at nightclubs are way richer than you. Seeing Xiao Yao's impatience, the old man quickly waved his hands. "Let's get down to business." "Business? I'm here to warn you, the creatures from the second layer of hell are about to emerge. You need to prepare. The first layer creatures were only equivalent to Hunter Association D rank hunters. The second layer ones rival D rank. You must activate your system properly ASAP, or your life is in danger." "Hold on, old man, there's a flaw in your logic." Xiao Yao interrupted sharply. The old man immediately looked down, lifted his foot, and examined his socks. "No leaks." "I'm not talking about your socks." "Ah." The old man's expression turned shocked. "Disciple, did your system upgrade? You've even learned X-ray vision?" Seeing the old man awkwardly covering his crotch with one hand and his buttocks with the other, Xiao Yao was speechless. "What I mean is, why should these hellish ghosts escaping pose a threat specifically to me? There are plenty of hunters and the Hunters Association send them." "Ahem, well, this ties back to the fist technique I taught you. The passive effect of the spring-longing fist enhances your romantic luck, you already know that. But its side effect? It attracts ghostly entities." The old man paused, watching Xiao Yao digest this. "Ghosts and romance? So basically, I'm stuck dealing with female ghosts for the rest of my life? You're a quick learner." The old man nodded approvingly, his form beginning to blur. "From today onward, be wary of every woman around you. Wait, what lies in the deeper layers of hell? What level of ghosts can I handle at my current strength? The renewal system will naturally guide you. You old bastard, may you rot in hell. Oh, may you never be reborn." Xiao Yao woke up, his head still foggy. But remembering his promise to the beautiful teacher, he hurriedly washed up and rushed to Teacher Jin's place. "A studio apartment? Teacher, you're still single?" Ignoring the soy milk and steamed buns on the table, Xiao Yao couldn't help but scan the room first. That wardrobe door, left slightly ajar, seemed a bit suspicious. It felt like a pair of eyes was watching everything inside through that crack. Teacher Jin wore her hair down, dressed in loose pajamas, her usual cold elegance replaced by languid relaxation. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Teacher Jin merely tossed her long hair and smiled. "I started teaching your class right after graduation, and this year I became your homeroom teacher. When would I have time for romance? Eat first. There are baked sweet potatoes in the microwave." Teacher Jean headed into the kitchen, but when she emerged carrying the sweet potatoes, she saw Xiao Yao poking at his breakfast with a strange object. It was thin, long, and reflective. "Silver needles? Afraid I'd poison you?" Ms. Jin's expression darkened. Xiao Yao hurriedly explained, "Sorry, teacher. My old habit flared up again, nothing personal." Seeing Xiao Yao's startled look, Ms. Jin's heart softened. "Ah, poor kid. Eat first. I'll grab a shower and change, then we'll officially begin." "Shower?" Xiao Yao's heart skipped a beat as an unsuitable for minors image suddenly popped into his mind. At the same moment, the system suddenly chimed, 10 energy points acquired. Weird. My own emotional excitement doesn't generate energy. Could it be that Teacher Jean? Is she hinting at me? Chapter 11, Teacher, are you trying to seduce me? Suppressing his inner excitement, Xiao Yao quickly finished his breakfast. Just then, the system alerted him again, energy points acquired. At the same moment, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Showering while fantasizing? Teacher Jean is quite the tease. Otherwise, why would there be spiritual fluctuations? Am I that irresistible? Has the teacher already lost control? Should I prepare? Like spraying perfume and stripping down to wait? Oh dear, I'm here for tutoring. Could she be hinting at biology lessons? Just as Xiao Yao's mind wandered, the flushing stopped. Finished? She said she'd change clothes. Could it be lingerie? Lace? Or white stockings? Moments passed, but Teacher Jean still hadn't emerged. Xiaoyao frowned, tiptoeing toward the bathroom. He gently pushed the door open a crack, pulled a small mirror from his breast pocket, and stealthily slipped it into the bathroom. Seconds later. Ah, pervert! Peeping Tom! Teacher Jean burst out screaming, and simultaneously, Xiaoyao received notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 30 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 30 energy points. What's going on? The system notifications are repeating? Xiaoyao didn't have time to think, because Teacher Jean had already grabbed both his ears with both hands. You little brat! I kindly offered you extra lessons, and you sneak peeks at your teacher bathing? I didn't. Then what's the deal with that little mirror? With a sharp tug, her wet hair whipped across Xiaoyao's face, carrying a scent that was indistinguishable whether from shower gel or her own fragrance. Simultaneously, the bathrobe she'd hastily wrapped around herself swayed precariously. Unfortunately, despite Teacher Jin's vigorous shaking, her ample bosom held the towel in place like a sloth clinging to a tree trunk. It simply wouldn't budge. But even the glimpse of what was exposed was enough to leave Xiaoyao utterly transfixed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've gained 30 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've gained 30 energy points. What's wrong with this system today? Has it turned into a tape recorder? Xiaoyao's ears were ringing from the teacher's yelling as he shouted back, Teacher, I heard you hadn't come out of the shower for ages and was worried something happened. I pushed the little mirror all the way in, there was no space left outside, so I couldn't see inside. Nonsense! If you couldn't see inside, how could you know if something happened? True to her role as homeroom and Chinese teacher, she instantly spotted the logical flaw in Xiaoyao's reasoning. But who was Xiaoyao? He was the ghost-fearing one who could knock an old con artist flat on the beach. Teacher, think about it, even though I can't see you, you can see the mirror inside. When you called out, didn't that prove you were fine? If you hadn't responded for half an hour, you'd either be passed out or electrocuted. I'd have to rush in to save you. Ha! You can't see, but I can? That actually makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Teacher Jean released her grip, her face softening with apology. Xiaoyao nodded with a pout, thinking to himself, who knew applying body lotion would take so long? You didn't even spare my butt. If Teacher Jean could read minds, she'd probably spit blood on the spot. Good boy, have you been watching too much Final Destination? You're so tense every day, no wonder you have dark circles under your eyes. Come, let me help you relax. How? Xiaoyao's heartbeat quickened and he gained another 10 energy points. Teacher seems excited too. Could it really mean that? Xiaoyao couldn't help but glance at the long, shapely legs peeking out from under Teacher Jin's bathrobe. Teacher will put you to sleep. Ha? You're putting me to sleep? Xiaoyao's mouth fell open, earning him another 20 energy points. At this point, he couldn't care less where the energy was coming from. What are you thinking? You little rascal. I've studied some psychological guidance techniques. I'm going to lull you to sleep to relax your nerves. Oh. I thought you were going to sleep with me. Xiaoyao laughed awkwardly. Then he suddenly looked up, but teacher, after you hypnotize me, won't I blurt out my online banking password? Hearing this, Teacher Jean deliberately frowned. Are you worried I'll transfer your money? What do you take me for? No, teacher, I'm not worried you'll take my money. Xiaoyao lowered his head even further. I'm afraid you'll see my balance. Oh, I see. You're overthinking it. Teacher Jean slapped her thigh, her firm muscles bouncing with elasticity. You have no balance. As if I could have any. Hearing this, Xiaoyao snapped his head up, locking eyes with Teacher Jean. Moments later, both burst into laughter. The barrier between teacher and student completely dissolved. Lie still, close your eyes, and just follow my guidance to visualize. Lying on Teacher Jin's bed, fragrant with roses, Xiaoyao couldn't help but conjure some sensual images. By then, Teacher Jean had already begun her gentle psychological suggestions. Xiaoyao, you are not a high school student now. You are just a little baby, lying in a cradle filled with flower petals. You. Wait, teacher, whose petals are they? Roses or chrysanthemums? Xiaoyao suddenly opened his eyes and asked. Don't interrupt. Teacher Jean scolded playfully. No, it's just. I seem to smell chrysanthemums. Xiaoyao closed his eyes again. Watch the white clouds in the sky. The next moment, your body leaves the cradle and sinks into warm seawater. Teacher, am I wearing clothes or naked? If you don't specify, I can't imagine it. Xiaoyao opened his eyes again, his innocent expression almost baby-like. Oh, it doesn't matter. You need to imagine the surrounding seawater enveloping you, not your own body. But teacher, I can't swim. Xiaoyao suddenly began thrashing on the bed, flailing like a drowning person, nearly pulling Teacher Jin's bathrobe off. Fine. Now you're lying on the beach. Is that better? Teacher Jean gritted her teeth, feeling her patience drain away. The beach is great. There are lots of beautiful women on the beach. Xiaoyao closed his eyes again, satisfied. This time he didn't get distracted. He obediently relaxed his body as Teacher Jean guided him. But just as Xiao Yao was about to drift off, a sudden alert sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected ghost entity. Origin, second layer of hell. Simultaneously, the doorbell at Teacher Jin's residence chimed. Who is it? Constantly interrupted, Teacher Jin's composure was crumbling. She walked toward the door with a sharp tone. Teacher, don't open it. Xiao Pan, Teacher Jin, don't open it. Xiao Yao leapt from the bed, rushing to stop the teacher. But just then, the large wardrobe door in Teacher Jin's living room suddenly swung open. A man burst out from inside, blocking the doorway. Teacher. Teacher Park? Xiao Yao and Teacher Jin froze simultaneously. You? How did you get into my house? Ms. Jin asked in shock. Why I'm here isn't important. What matters is there's danger outside. I came to protect you. Mr. Park spread his arms wide, his unzipped jeans showcasing his rebellious spirit. And the faint, almost imperceptible scent of chrysanthemum perfume on him made Xiao Yao suddenly realize. Chapter 12, Peeping? Count me in. In that moment, Xiao Yao suddenly understood why the energy values he received earlier were doubled. Besides what Teacher Jin provided, there was also Teacher Park, peeping from the closet, silently contributing. The only fear was that his contribution might not be as simple as just energy values. System, can't you damn well detect anything besides ghostly entities? Xiao Yao couldn't help but rant inwardly. Not exactly, host. To be precise, during this trial phase, even ghostly entities might not be detected based on their strength and type. The system answered honestly, yet with righteous indignation. Just you wait. If this crappy system persists after renewal, I'll never let you off the hook. The three shared varied expressions and moods, while the doorbell outside grew increasingly urgent. Jinlian, I just bought some new face masks and brought a few over. Let's try them together. Surprisingly, the voice outside belonged to a young woman. She's the wife of Wang, our neighbor across the hall. She's crazy about beauty, we've known each other for ages. Teacher Jin frowned as she explained, then turned to Teacher Park with suspicion. Is she in danger now? She's not in danger, she is the danger. Teacher Park turned around and pressed his face against the peephole, squinting and perching his hips in a practiced, natural posture. I'm a D-rank registered bounty hunter with the Hunters Association. Last night I learned you were being targeted by a ghost, so I snuck in here in the dead of night to protect you. Sure enough, my detector just alerted me the ghost is at the door. Xiao Yao glanced at Teacher Park's injured thigh. Climbing 5 flights of stairs must have been tough for him. Whoa, that female ghost is seriously gorgeous. Too bad I can't see her figure. After muttering this, Teacher Park turned to Teacher Kim. Just tell her you have to tutor students today. We'll reschedule. Another day? Xiao Yao stifled a laugh and peered out the door. A woman in her 30s stood smiling, waiting for the door to open. Though not as tall as Teacher Jin, she had a curvaceous figure and a seductive expression. She was at that prime age, full of charm and allure. Ahem, Mrs. Wang, I have students coming for tutoring today. Perhaps we could reschedule another day? Though skeptical of Teacher Park's words, Teacher Jin reluctantly declined Mrs. Wang's request. Teacher Park nodded to Teacher Jin. This female ghost might be more formidable than Catwoman. Once the association sends reinforcements, we should go to her home and subdue her to prevent harm to the innocent. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a creak sounded behind him. He froze. The door opened. Xiao Yao had opened it. Auntie, you look so beautiful. Come in and sit down. We won't study today, we'll reschedule. Xiao Yao warmly welcomes Sister Wang while winking at Teacher Park. Now you can see her figure, right? Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 20 energy points. You cowardly brat. Teacher Park was so furious he forgot to scold him. He yanked Xiao Yao behind him, quickly bit down on his whistle, and simultaneously drew his gun, the starter pistol, aiming it at the doorway. True colors show in times of crisis. Though wary of the female ghost, Teacher Park chose to protect his colleagues and students. Wang Xiao lifted one leg, then her smile froze. The killing intent radiating from Teacher Park, combined with the energy emanating from his whistle and pistol, made her hesitate. This guy's not someone to mess with. The same thought swirled in both Teacher Park and Aunt Wang's minds. But the gun was already cocked, and Aunt Wang's foot had already stepped forward. One was in a no-win situation, the other caught between a rock and a hard place. The atmosphere grew strangely tense. Ah, haha, you really are teaching students. Giving 2 students a private lesson at once? How about I help you with one? How about that one who looks old? Mrs. Wang, having held back for so long, quickly resorted to pleasantries to ease the awkwardness. Old? Teacher Park was flabbergasted, but Xiao Yao had already jumped in. Auntie, you can't teach me. Teaching me requires a high level of cultural literacy. Hi? How high? Mrs. Wang puffed out her ample chest defiantly. I graduated high school, after all. At least I'm better than you are now. Being called auntie by an 18-year-old boy had long since grated on the nerves of this 30-year-old woman. Auntie, how about I give you a question to test your Chinese proficiency? After Xiao Yao spoke, both Teacher Jin and Teacher Park froze. What was this kid up to? Judging by his lecherous gaze, did he want Auntie Wang to stay? How would they handle that? By then, Xiaoyao had already posed his question. There's something whose name, when read forward, can fly, and when read backward, can be eaten. Auntie, what do you think it is? Something that flies when read forward and can be eaten when read backward? Not just Aunt Wang, but even teachers Jean and Park were intrigued, racking their brains in thought. Seeing everyone stumped, Xiaoyao grinned and nudged Aunt Wang. Auntie, you might know this one really well. You probably eat it every day. Every day? I eat honey every day. Ah, right. Bees. Aunt Wang suddenly understood and declared triumphantly, bees. Spelled forward, they fly. Spelled backward, they're edible. See? My language skills aren't half bad. At this, even Teacher Park and Teacher Kim nodded in agreement, momentarily forgetting Aunt Wang might be a female ghost. Xiaoyao, however, shook his head firmly. No, that's not it. Not it? Then what is it? Aunt Wang planted her hands on her hips, her chest heaving indignantly. The answer is, an 8-level gale. What the heck? An 8-level gale? All three froze, dumbfounded. They began spelling it forward in their minds, then backward. Then Teacher Park couldn't hold it in any longer. Ahahaha, reading it backwards actually works. Ahahaha. Feeling Teacher Jin's disdainful glare, Teacher Park quickly covered his mouth. Auntie, you eat this every day, right? I got it right, didn't I? Xiaoyao chuckled. 3 waves of energy arrived one after another. Teacher Jin's 20 points, Teacher Park's 20 points, and Wang Xiao's 100 points. No doubt about it, a female ghost. You little brat, just you wait. Mrs. Wang was furious, stomping her foot so hard the violent tremor nearly made Teacher Park spit blood. But then, Mrs. Wang's eyes darted, and she turned to leave, as if Xiaoyao had literally driven her away. What a golden opportunity! If not now, then when? Was she really going to pick a fight with that old-looking student? She'd only arrived in the human world last night. Keeping a low profile and honing her powers was the priority now. Instead of returning home, Sister Wang clattered down the stairs, her destination unknown. Phew! That was close. I thought you were actually going to let her in. Teacher Park exhaled in relief, his blood finally returning to its proper place. After checking out her figure, of course I sent her packing. Xiaoyao stated matter-of-factly, sounding every bit the scoundrel. Teacher Park nodded in agreement, then pulled a piece of wire from his pocket. Next, he inserted it into the keyhole of Mrs. Wang's home. Mr. Park, what are you doing? Teacher Jean couldn't help but ask. Breaking in, peeping, a married woman, don't these elements make it obvious? Xiaoyao chuckled, count me in, Mr. Park. Chapter 13, Sleeping with Someone Else's Wife? Teacher Park, is this how you broke into Teacher Jin's house? Xiaoyao leaned in to ask. Go away, kids. Stop messing around. Teacher Park pressed his ear against the door, poking while listening for sounds. But teacher. I said stop talking. Just keep Teacher Jean company. Teacher Park shushed impatiently. What I meant was. Before Xiaoyao could finish, Mr. Pooh interrupted him again with a swipe. Left with no choice, he gently tugged at the door. Mr. Pooh felt the door on his face shift. He instinctively crouched and stumbled backward, landing with a thud on his rear. Then he watched as Xiaoyao opened the door and sauntered inside. Oh, the door wasn't shut properly. Mr. Park stood up, cleared his throat, and brushed the dust off his butt. Miss Jean, I need to go inside and look for clues. I need to figure out if Sister Wang is just temporarily possessed or if she's already dead. Only when the association's help arrives can we decide how to handle this. Seeing Ms. Jin's confused expression, Mr. Park explained briefly before rushing inside. Brother Wang's home was pitch black, every window blocked by thick curtains. Not only were the lights off, but even light-emitting devices like the TV were switched off. This female ghost really can't stand the light. Park snorted as he began inspecting the living room. Xiaoyao, hands in his pockets, suddenly started asking questions. Mr. Park, don't you think sneaking into someone's house is a bit wrong? What's the big deal? A clear conscience fears no accusation. Teacher Park declared with confidence. But what if someone catches us? Wouldn't you feel embarrassed? Xiaoyao pressed on. Embarrassed? As long as I'm not embarrassed, then it's them who should be. Park Wachang's response earned him a thumbs up from Xiaoyao. One last question, what if the person who finds us is the homeowner? As Xiaoyao finished, a terrifying silence suddenly enveloped the room. The homeowner? Look, Xiaoyao pointed. Park's eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he quickly turned to look beside the bed in the master bedroom. Someone was sitting there. Motionless. Soundless. Holy crap, someone's really here? Why didn't you say so sooner? Mr. Park, overcome with excitement, promptly surrendered another 20 energy points. Oh my, Brother Wang. Didn't you go to work today? Ms. Jilian's voice emerged from behind them. She had gone back to change clothes and followed him inside. Sai, what's the point of going to work? My wife is gone. The figure in the bedroom suddenly spoke, startling Park Wachang into quickly returning the pink lingerie to the sofa. How embarrassing. Brother Wang, your wife just went out. How could she be gone? Stop overthinking it. How much did you drink last night? Teacher Jean tried to reason with him, but Brother Wang suddenly shrieked, "The one who went out, that wasn't my wife." Swish! Brother Wang abruptly strode into the living room, yanked open the curtains, and let sunlight flood in. Then he pointed at the wedding photo on the TV cabinet, his finger and voice trembling. "Did you just see her? Tell me yourselves, is this the same person?" She doesn't look like her. That photo has way too much makeup." Park Gut-chang and Xiaoyao shook their heads in unison. Only Jean Lian paused to recall, then gasped, "Wait, something's off. Why does sister-in-law's nose look different? When did she get plastic surgery? I saw her the day before yesterday, and her nose was still the same. Last night. It must have been last night." Brother Wang slumped into the sofa, closing his eyes as painful memories surfaced. In the middle of the night, she suddenly got up, saying she got a call her best friend was drunk at a bar and needed her to pick her up. After 2 hours, she came back, turned off all the lights, closed the curtains, and crawled into my bed in the dark. She kept me up half the night. She hasn't been this eager since we first started dating. And her technique, her touch, her tongue, wow. Ahem, Brother Wang, you're getting off topic. Jean Lian quickly interjected. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao received another energy reading from Teacher Park. Though only 10 points, it was pure jealousy. Oh, well, basically, even without seeing her face, I could tell she'd changed. Bro Wang slammed the table. We both slept in late today. She grabbed a face mask and said she was going to see Pan. Wait, no, Teacher Jean. The moment she opened the door, the motion sensor light outside caught her face. That's when I knew for sure she wasn't my wife. Her nose wasn't that upturned before, and her chest wasn't that perky either. More importantly, that mole above her cleavage, I've only ever seen that on her best friend. Holy, that's a lot to process. Xiaoyao and Teacher Jean exchanged stunned glances. Hold up, are you sure you're not just bragging? Sleeping with someone else's wife, and she was that good? Park Kok-chang protested. But seeing Brother Wang's haggard appearance and terrified expression, Teacher Park stopped holding back. So you're saying my sister-in-law really is gone? She's a female ghost now. She was intimate with you to absorb your yang energy and sustain her presence in the mortal world. A female ghost. Bro Wang shuddered. What do I do? If she drains me again, I'll probably lose my life. And she didn't wear protection. Bro Wang wailed. Damn it, why do all the good things happen to you? Jealousy ignited more energy within Teacher Park, all of which he channeled into Xiaoyao. Don't worry. My backup arrives this afternoon. By then, this female ghost won't be able to escape the grasp of this D-class hunter. Teacher Park declared confidently. D-class, really? Do you have to flaunt it all the time? Xiaoyao and Teacher Jean were speechless once more. But just then, the intercom on the wall suddenly rang. Wang's wife was back. Don't open the door. Before Teacher Park could finish, Xiaoyao beside him was already quick as lightning pressing the unlock button. A thud echoed from the hallway as Wang's wife started climbing the stairs. Damn it, I seriously suspect you're an undercover agent. Teacher Park wanted to chop Xiaoyao's hand off. Chopping off hands was just a fantasy, but providing Xiaoyao with energy points was very real. Don't worry, I've got a great plan. Xiaoyao chuckled. Brother Wang, hide in the spare bedroom and lock the door. Then, Teacher Pooh, lie down on the bed in the master bedroom and cover yourself with the quilt. Wait for that female ghost. Aha, I get it. Pooh Guo-chang clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Once she's exhausted from our intimate encounter, I'll pull up my pants and leave her behind, then finish her off. Brilliant, kid, brilliant. Teacher, what I meant was, when she enters the room, you sneak attack her through the covers with the gun. Xiaoyao explained earnestly. Oh, haha, that works too. That works. Teacher Park dared not look at Jean Lian and Brother Wang's expressions. Acting swiftly, Xiaoyao and Jean Lian helped Brother Wang hide in the spare bedroom. Teacher Park pulled the curtains closed again and lay down on the bed Brother Wang had just occupied. The moment the door opened, Teacher Park had already pulled the quilt over his body. Honey, why haven't you gotten up yet? Are you waiting for me to deal with you? You know I could make you so tired you won't even be able to get up. Wang's wife's sultry voice made Teacher Park's whole body go limp, except for one thing that was rock hard. That trigger-ready starting pistol. Ah, that's impressive. Wang's wife watched the shape under the quilt, smirking as she crept closer. But Teacher Park still hadn't pulled the trigger. What's he waiting for? Just do it already. Brother Wang whispered impatiently from behind the door crack. Xiaoyao and the others were blocked by the female ghost and had no idea about Teacher Park's current situation. Oh no, did Teacher Park change his mind? Recalling Teacher Park's plan, Xiaoyao couldn't help but curse, damn it, using official business for personal gain? If I'd known he'd use this plan, I'd have volunteered to be the bait. Chapter 14, This is awesome. Fortunately, an alert chimed. Teacher Park contributed 10 energy points. That meant he was finally getting nervous. Under the covers, the starting pistol was already aimed at Sister Wang, waiting for her to enter optimal range. But just then, Sister Wang suddenly stopped in her tracks. No! Who are you? You're not my husband. Mrs. Wang's sudden scream froze everyone in place. How did she give it away? Don't tell me I don't know my own husband's weight? Mrs. Wang pointed at the blanket as she spoke, plunging the room back into awkward silence. Sigh, all because the blanket was too thin. Shoot her. Kill her. Brother Wang, enraged and humiliated, bellowed, his face practically screaming, killing a relative for justice. Bang! The energy from the starter pistol pierced the quilt, blooming into a crimson chrysanthemum on Sister Wang's back. The moment she heard Brother Wang's voice, Sister Wang had spun around violently. Propelled by the gunshot's force, Sister Wang lunged toward the guest bedroom. You ruined me. I'll take your life. The ghost's shriek shattered the guest bedroom door. Brother Wang scrambled behind Teacher Jean without a word. Teacher Jean, a woman with no strength to lift a chicken, could only scream and cover her eyes. Straight punch. Xiao Yao's calm voice rang in her ear. When Jean Lian opened her eyes, she saw her student firmly planted in a horse stance, left fist at his waist, right fist smashing out. Aya! The female ghost spat blood, her body arched like a giant shrimp, flying backwards several meters before crashing into the living room. Park Guk-chang burst out of the master bedroom, while Xiao Yao emerged from the guest room. Both closed in on the female ghost. The ghost darted her eyes left and right. When she saw Xiao Yao's fist, she seemed even more terrified than when she'd spotted Teacher Park's pistol. Then she suddenly scrambled to her feet and leaped. Crash! The living room window shattered as the ghost tumbled through. The group crowded at the window to look down, seeing the ghost roll on the ground before scrambling away. She really is a ghost. Witnessing this, Teacher Jean Lian finally believed. Teacher Park quickly pulled out his phone, stepping into the bathroom and closing the door before speaking. He first asked, "Where are you?" That ghost escaped. Then he added, "Also, that student I reported last night, I just saw it with my own eyes. She's at least AC level." Meanwhile, in the living room, Xiao Yao grabbed Brother Wang by the collar and slapped him hard across the face several times. Are you even a man? Hiding behind a woman in a dangerous situation? I should have thrown you out the window. Teacher Jean froze, staring blankly at the enraged Xiao Yao. In that moment, she no longer saw him as a troublemaker. Instead, she witnessed the spirit of a true man. It's not my fault. She changed again. Brother Wang whined, backing away. Her eyes, they weren't like that when she left. Hearing this, both Xiao Yao and Jean Lian recalled something. Could it be that Sister Wang shed her skin outside, transforming her appearance each time she returned home? It's not about changing her looks. She's a peculiar creature. She grows stronger and more beautiful by stripping parts from others' bodies. Teacher Park emerged from the restroom, his zipper stubbornly left undone. You two go ahead. My colleague is almost here, not a school colleague, mind you. He's tracking that female ghost. She won't get away. Xiao Yao, your fists. Teacher Park stared at Xiao Yao's hands, and Teacher Jean also grew curious. This? Nothing special, just years of practice. Xiao Yao chuckled lightly, then raised his hand to show the calluses to both teachers. Proof of relentless training, day and night. Even in Yunqing at 4 in the morning, Xiao Yao had poured out his sweat. Young man, besides your fists, have you also trained in iron sand palm? Teacher Jean asked with concern. Otherwise, how could the calluses on your palms be thicker than those on your knuckles? Well, that's another story. After all, not every drop is sweat. Xiao Yao chuckled awkwardly before turning to Teacher Jean. Teacher, looks like today's extra lesson has to end here. I'll head back and review on my own. After a hurried farewell, Xiao Yao rushed home and immediately activated the system. System, I need to renew. That's right, 10,000 energy points were more than enough. When the female ghost was ambushed earlier, she already contributed 500 points. Though the ambush was orchestrated by Park Guk-chang, since Xiao Yao had devised the plan, he also received the energy. Then, when the female ghost took Xiao Yao's punch, she unleashed a whopping 800 energy points. Add in the scattered energy from Teacher Jean, Teacher Park, and Brother Wang, and Xiao Yao had now amassed a fortune of 11,500 points. Here it comes. The system's voice was mechanical and cold, yet it somehow conveyed anticipation through its rising and falling inflections. It sounded like a madam soliciting customers outside a brothel, almost waving a handkerchief. Sir, does the host confirm spending 10,000 energy points to upgrade the system to the full version? Confirmed, absolutely. And if you keep babbling, I'll kick your ass. Xiao Yao waved his hand grandly, followed by a ding. Renewal successful. Congratulations, host. The full version grants you one additional skill, one item enhancement opportunity, and enhances both the detection range and accuracy of ghost entities. Additionally, upon detecting a ghost entity, you'll receive an energy assessment of the entity, aiding you in judging the strength of both sides. With each subsequent upgrade of the full version system, besides adding more skills and items, you'll also receive an extra lottery chance. Trying to sweet talk me into upgrading after the renewal? Cut the crap about later. Just tell me what skill I got this time. Recalling the slip-up from the old con artist in last night's stream, Xiao Yao was filled with anticipation. Sure enough, the words X-ray vision popped out of the system's mouth. Host's divine vision ability activated. Current level 1 possesses basic X-ray vision, capable of penetrating only loosely structured objects such as clothing, paper, and thin wooden boards. Only capable of penetrating clothing? This is already amazing. It's practically tailor-made for me. Xiao Yao's heart raced with excitement. He couldn't help but look down at himself. His sweatpants were completely transparent. Still as majestic as ever, crystal clear. Xiao Yao lifted his head and scanned his surroundings, seeking other objects to test his vision. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a pair of gloves resting on the table. They were the transparent plastic gloves left over from his recent crayfish feast. Ding! Detected upgradable item. Spend 1000 energy points to enhance it into the Infinity Gauntlet. Holy, what did you say? Gloves? Xiao Yao froze, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat. The Infinity Gauntlet, crafted with nanotechnology. It can reshape itself according to the host's intent, achieving nanoscale restoration. Holy, upgrade it. Hurry! Another ding sounded, and his energy points were down to just 500. The gauntlet on Xiao Yao's hand remained a transparent, thin layer, yet it seemed brimming with restless energy. Blade Fist. The weapon of Prince Lanling flashed through Xiao Yao's mind. With a sharp swish, a razor-sharp blade over a foot long grew from his right hand. Snap! With a light flick of his wrist, the blade sliced cleanly through the corner of the table. Holy crap! Chainsaw! His thoughts raced, and he recalled the Chainsaw Man. Swish! A chainsaw truly sprouted from his forearm. Holy, this works? Let me try something more advanced. What should I transform into next? Captain America's shield? Or Wonder Woman's little whip? Xiao Yao's eyes darted around, suddenly landing on a small advertisement. Want to experience the most realistic sensation? Want to handle your needs with just one hand? Pure bionic aircraft style, you deserve it. Chapter 15, School Flower, you're so cold. Hee 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 hee. Gloves, transform as I will. With a thought, Xiao Yao conjured a high-tech weapon. Wow! This is cutting-edge nanotech applied to biology. If Thanos discovered this, he'd never snap his fingers again. Don't transform suddenly, gloves. I need to focus. Xiao Yao was like a child with a new toy, but the novelty wore off quickly, leaving everything feeling dull and uninteresting. Actually, this is kinda boring. Let's go grab lunch. Suddenly feeling a bit hungry. While washing his hands, Xiao Yao's face was as serene as an old monk's, his mind as still as water. Still, while eating mutton offal soup and meat-filled pancakes, he pulled out his phone and posted a roommate wanted ad. No matter how great the experience, you can't get carried away. Better find a girlfriend soon. If Teacher Jean doesn't dare stay over there and rents my spare room instead, that'd be a blessing. That beauty across the way looks familiar. Why can't I place her? Could it be because she's wearing clothes? Ugh, this isn't some Japanese adult film. After pondering, Xiao Yao slid his small table and the chair beneath him closer to the shop entrance. No choice, this place was packed. Folks from the nearby neighborhood all came to support it, so when the shop ran out of seats, they had to eat temporarily at the door. That beauty had arrived early and sat inside, so Xiao Yao couldn't quite make her out clearly. Another thing bugging Xiao Yao was the air-conditioned interior versus the sweltering heat outside. And wouldn't you know it, moving up not only gave him a clearer view of the beauty inside but also let him catch a whiff of the cool air seeping out the door. Having tasted the sweetness, he stuck his butt out again and shifted even closer to the entrance, nearly blocking the doorway. The owner was a mature woman with lingering charm many men came to eat specifically for her. She couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yao. Young man, that's enough. There's no room inside. Don't worry. I'm just looking, I want to go in. His mind was so fixated on the beauty that he didn't even articulate his intention to catch the AC. The woman blushed for some reason. Ugh, you men are all the same. You always say that, but what happens? Oomph. With that, she even gave Xiao Yao's shoulder a sharp pinch before sashaying off to the kitchen. Ow! Xiao Yao's cry drew glances from the other diners, and the beauty finally turned her face toward him. Now Xiao Yao remembered, wasn't he that Kuliyu, the school beauty from number 2 high? Her fame stemmed not only from her stunning looks and tall stature but also her icy beauty persona. For academic underachievers like Xiao Yao, she usually looked straight through them, never giving them a second glance. The current scene in the shop perfectly illustrated this. People came and went, yet no one dared sit at her table. It seemed everyone felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority upon seeing Kuliyu. Except, of course, Xiao Yao. Oh my, what a coincidence. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Kuliyu frowned and turned away. But Xiao Yao wasn't about to pass up a chance to get close to the school beauty. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks, slipped into the restaurant, and sat directly across from Kuliyu. The reason? Energy points. After renewing the system, his spring fist could advance another level. But this upgrade, like enhancing items, required a whopping 1000 energy points. He was still 500 points short. Xiao Yao had to find a way to make up the difference. Otherwise, if he encountered another ghost like Mrs. Wang or even a stronger one, this level 1 technique might prove insufficient. Hey, beautiful, we're classmates. I'm Xiao Yao from Class 5, Senior 3. Remember me? I'm the one who quoted a famous saying in my essay, only for the teacher to call it gilding the lily, then brought a real basin to give her the next day. That very pot my master used before he passed away, it hasn't been scrubbed in years. Xiao Yao's voice boomed so loudly that Ku Liu had no choice but to lower her head, pretending not to know him. But his constant references to pots had already caught the attention of nearby spectators, and scattered energy points began trickling into his account. Hey, the aloof campus beauty lives up to her reputation. Looks like I'll have to get serious if I want her to notice me. Xiao Yao sighed and murmured softly. No wonder she's the runner-up among our school's top 3 beauties. A loser like me isn't even worthy of talking to her. Ha? Who are the top 3 beauties? Why am I ranked second? Ku Liu snapped her head up, glaring at Xiao Yao. So beautiful. Your face is like marble, pure and flawless. Xiao Yao chuckled inwardly but feigned surprise. Huh? Second place means second? I thought it meant first. So you ranked us yourselves? Hearing this, Ku Liu relaxed, then turned dismissive. We're not close, let alone friends. If you're bored, go hang out with your own friends. You don't need to study anyway. Ku Liu paused abruptly after speaking, seemingly realizing her words were harsh. Yet she offered no apology and continued eating. Xiao Yao sighed deeply. I have no friends. Ha? Ku Liu looked up again, her eyes filled with guilt, the kind that might even wake her up in the middle of the night with a pang of remorse. All these years, you've never had a single friend? To be honest, I have had some, but... Xiao Yao chewed on his chopsticks, leaning back in his chair and falling deep in thought. Have you ever heard the saying, friends are like snowflakes? Why like snowflakes? Ku Liu took the bait, unable to resist asking. Because if you piss on them, they'll just disappear. After Xiao Yao finished speaking, even more energy surged forth. Damn it, the fact those friends just left you instead of killing you was already proof of deep friendship. Countless people were thinking the exact same thing. Moreover, several diners put down their bowls and chopsticks, got up to pay, and slipped away. Damn it, with all this and piss talk, who could stomach eating anymore? Who knew what even more pungent stuff might come out if they stayed? Hee, sorry about that. Who told you to linger after finishing your meal? You're holding up the boss lady's business. Wait, something's off. Xiao Yao suddenly locked eyes on Ku Liu. After renewing the system, it not only gained the ability to detect ghostly entities' power but also made more precise distinctions about energy sources. He'd received over a dozen energy boosts just now, yet not a single one came from Ku Liu. That doesn't make sense. I called the restaurant a toilet and this beauty remains completely unfazed? Ku Liu was also staring at Xiao Yao. While she felt disgusted too, what dominated her was contempt. If you thought this would grab my attention, I'm afraid you've backfired spectacularly. This beauty was no pushover. And that damn competitive streak. Xiao Yao refused to be intimidated. Just as he prepared to pull out his trump card to provoke the campus queen, a jarring commotion erupted from the bar area. What are you doing? Let me go. Stop touching me. It was the voluptuous landlady's cry, laced with obvious shame and anger. Chapter 16, a magic trick for everyone. Diners turned their heads to see 2 drunken men, one on each side, grabbing the landlady's arms. Not only were they spewing filth, but they were also groping her body. Let go of you? I lost my phone. How do you plan to compensate me? You said all these diners are regulars, so they couldn't have stolen my phone. That means you must have stolen it yourself. Listening to their slurred speech, it was obvious they were using their drunkenness as an excuse to harass her. With the owner absent today, the diners stood by as spectators. Some even pulled out their phones to take photos, reveling in the spectacle. Ooh, nothing in the top pocket. Let me check the pants pockets. Nothing there either. Let me feel around the back pockets. Ha 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 ha. The owner's wife kept squirming to dodge their groping hands, but this only fueled the 2 thugs' enthusiasm. Xiao Yao frowned. Across from him, someone had already stood up. It was Ku Liu. Stop it. Can't you see her clothes don't even have pockets? How could she possibly hide a phone? A woman of refined beauty, her face as cold as frost. Ku Liu's chill was different from Jillian's sternness in front of students. It was an icy aloofness that radiated from her very core. The moment she spoke, all eyes turned to her. Those who had been watching the spectacle without a care now showed a hint of shame. Even a young girl had a sense of justice. Wasn't this slapping the others in the face? Oh, that makes perfect sense. Why didn't I think of that? The tall man ogled the shop owner lecherously, then suddenly slapped his forehead. That leaves only one possibility. It's hidden in her crotch. The shorter man roared with laughter. Ku Liu bit her lip. You're just being thugs, framing someone. Oh? You're so sure she didn't steal the phone? Could it be you stole it? The 2 men exchanged a glance and began advancing toward Ku Liu. Come on, little girl. That dress of yours is quite pretty. Let us uncles check if you're hiding a phone in there. No need to be shy. Just stand still and wait. Amid lecherous chuckles, Ku Liu's eyes blazed with fury as she gritted her teeth. But these 2 old perverts weren't students. They wouldn't be intimidated by her aura. Fueled by alcohol and her beauty, they'd already lost half their senses. Hold on. Just as Ku Liu trembled but refused to budge, a figure suddenly stood up, blocking her path. I know where the phone is. Xiaoyao grinned, pushing his hands against the two men. You know? Both men froze in disbelief. The phone wasn't lost at all. What nonsense was this kid spouting? Of course, they wouldn't admit it, so they played along. Then tell us, where is the phone? Hold on, let's confirm if that's really your phone first. As soon as Xiaoyao finished speaking, he secretly activated the Heaven's Eyes X-ray vision, giving the two men a thorough see through the surface to the essence full body scan. These underwear are even worse than mine, completely lost their elasticity. Ahem, that phone is black, with a cracked corner on the top right of the screen. And the back has a Peppa Pig phone case, right? At the mention of the case design, the diners immediately chuckled. Xiaoyao instantly received 10 energy points. The taller man flushed red but could only nod in confirmation. How did you know? Simple. Because the phone is with me. Xiaoyao chuckled and delivered a statement that stunned the entire crowd. The phone is with you? Even Kuliyu blurted out in disbelief, glaring at Xiaoyao with a mix of shock and anger. Other diners murmured among themselves, the kid looks sharp, but why does he like stealing? Not only does he steal, he's got a dirty sense of humor. But why did he admit it himself? This kid's trying to play the hero, right? Poor landlady, getting taken advantage of for nothing. The crowd around them was seething with anger, some even itching to confront Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, energy points kept pouring into Xiaoyao's system. But the two men who claimed to have lost their phones just stared at each other, dumbfounded by Xiaoyao's words. The taller man almost reached into his own pocket to check. Calm down, everyone. To make up for my mistake and return the phones, how about I show you a trick? Xiaoyao felt a surge of secret delight. He never expected lunch would bring such unexpected gains. His energy points were already approaching 300. But calming them down was out of the question. Xiaoyao wasn't just going to calm them, he was going to make them furious. Ahem, look. The phone is in my pocket right now. Xiaoyao felt inside his trouser pocket. The distinct square shape inside was undoubtedly a phone. Now, listen carefully as I chant a spell. No interruptions. Ma di ni ni hong. Ma di ni ni hong. Tama di ni ni te hua hong. What kind of incantation was that? It sounded utterly bizarre. Just as everyone was convinced Xiaoyao was a lunatic and prepared to pounce, he bellowed. Get lost. Then, with a sudden flick of his wrist, he pointed at the tall man. There. The phone is back where it belongs, in his pocket. If you don't believe me, make him pull it out and show you. Ha! Both men's jaws dropped simultaneously. The diners exchanged bewildered glances. What the hell was going on? But upon closer inspection, the tall man's suit trouser pocket did indeed seem to hold a phone. Take it out. Let's see. Yeah, see if this trick actually worked. Some quicker-witted diners had already figured it out. The tall man tried to protest, pointing at Xiaoyao. Isn't his phone still in his pocket? Xiaoyao shrugged and promptly pulled out his own cracked screen phone. My phone is in my pocket. What business is that of yours? Don't change the subject. Take out your phone. Kuliyu led the charge with righteous indignation, and instantly, the restaurant echoed with a unified chorus. Phone. Phone. The tall man was already drunk, and now the shouting stunned him. For the first time in his rebellious life, he listened to reason. He obediently pulled out his phone. Black casing, battered and bruised, with a Peppa Pig phone case. Ha! It really changed back? The tall man stared blankly at his phone, his brain practically short-circuiting. Whoosh! The diners erupted. The phone was never stolen. It's the thief crying thief. They're such scoundrels. Landlady, call the police. Don't let them get away. Xiaoyao had successfully whipped the customers into a frenzy, and they now surrounded the two men, seething with righteous indignation. Xiaoyao grabbed Kuliyu's hand, and the two slipped out of the restaurant amidst the chaos. Surprisingly, the campus beauty didn't resist. Of course, Xiaoyao wasn't just taking the campus beauty, he was also scooping up wave after wave of 30-point energy. Over 700 points in total. Wasn't this way easier than risking his life to punch a female ghost? Outside the restaurant, Kuliyu let go of Xiaoyao's hand. Just as Xiaoyao felt a twinge of regret, the school beauty spoke up. Come sit by the river with me for a while. I need someone to talk to. The school beauty is actually asking me out? Xiaoyao mentally thanked his deceased master 100 times over. If it weren't for the hassle, he'd even dig the old man up just to plant a big kiss on his wrinkled face. The passive effect of this spring-inducing fist was truly legendary. Chapter 17, Can I Pamper You? The sports park was bustling with exercisers, and as they passed by the riverbank, many couldn't help but glance their way. A stunning couple sat on a wooden bench, the man dashing, the woman breathtaking, whispering tender words to each other. Listen closely, though not sweet nothings, but Qinghua. Xiaoyao, why did you help me just now? Perhaps moved by Xiaoyao's display of wit and courage, Kuliyu's attitude had shifted dramatically. It was nothing. Just doing what anyone would do when they see injustice. Besides, you stood up before I did. Xiaoyao thought to himself, if I told you I was doing it to earn energy points, wouldn't you kick me into the river to catch turtles? So, Xiaoyao, where are you planning to apply for college? Ha! You're already concerned about my future? Have you even thought of a name for our child yet? Xiaoyao chuckled inwardly but kept a straight face. I plan to apply to a really obscure university, Tsinghua, for starters. Put. Kuliyu stifled a laugh, but a passerby nearly sprayed their nutritional drink in surprise. Are you serious? Tsinghua is an obscure school? What else? How many students in our whole school are applying to Tsinghua? Xiaoyao spoke with such conviction that Kuliyu almost bought it. Sigh, you're so irresponsible. Forget about school for now. Actually, I've been bottling something up and really need to talk to someone. Actually, I need to vent too. Xiaoyao nearly stumbled over his words in his excitement and quickly corrected himself. Whatever you want to talk about, go ahead. We're comrades who fought against the dark forces together. So, when did you realize your family was rich? Kuliyu's question nearly knocked Xiaoyao off his feet. Well, I don't know if my parents hid it well or if they just died young, but I never figured it out until now. Xiaoyao asked with a sideways glance. You're not just trying to rub it in, are you? No, don't get the wrong idea. Let me tell you when I found out. Kuliyu sighed softly, and Xiaoyao knew immediately that this wasn't simple. Earlier at the restaurant, even during such tension, Kuliyu hadn't expended much energy points, proving her inner strength. This sign now wasn't a good sign. I only found out the day my father went bankrupt. To instill a diligent work ethic in me, they hid the truth from my birth until I started high school at 16. That day, I learned how wealthy my father once was and how deeply our family was now in debt. Wait, so you never got to enjoy your dad's money at all? Xiaoyao finally understood why the school beauty sighed. A massive fortune had once belonged to her family, yet she inherited only debt. This seemed even more tragic than his own situation. Her parents were ruthless individuals. Could it be that Kuliyu wasn't their biological child either? So now I can only live in the school dorms. But you know, with 8 people in a room, it's impossible to study at night. I want to rent a place, but I just don't have the money. No way. No way. Wait, Chungkwon, are you seriously going to hook me up with the school beauty to live together? So, I was wondering about that spare room of yours. How much is it per month? Kuliyu uttered words that left Xiaoyao somewhat speechless. Seriously? A stunning beauty just fell from the sky? Actually, I was reading your post on the campus forum during lunch. But before the phone incident, I hadn't considered sharing a place with you. Ah, you didn't know me back then, no blame there. Once you get to know me, you might actually blame me. Blame me? Blame me for what? Kuliyu asked, puzzled. Blame me for not saving your life sooner, ha ha ha. Xiaoyao joked, then suddenly turned serious. Living together sharing a place money isn't an issue. But I want to know the real reason you can't stay in the dorm anymore. You'd better not hide it from me. Don't forget, I can do magic. Ha? Now it was the campus beauty's turn to be stunned. She hadn't said anything. Could he really do magic? Xiaoyao slowly reached out, his expression solemn as he gently placed his hand on Kuliyu's left chest. You may not have said it, but your heart is in agony. It's screaming, crying out for help. His tone and expression were pure con artist, like some charlatan trying to swindle a female devotee. Yet the campus beauty didn't resist. Instead, upon hearing the words cry for help, her eyes reddened and she suddenly threw herself into Xiaoyao's arms. Her long hair, carrying a faint fragrance, brushed against Xiaoyao's nose. You guessed right. Xiaoyao felt a surge of secret triumph. He certainly didn't possess mind-reading abilities, but the sudden 20 energy points he'd received couldn't be wrong. When Kuliyu mentioned dorm life, she'd experienced a powerful emotional fluctuation. For someone like her, it couldn't have been about trivial matters. No matter how aloof the school beauty might be, she ultimately couldn't escape Xiaoyao's grasp. I was in the dorm, they bullied me. What? Hearing Kuliyu's trembling voice, Xiaoyao was genuinely stunned this time. Could the campus beauty, revered as a goddess by countless boys, actually be a victim of school bullying? But then again, what boys adore, girls might not necessarily like. Jealousy could easily breed hatred. Thinking about it that way made perfect sense. Just as Xiaoyao was about to gently coax Kuliyu into sharing more details, 2 men cut across the grass and strode straight toward them. Damn it! Who's so blind they can't see I'm comforting the school beauty's fragile heart? Xiaoyao looked up and let out a surprised "Eh? Teacher Park? Are you here to catch early romance? You're not even from the discipline office. Tay teacher. Kuliyu quickly extricated herself from Xiaoyao's embrace and stood to greet Park Guk-chang. Seeing Xiaoyao still sitting casually, even crossing his legs, the school beauty couldn't help but be taken aback. Shouldn't students, especially when encountering a notoriously strict PE teacher like Park Guk-chang, react like mice seeing a cat? But she didn't know who Xiaoyao was. He was the very person who'd fought side by side with Teacher Park just that morning. Both sides knew exactly what they were up against. And if word got out about Teacher Park hiding in Teacher Jin's closet, who knows who might end up playing the mouse? So, is this the helper you mentioned? Xiaoyao asked slowly, his hands propped behind his head. Park Guk-chang didn't answer, instead respectfully introducing the burly man beside him. Captain, this is the student I mentioned, Xiaoyao, who critically injured that female ghost with a single punch. That obsequious attitude made it seem less like he was anyone's helper and more like he was someone else's subordinate. Noticing Xiao Yao's confusion, the burly man spoke up. You. Get up. Come with me over there for a private chat. He towered over Xiao Yao, his tone commanding and overbearing. Xiao Yao chuckled. Is that it? Do you expect me to put up with this? Chapter 18, Deeply Insulting. At the same moment, Teacher Park also addressed Kuliyu, student, let us step aside for a private talk. Hold on. No one leaves. If you have something to say it right here. Before Kuliyu could respond, Xiao Yao suddenly interjected. Is everything the Hunters Association discusses so shameful it can't be done in the open? Who do you call shameful? The burly man snorted, radiating an imposing aura. Along with 20 energy points. Heh, sounds good. Xiao Yao was already grinning mischievously. Alright then, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ding Jinda, captain of the Yunqing branch of the Hunters Association, responsible for this district. I don't buy it. How big? Captain Ding finished his introduction, proudly lifting his chin. But Xiao Yao's question nearly dislocated it. What's big? My age? Captain Ding was momentarily confused. Really big? How big exactly? Xiao Yao stood up, but kept his head down, staring at Captain Ding's pants. You're mocking a C-rank hunter. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 50 energy points. Hunters, especially captains, really do have stronger energy than ordinary people. But Xiao Yao wasn't entirely satisfied. Can you blame me? Who named you something so lame? Look at Teacher Park's name. Huachang National Prosperity Flourishing. How perfect. Don't even bring that up. Park Huachang quickly covered Xiao Yao's mouth. Ding Jinda retorted indignantly, you know nothing. My dad always wanted me to have heroic spirit. He saw Lu De punching Zhang Guanxi in my textbook and named me after it. Put. This time, even Kuliyu couldn't hold back her laughter. Hey old Ding, didn't you know Lu De Lu Zhishan and Zhang Guanxi Zhang Tu were two different people, one the puncher, the other the punchy? Turns out your name's a hybrid. Xiao Yao's words left Park Huachang speechless. Across all of Yunqing, there were only a handful of captains, and every other captain feared Ding Jinda's strength too much to speak to him loudly. Xiao Yao might have some skills, but showing such disrespect to Captain Ding could easily ruin his promising future. Little did he know, Xiao Yao's skills were just the tip of the iceberg. Captain Ding erupted in fury. Who the hell do you think you're fooling? Lu Xishan, Lu De, Zhang Tu, that's 4 distinct individuals. Now it was Xiao Yao and Kuliyu who stared at each other in shock, so stunned Xiao Yao even forgot to check his energy balance. Captain, shall we get back to business? Park Huachang quickly steered the conversation back on track. Ding Jinda nodded, suppressing his anger, and pointed at Xiao Yao. Kid, I hear you've got some skills. Come on, show me your best move. Hit me. Ah, the captain is as direct as ever. Teacher Park shook his head and motioned for Kuliyu to step back a few paces. My best move? Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. You're courting death. That aura, coupled with his confident smile, even drew an involuntary nod from Ding Jinda. Another 50 energy points. Captain Ding was thrilled. Then, with a sharp command, Xiao Yao planted his legs, clenched his fists, and his clothes bulged taut. It was clear he possessed formidable hard body training. Park Huachang watched the two with anticipation, even trembling slightly. The strongest fist he'd ever seen and the strongest physique were about to clash head-on. Just how much of his full power would Captain Ding unleash against this Xiao Yao? Just as Xiao Yao stepped forward to strike, an elderly woman suddenly stepped in. Young man, don't fall for it. It'll cost you at least 80 grand. Ma'am, this isn't your concern. Step back. Park Huachang swiftly cleared the area. Just then, Xiao Yao moved. Ancestor severing kick. Ah. Ah. The first ah. Came from Captain Ding. The one with the question mark followed simultaneously from Park Huachang, Kuliyu, and the elderly woman. Energy points flooded in continuously, reflecting the crowd's stunned reactions. Xiao Yao balanced on one leg, mimicking Bruce Lee as he called team leader Ding by his nickname, Ada. Ah my ass. Good thing I've trained my entire body. Team leader Ding took a step back, his face grim. Clearly, Xiao Yao's move wasn't devastatingly powerful, but it was deeply insulting. You asked me to use my strongest move. Here it is. Xiao Yao withdrew his right leg, stomping his foot on the ground. I told you to use your fists. Your most powerful move. Captain Ding roared, but froze in shock immediately afterward. Energy, a powerful, concentrated surge of energy radiated from Xiao Yao's right fist. For that kick you just gave me, this punch will show you my full power. This energy is several times stronger than when he fought that female ghost this morning. Could it be, this kid was holding back his strength this morning? Park Huachang had already taken several steps back, but now he couldn't help but pull Kuliyu further away. The enthusiastic auntie had long since retreated to a safe distance. Team leader Ding's expression turned grave. Crackling sounds emanated from his body as his muscles bulged, tearing through his clothes. Moreover, his entire body changed color from head to toe. Yes, it had turned green. Come on. Ding Jinda roared, clenching his fists together and thrusting his chest forward. A shockwave sent the grass swaying wildly, and Ku Liyu's hair stood on end. Why not strike while the iron's hot? Explosive straight punch. Xiao Yao unleashed a punch whose sheer force startled even himself. Indeed, that earlier kick had made Xiao Yao acutely aware of his opponent's formidable strength. Thus, he'd spontaneously expended 1,000 energy points to upgrade his spring-hugging fist by 1 level. Explosive straight punch, its power multiplied tenfold. Boom! Thud! 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 Captain Ding staggered backward under Park Guk-chang's stunned gaze, crashing into a tree before finally halting. 100 energy points received. 50 energy points received. 220 energy points received. Then, boom! The tree trunk as thick as a bowl suddenly snapped and slowly collapsed. Cough, cough, cough. To actually make me retreat 3 steps? Kid, you're a once-in-a-century prodigy in the association. Captain Ding gasped for air, trying to calm the storm raging within his body. Cut the crap. If that tree hadn't blocked you, you'd VE fallen right into the river. The old lady spoke bluntly before quickly making her escape. Park Guk-chang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He himself was merely a D-rank novice hunter, but with his whistle and pistol 2 augmentation weapons he could temporarily unleash D-rank power. But this Xiao Yao? He D-pushed back as C-rank captain using nothing but his fists, without any external aid. This kid was terrifying. Ding Jinda pretended not to hear the anti-S words. He nodded to Park Guk-chang, you've got good eyes. I'll take this kid on. Hey kid, the captain wants to recruit you. That means you can become a registered hunter right away. Teacher Park excitedly reminded Xiao Yao. No. Xiao Yao shook his head flatly. What? Both hunters froze in shock. Why? Your captain can't even beat me, and you have the nerve to recruit me? Besides, becoming a hunter means being under your control, following your orders. I don't like that. Xiao Yao thought to himself, there's already some old man downstairs constantly assigning me tasks. If this damn association starts giving me orders too, when would I even have time to study? I'm aiming to get into Tsinghua University, you know. Kid, didn't you notice the captain was holding back just now? Park Guk-chang started to speak, but was cut off by Captain Ding. A loss is a loss. No excuses. Let's head back. We'll find someone else to fill Vulture's spot. Divide his wages and bonuses among us first. Yes, Captain. Park Guk-chang saluted, and the two turned to leave. Hold on. Xiao Yao suddenly spoke up. You mentioned money earlier? Chapter 19, let me tell you a ghost story. Yeah, registered hunters get a salary, plus bonuses for completing missions. But what's it to you? Captain Ding finished speaking and started to walk away again. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? How did that brother called Vulture die? When are we going to avenge him? By the way, how much was his salary? Xiao Yao's expression was serious, his eyes shining brightly. Huh? Did you change your mind? Teacher Park chuckled as he asked. Cough cough. You'd be a fool not to take the money. Young man, have you always been this generous? Alright, team member Park will contact you shortly. I need to go file a report first. Ding Jinda finished speaking and quickly led Park Guk-chang away. Captain, that guy just gave in. Why didn't we seal the deal right then? What if he changes his mind tomorrow? You know nothing. Ding Jinda's voice suddenly grew strained, his steps faltering. I can barely hold it in. Wah! The words barely left his mouth when Ding Jinda coughed up a mouthful of blood. Park Guk-chang jumped in shock, while passers-by on the street looked utterly horrified. They watched helplessly as a man in ragged clothes staggered along, then suddenly spewed blood. Was this a mugging? Park Guk-chang rushed to support his captain, his shock beyond words. Especially when the captain coughed blood and added, I feel, he held back some of his punch. Otherwise, you'd be looking for a new captain. Huh? If the captain dies, how much should we give for the funeral gift? Park Guk-chang's mind was in chaos, unable to process his own thoughts. It wasn't his fault. A high schooler from his own school possessing strength far exceeding C rank had already caused Teacher Park's mental CPU to overload. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao received 2 more energy boosts. He's gone, yet he still sends me energy. This Ding captain is someone I can rely on. Wonder what the perks are like at their association. Never thought my job search would be solved before even entering college. Looks like the school beauty won't have to eat cow dung cakes with me anymore. With that thought, Xiao Yao looked at the wide-eyed Ku Liyu and asked, where were we just now? No wonder the school beauty was so shocked. Xiao Yao's punch had truly struck her right in the heart. That Hulk could unleash a punch with shockwave-like force at full power. He could probably dismantle a tank with his bare hands. Yet Xiao Yao had knocked him flat with a single blow. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she'll always admire strength, especially when it's as absurdly powerful as Xiao Yao's, making even the Hunter Association scramble to recruit him. We were talking about how my dorm mates bullied me, but now I feel like my issues aren't that important after all. Ku Liyu's mind was still replaying Xiao Yao's heroic punch. In that moment, the beauty who'd maintained her aloofness for 18 years felt her own insignificance for the first time. No way. How can it not be important? Not to criticize you, but your moral standards need lowering. If I got bullied, I'd definitely fight back. Xiaoyao wrapped his arms around Kuliyu again, his body honed by years of high-protein training offering her a sense of security. Warmth spread through Kuliyu. Honestly, it's just little things like secretly tearing up my homework, sprinkling pepper in my water bottle, or stealing my shampoo. But they won't let me sleep at night either. They've been telling horror stories until late every night these past few days. It's driving me crazy. Without realizing it, Kuliyu's tone when talking to Xiaoyao had already shifted to that of a girlfriend. Ghost stories at night? Xiaoyao's eyes twinkled. That really is too much. And they didn't even invite me to listen. Liu, do you trust me? Of course I do. The school beauty had shed every trace of her aloofness, now resembling nothing more than an obedient little kitten. Then here's what we'll do. Since the college entrance exams are only 2 months away, you shouldn't move out just yet. I have a way to make sure they don't disturb your studies at night. Ha? You don't want me to move in with you? Kuliyu's large eyes widened in surprise. She had never imagined being rejected by a boy. It's only temporary. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll apply to the same university as you. We've got a long future together. Xiaoyao's gentle reassurance nearly brought Kuliyu to tears. If you wanted to reject me, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Do you really have so little faith in me? Let me tell you, just like earlier, I'm holding back at school too. Who knows who'll score higher on the college entrance exam? Really? Kuliyu was skeptical. Xiaoyao quickly changed the subject. Let's deal with your dorm situation first. Think about it. If you just slink away like this, they won't let you off the hook, not in class, not in the study hall, not in the library. If you want peace, you need to root out the problem completely. How about I join you tonight for ghost stories? I'll be there on time. Hearing Xiaoyao's words and seeing his half-smile, Kuliyu suddenly understood. Those troublemakers in her dorm were in for trouble. After escorting the campus beauty back to her dorm, Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. He'd gladly live with her, but he knew all too well that doing so would turn him into a stumbling block on Kuliyu's path to academic success. In the throes of passion, not just Xiaoyao but Kuliyu herself would struggle to focus on her studies. It would only harm her. Good things come to those who wait. Xiaoyao preferred to hold off. Perhaps this was the responsibility a man should bear. After returning home, he first sent the campus beauty a message. Then, after making preparations and finishing dinner, he slipped back to campus unnoticed. On Saturday night, the dorm was sparsely populated. Only 2 roommates besides Kuliyu remained. One of them was none other than the girl who had encountered Catwoman and suffered possession. Her name was Lu Feng, the very ringleader behind Kuliyu's ostracism. Hey, Xiaoli. You won't believe how awesome it was when I turned into Catwoman. Those claws were as long as Wolverine's. Imagine if I'd swiped those claws across our campus beauty's face. Would any guy dare pursue her afterward? Xiaofang, you talk like anyone would dare court her without disfiguring her first. Ever since she rejected the basketball team captain, he blacklisted her. Any guy who chases her gets beaten up. Which fool would risk his life? The 2 girls hurled their barbs right in front of Kuliyu, who seemed utterly unfazed, focused intently on her homework. They weren't wrong. If Kuliyu hadn't been so picky and aloof, she wouldn't have ended up in this mess. But honestly, looking around the whole school, there really hadn't been anyone she fancied before. Starting today, though, things would be different. Thinking of Xiaoyao's unfathomable depth, she feared she might not score as high as him, fueling her determination to study harder. This is boring. I'll continue reading that ghost story book to you guys, the one that almost gave our school flower insomnia last time. After Xiaofang finished speaking, Xiaoli deliberately clapped loudly in welcome. Hey, school beauty, did you hear that? Xiaofang wants to tell a story. Put down your stupid pen already. All you ever do is study, study, study. What a waste of that gorgeous face of yours. Hurry up and turn off the lights for us. The 2 girls banged on the table, loudly scolding Kuliyu. Chapter 20, Ghost knocks at the window in the dead of night. Ever since learning about her family's situation, Kuliyu had understood that studying was her only way out. She had endured 3 long years. But today, she happily put down her workbook, turned off the dorm lights, and even smiled. Alright then, the 4 of us will continue that ghost story together. 4. Xiaoli sucked in a breath and scanned the pitch-black dorm room. Has this kid studied herself into stupidity? Who are you trying to scare? Don't wet your pants later. Xiaofang snorted, pulled out her horror storybook, and began reading with a small flashlight. Where did we leave off last time? Oh right, the male lead was peeping at the woman across the street taking a shower. He watched for several days straight. Finally, the beautiful woman started changing clothes in her living room. And she was facing the window, so everything up top was completely exposed. But just as the guy was drooling over the view, he suddenly saw a stranger pry open her door and sneak inside. Yet the woman still didn't turn around, completely unaware of the danger closing in. The guy screamed in panic, trying to warn her, but then he saw something shocking. The woman suddenly turned around, pinned the intruder to the floor, and then blood splattered all over the window. The final scene showed a blood-soaked hand subtly slapping against the glass of the woman's home, struggling briefly before sliding down. I have to admit, Xiao Fang was quite the storyteller. Her vivid, dramatic delivery turned an ordinary tale into a terrifyingly vivid experience. Xiaoli even exaggeratedly burrowed deeper into her blankets. Every night after that, whenever the male protagonist fell asleep, he'd hear someone knocking on the window. In the dead of night, thump thump thump, thump thump thump, the knocking echoed. The male protagonist dared not open the window. Peering through the cracks of his covers, he discovered it was that bloody hand knocking. And the protagonist had no doubt if he dared open the window, he'd meet the same fate as that man, becoming the beautiful woman as prey. Xiaoli's reaction pleased Xiaofang, who grew even more animated in her storytelling. But just as she fully immersed herself in the plot, her own voice trembling with fear, a discordant sound interrupted. Listen, what's that noise? It was Ku Liu, who couldn't resist interrupting Xiaofang. Don't you know manners? Stop messing around and listen properly. Xiaofang snapped indignantly, but just then Xiaoli also sensed something was off. Xiaofang, there really is a sound. Listen. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. Could it be someone really was knocking on the window? Ah! Xiaofang yelped, slamming her book shut as the flashlight beam slowly shifted toward the window. The three girls held their breath, terrified a hand might appear on the glass. But after just a few seconds, they exhaled in relief. Nothing was outside the window. Phew, I told you so, Ku Liu. Stop being so jumpy, you'll scare someone to death. Now you remember? Ku Liu sneered inwardly. You're the ones who startle me when I'm sleeping and you forget so quickly? But just as their hearts began to settle, a cataclysmic change occurred. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted from the window as a blood-soaked, monstrous hand slammed against the glass. Without warning, the bloody hand leapt into the three girls' line of sight. Their hearts lurched violently. Holy crap! Xiaofang's hand trembled, sending the flashlight tumbling from the top bunk, smashing onto Xiaoli's head below. Xiaoli was already petrified, screaming incessantly, "Turn on the light! Turn on the light! Quick, turn on the light!" Even though Ku Liu suspected it was probably Xiao Yao playing a prank, she still jumped at the sudden commotion and quickly flipped on the light. Snap! Light flooded the room, and the bloody hand vanished from the window. Xiaoli just trembled under her blanket while Xiaofang mustered her courage to approach the window and investigate. When she saw the bloody handprint on the glass, she couldn't help but scream again. Then she suddenly dashed back to her bed, grabbed the storybook, and bolted out the dorm door. At the end of the hallway lay a foul-smelling ditch. Xiaofang flung open the window and flung the book away with all her might, as if banishing a plague demon. The storybook landed with a thud in the stinking ditch. Xiaofang then raced back into the dorm, pulled Xiaoli up, and dragged her to the next room to crash there. She dared not stay in this dormitory another night. Left alone, Ku Liu felt a twinge of unease. After all, their dorm was on the third floor, and she couldn't be certain if Xiao Yao had been playing tricks earlier. So, as she approached the window, she moved cautiously. That startling bloodstain on the glass seemed to still emit a foul, bloody stench. Fortunately, the moment she opened the window, a smile spread across Ku Liu's face. A clean, long-fingered man's hand was mimicking walking with its index and middle fingers, cheerfully striding toward Ku Liu. At the same time, Xiao Yao, crouched on the second-floor windowsill, sprang up and flashed Ku Liu a V sign. Tonight, you'll be guarding an empty room all by yourself. But everyone's coming back on Monday. Xiaofang will definitely return to stay. Mentioning Xiaofang still irritated Ku Liu. Nope. Xiaofang might move out tomorrow. Xiao Yao chuckled. I've endured this for so long and she hasn't moved out. Just because she got scared once, she won't dare stay anymore? Ku Liu didn't believe it. Xiao Yao, however, flipped his hand as if performing magic, revealing a filthy object. Simultaneously, a wave of stench hit them. This is that storybook? Ku Liu's eyes widened, her astonished expression still beautiful. Xiaofang tossed it into the stinky ditch earlier, but I fished it out. As roommates, you wouldn't mind helping her out, right? Xiao Yao pinched his nose and pointed toward Xiaofang's bunk bed. Put the book back in her backpack. Such a great story, how could she not finish it? You're so mean. Ku Liu was both amused and exasperated. She pinched the corner of the storybook and quickly stuffed it into Xiaofang's backpack. Earlier that afternoon, Xiao Yao had already confirmed the book's title with Ku Liu and which part of the story Xiaofang had reached. Then, following the story's progression, Xiao Yao used the Infinity Gauntlet to conjure a blood-stained hand identical to the one in the book's illustration. The rest was simple. After today's scare, when Xiaofang returned tomorrow and found the book in her backpack complete with water stains, she'd be scared out of her wits. Gotta run, got stuff to do. Don't miss me too much tonight. As Xiao Yao turned to leap down, Ku Liu suddenly leaned forward and planted a kiss on his cheek. Oh, come on, don't do that. Or I might get carried away tonight and end up staying in the girls' dorm. Xiao Yao left feeling satisfied, but instead of exiting the campus, he headed toward the staff dormitory building on the other side. Just moments ago while retrieving his books, he received a text from Park Guk-chang, inviting him to discuss joining the Hunter Association tomorrow. Why wait for another day when today works just as well? Since it was on his way anyway, Xiaoyao decided to drop by and talk it over right then. Liu closed the window, returned to his studies, and then slept soundly. But neither of them knew that just an hour later, a woman's face would suddenly appear on the glass window of the dorm next door. And the thump 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 of knocking would ring out once more from the neighboring room. Chapter 21, died just in time. Knock knock knock. This time, it was a knock on the door. In the single dorm room, Park Guk-chang lay on his bed reading a comic that didn't require drawing clothes. He froze upon hearing the knock. Could it be Teacher Kim? Mr. Park quickly stuffed the comic under his pillow, got up, pulled up his pants, and zipped them up only to find the zipper stuck again. Whatever. Seems it has a mind of its own. Opening the door to find Xiaoyao standing there, Park Guk-chang froze. You're here so fast. That's quite a contrast to the arrogant teenager from earlier today. Hey, it's just making money nothing to be ashamed of. Xiaoyao chuckled as he stepped inside. Money's all you talk about. When did this symptom start? Teacher Park finally seized the chance to show his disdain. Though the other was powerful, as a teacher, he was fiercely competitive at heart. Well, to be precise, the seeds of this condition were planted the first time I went hungry. Later, nourished by cow dung cakes, it began to thrive. Xiaoyao plopped down without ceremony. Spill it. How much monthly pay are you offering? What's the bonus structure? Also, what's the status with that female ghost? Wang's wife, you know. Those two matters are actually one and the same. Park Guk-chang sat on the bedside, picking at his toenails while sucking his teeth. He discreetly tucked the exposed corner of a comic book back under the pillow. This morning, the captain dispatched team member Vulture to assist. After hearing my report about your situation, he personally rushed over immediately. But right at noon, Vulture unexpectedly failed during the pursuit to kill the female ghost, and the app lost signal. The captain arrived a step too late. We don't know if Vulture was killed by the female ghost or if there was another killer. So you just happened to arrive when our squad had an opening. Though Vulture's body was cold, this position was hot off the press. No wonder your captain was so direct, wanting to recruit me right away. I thought he had some peculiar hobby. Xiaoyao nodded. Park Guk-chang had already opened his phone, displaying a photo of the man called Bald Eagle. He's the one who cleared the spot for you. In a way, he died for you. Yeah, he died at just the right time. Oh wait, I mean he was really bald. Xiaoyao quickly corrected himself. Can't help it, brother. Vulture's been coding since graduation. 8 years now. Park Guk-chang gazed at the photo of the man who looked 40 or 50 inside. Programming's tough. Heard saleswomen have it easier, they're more proactive. After Xiaoyao finished, Park Guk-chang instantly got it, flashing a lecherous grin. Old pro. In that moment, the two actually felt a strange sense of mutual admiration. Old Park, from now on we're comrades in arms, the kind who can trust each other with our backs. Xiaoyao, from now on we're brothers, the kind who can lick each other's wounds. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember my hemorrhoids have been acting up lately. No sooner had Xiaoyao finished speaking than a ding sounded, 20 energy points credited. But before he could gloat about tricking Teacher Park, Park Guk-chang exclaimed excitedly. Bro, you found the right guy. Damn it, miscalculated. Xiaoyao glanced at the teacher's unbuttoned jeans and seemed to understand. Ahem, this is a school. I'm a teacher. Park Guk-chang also sensed his own indiscretion and quickly composed himself. Ever since witnessing Xiaoyao's abilities, his catchphrase was no longer D-class registered bounty hunter. Let's get down to business. After the captain left the hospital this afternoon, he met with his direct superior and passed on some news to us. Hold on, left from where? Xiaoyao sharply zeroed in on the crucial detail. Don't sweat the small stuff. Teacher Park realized he'd slipped up, waving his hand dismissively. Headquarters approved your temporary enrollment into the squad. But after this mission, you'll need to go to HQ for an interview. It's basically a formality, a symbolic test to assign your initial rank, answer some questions, that sort of thing. Most people pass. At this point, Teacher Park suddenly froze. Those who'd proven their abilities and been recruited exceptionally had indeed all passed the interview. But that was under normal circumstances, for normal people. With Xiaoyao standing before him now, that outcome? Well, it was definitely questionable. Mr. Park kept this thought to himself and continued. Before your interview and level determination, you'll only inherit Brother Vulture's D rank and his monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Of course, bonuses are based on your actual combat effectiveness against ghostly creatures and your contribution during the operation. Your rank won't affect the bonuses you receive. Noticing Xiaoyao's expression change, Teacher Park hastily added. But this did little to steady Xiaoyao's emotions. D rank? Isn't that the lowest tier? Well, this rank can be upgraded. With your abilities. Before Teacher Park could finish, Xiaoyao blurted out. The lowest tier hunter gets 20,000 yuan a month? No wonder you always have dark circles under your eyes during class, Teacher Park, and sometimes even back pain. So being a teacher is just your side gig. Ahem, you can't say it like that. In my heart, I'm still a teacher first and foremost. Park Wo-chang hastily reaffirmed his stance. Well, if the compensation isn't an issue, then I'll move on to the second matter. Go ahead, I'm listening. Oh, right, when do we get paid each month? Do we get social insurance? I heard there's also something called a housing fund? Can I pay taxes on that 20K? Xiaoyao's excited demeanor stood in stark contrast to his actual strength, and Teacher Park's eyes nearly welled up. How has this kid managed all these years? I need to ask Teacher Jean about this when I get back. The specifics will be covered during your interview training. Captain Ding asked me to remind you while he was getting his 4. Hold on, why was he getting in 4? Xiaoyao's sharp mind immediately picked up on the detail. He tore his clothes during your sparring match today and caught a chill. Park Wo-chang had to improvise a flimsy excuse. Where were we? Oh right, he asked me to tell you the association investigated your lineage and made a major discovery about your master. Oh? What did you find? This finally got Xiaoyao's full attention. He leaned in, listening intently. He was genuinely curious about his master. First, he'd appeared suddenly and died just as abruptly. Moreover, over the years, he'd never revealed his real name to Xiaoyao. Even when registering at bathhouses, he'd produce different IDs each time, one day calling himself Ruan Shower, the next Lu Dehua. Xiaoyao even suspected the old man might be a fugitive. Now that the Hunters Association had uncovered the old man's background, Xiaoyao couldn't help but admire them inwardly. Seeing Xiaoyao's serious expression, Park Wo-chang felt a bit awkward. Don't get too worked up. Just brace yourself mentally, don't wake up if it's too much to handle. Park Wo-chang trailed off, his gaze complex as he studied Xiaoyao. In that instant, Xiaoyao actually grew tense. Chapter 22, The Master's Big Secret. Your master, he's probably not who you think he is. He's a big fraud. Park Wo-chang mustered his courage to reveal the truth. Aha, and then? Xiaoyao pressed eagerly. Then? That's it. Park Wo-chang spread his hands helplessly. Yeah, I know he's gone. Then what? Xiaoyao pressed on. Nothing. That's all. The captain said higher-ups didn't reveal more either. They just warned you to be wary of your master, not a single word he says is trustworthy. Park Wo-chang shut his mouth after that, signaling for Xiaoyao to digest the information. Xiaoyao rolled his eyes, his lips curled in disbelief. That's it? You had to tell me all that? I figured it out ages ago. That old con artist? Not a single word, not even a punctuation mark or radical, is worth trusting. He told me true love would be spectacular, but I still don't have a girlfriend. Sure, I'm as tough as a rock, but I can't stand the loneliness at night. He's personally sampled every top-tier escort in Yunqing's clubs, yet lectures me about where's the real love with your masseuse? It's just because he's the fastest they all hope he'll come back next time. And when I was training, he claimed he'd run out of money, scrimping and saving to buy me eggs. Turns out, when I went to the bathroom mid-session, I caught him hiding behind a tree gnawing on a crab, his hands covered in crab roe and cilantro. What's worse, the bastard didn't even eat the crab legs, just tossed them aside to cover his tracks. And there's more. Xiaoyao's words poured out, each one a bitter accusation against his master, his eyes brimming with hot tears. Teacher Poo's compassion stirred, and wave after wave of energy points flowed into Xiaoyao's possession. Meanwhile, beside the Hell's Eye, the sleazy old man was sneezing uncontrollably. Yes, Hell's Eye was the name the old man had given to that massive hole. Firecrackers up my ass, now I've seen the light. Those were his exact words. Now, Danny was gone from his side, replaced by the curvaceous Catwoman, who bowed respectfully before him. Meanie, come. Today, you'll come down with me to clean out the battlefield. Master, did you really blast this huge pit open with firecrackers? Catwoman stared at the entrance to hell. Though she had escaped through it herself, it still felt unreal. After all, she'd been imprisoned for over a century before her escape. Emerging, she had no idea what the outside world held, whether ghostly guards lay in ambush. Who had the mind to examine the entrance's origins? Still, she knew Hell's formidable security firsthand. During her confinement, she'd heard tales. For millennia, every layer had been a one-way passage. Escapes were as rare as hen's teeth. And those who did escape were almost always big shots, unleashing earth-shattering disasters upon the mortal world. What kind of firecracker could blast a gaping hole through hell? Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. But then again, you've only been back in the mortal realm for a few days. Hardly had a chance to encounter nuclear bombs. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing upward as if observing the human world. The kid who brought you back is my apprentice. He burned that nuke for me. Its power is billions of times stronger than any cannon. Judging by the timing, he should be joining the Hunter Association soon. From now on, I'll guide him in dreams to teach him ghost hunting. He'll earn money to burn weapons for me. We'll be like warlords and arms dealers. With more nukes, those remnants in the underworld will be crushed under my thumb sooner or later. The old man spoke with smug satisfaction, but Catgirl keenly seized upon a crucial point. Master, one thing remains unclear. If items burned from the mortal realm are so powerful, wouldn't the underworld just have everyone over there burn more weapons or money? Wouldn't that throw this place into chaos? Hearing Catgirl's question, the old man didn't get angry. Instead, he nodded approvingly. You have good insight. You're much smarter than those two big-breasted, brainless ones. You must understand that whether in the human world or here, the world operates on balance. For example, in the human world, the greater your abilities, the more money you earn. And over here, the stronger your power, the more paper offerings you can convert. Seeing Catwoman didn't quite grasp the term convert, the old man illustrated with an example. If I were just an ordinary ghost, even if my relatives burned 100 million in just paper for me, with my energy, I could only extract $100 worth. But if I were a ghost officer with some power, I might be able to convert 10,000 worth into usable currency here. Or take a Gatling gun as an offering. A lowly ghost would only get a stick for kindling, while a ghost officer could wield it like a rifle. So converting billions in offerings, nuclear bombs, or even beautiful women into usable power? That demands unimaginable strength. Ah, master. Could it be that you? The Catgirl stared at the pit, a sudden realization making her gasp. The old man's words abruptly halted as he nodded with profound mystery. Good thing you interrupted. Knowing too much would have cost you your last remaining life. Anyway, follow me. Before long, you'll be strutting around the underworld like a king. Master, are you turning me into a crab? The Catgirl asked, bewildered. Forget it. I take back what I said earlier. The old man soared into the air, and Catgirl followed him, flying above the massive pit. As they ascended higher, the gap below grew smaller and smaller. Mimi, what does this hole look like to you? It looks like a little chrysanthemum, Catgirl answered honestly. Ha 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 ha. Now you understand why I called this opening your eyes? The old man gave the Catgirl's rear a slap with his large hand, grinning lecherously. His gaze toward hell seemed tinged with vengeful satisfaction. But the Catgirl's eyes were fixed on the newly constructed mansion. Master, that house is like a hemorrhoid right next to your butt. Shut up. You dare mock me? Follow me down. The old man led the way down, secretly performing a series of anal contractions as he descended. The Catwoman hurried after him. Just moments after they plunged deeper into the cavern, a powerful suction force suddenly gripped them. First layer reached. This force was all too familiar to Catwoman, the very barrier that had imprisoned her for over a century in Hell's first layer. Yet, though potent, its strength now amounted to less than a tenth of what it had been before the explosion. The destructive power of a nuclear bomb was truly terrifying. The moment of detonation was Hell's most unstable phase. Now it's slowly beginning to repair itself. The old man relaxed his body, allowing the suction to pull him in. The surroundings shifted instantly, transporting the two into the space of Hell's first layer. It was a place Catwoman knew well. Yet though the location remained the same, the scene within was utterly transformed. Is this still Hell? Catwoman's eyes widened, her long lashes fluttering. Clearly, she found it hard to believe what she was seeing. Chapter 23, The Beauty Arrives. Hell was originally the underworld's prison for souls burdened with grave sins, a place where tortures were used to purge their karmic debts. But later, those fools realized these malevolent spirits were far more formidable than they'd imagined. Individually, they could be controlled, but once gathered together, they slipped beyond their grasp. The ghost officers dare not set foot in Hell anymore, and the lower levels have been seized by powerful evil spirits who rule their own territories. Fortunately, Hell is incredibly sturdy, making escape from within nearly impossible. So it gradually became a place of exile. The underworld just teleports the evil spirits who can't be reincarnated down there and ignores them. If any manage to escape, they're captured and brought back. The old man gave Catwoman an overview of Hell's current state. For some reason, he seemed intimately familiar with its history. Catwoman, however, was stunned for a long while. The appearance of this first layer was vastly different from what she had seen when she escaped. Originally inhabited by ordinary malevolent spirits, the underworld had adopted a hands-off approach here. No prison cells or torture chambers existed. Catwoman, Slit-Mouthed Woman, and countless lesser spirits lived in the sunless, dense jungle, constantly ambushing and attacking one another. Every day, spirits were killed, their souls scattered to the winds. Every day, new ghosts were teleported in, becoming fresh blood. But now, standing atop the high ground of the teleportation array, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Normally, any new ghost arriving would be immediately surrounded and attacked by the old ones. That's why this high ground had another name, the guillotine. It really fits that saying, hell is empty, all the devils have gone to the human world? Catwoman surveyed the withered jungle around them, plants that had thrived on the energy of fallen ghosts. With the ghosts gone, this place had become a wasteland. This place is utterly desolate, isn't it? Ha ha ha. If you're talking about desolation, the netherworld is far more barren than this. I'll take you there someday. The old man finished, gesturing toward the surroundings. But it's not exactly empty. There are always some weaklings too cowardly, too accustomed to hiding. Even if you opened the gates, they wouldn't dare escape. Now that I'm here, they won't need to leave. With that, the old man suddenly snorted coldly, spread his arms wide, and began spinning in place. Catwoman felt the hem of her robe begin to flutter, followed by the withered branches and weeds around them. Amidst flying sand and stones, a massive whirlwind spun up, centered on the old man and Catwoman, slowly coalescing into a colossal tornado several zhang tall. Had she not been standing at the eye of the storm, Catwoman would likely have been torn to shreds and swept skyward by now. But the creatures lurking in the shadows weren't so fortunate. Screams and cries of agony echoed through the air. From behind boulders, within caves, and beneath withered trees, ghostly creatures were constantly being lifted into the air and sucked into the whirlwind. Some possessed 3 heads, others had animal bodies, and still others bore wings. Yet no matter their form, these specters were utterly powerless against the terrifying tornado. "Spare me, master. Spare me." A demon creature flapped its wings desperately while begging the old man for mercy. Xiaoyao's master merely sneered coldly, "We gave you a chance back then. You proved yourselves useless. Don't blame others." The words had barely left his mouth when the Catwoman caught the overwhelming stench of blood. The tornado had transformed into a crimson whirlwind, pulverizing the ghostly creatures into a black mist of blood that coalesced into energy, surging downward with frenzied intensity. The one absorbing this energy was Xiaoyao's master. Hidden within the vast wasteland were still over 100 ghostly creatures, their essence converging into a formidable force. Even the Catwoman couldn't resist licking her lips as she began to quietly absorb the energy. The old man noticed, of course, but made no move to stop her. This catgirl would be useful later. He had planned to help her strengthen her abilities anyway. After a long while, the whirlwind vanished, and the surroundings fell silent once more. This time, it was truly, utterly quiet. Not a single ghost remained. Ha 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 ha. This has restored a full 10% of my energy. Quite unexpected. Looks like it won't be long before we can head down to the next level, the 2nd floor, for a little tour. The old man stood tall and straight, feeling refreshed and invigorated, much like when he'd emerged from the bathhouse and call out to Xiaoyao to settle the bill. The Catwoman was also thoroughly satisfied. She couldn't help but ask, "Master, knowing this, why did we even let them go to the human world? Wouldn't it have been better to just enter each level and collect them directly? Why go through all that trouble waiting for your disciple? And why have other hunters send them back? That's redundant. How dare you? When did you gain the right to question my plans?" Xiaoyao's master suddenly erupted in anger, raising his hand to slap her. Though delivered with minimal force, the blow sent Catgirl tumbling backward. She rolled several times across the floor before coming to a stop. Crawling to her feet, she neglected to wipe the blood from her lip, staring at her master in terror. What had she said wrong? "What you need to know, you will learn in time. What I haven't told you yet is precisely what you shouldn't ask. Got that?" The Catgirl opened her mouth to speak, but a wave of nausea nearly made her vomit blood. She could only nod vigorously. "Good girl, Nini. Come home with me. You must be scared now. When we get back, your master will take good care of you." The old man flashed another satisfied smile. Back in the human world, Xiaoyao chatted briefly with Teacher Park, arranging a time for his Hunter Association interview and confirming his salary would start tomorrow. He then took his leave and headed home. Glancing back at the girls' dormitory building, he recalled Kuliyu's smile and Xiao Fang's terrified expression when she tossed the book. Xiaoyao couldn't wait to see Xiao Fang's reaction tomorrow when she rediscovered that book. If only Kuliyu could secretly film it, then Xiaoyao would undoubtedly receive another energy value reward. That night, his master was too busy petting cats to send him a dream, allowing Xiaoyao to sleep in peacefully. The next morning, several messages appeared on his phone the moment he opened his eyes. Before he could check them, however, a knock sounded at the door. A sweet, girlish voice called out. "Anyone home? I'm here to see the room." See the room? Xiaoyao got up while trying to remember. Then it hit him, he'd posted rental ads on both the campus forum and the local channel. Even though he'd made plans with Kuliyu, he'd forgotten to take down the ads before falling asleep last night. "Sorry, I guess you're out of luck." Xiaoyao opened the door while thinking of an excuse, but the moment he saw the beauty outside, his refusal froze on his lips. A tight mini skirt hugged her hips, a low-cut tank top revealed her décolletage, showcasing her figure to the fullest. Her features were flawless, every angle screamed celebrity-level beauty. Xiaoyao found himself staring at her exquisite cherry-red lips for several seconds. Then his gaze drifted downward, following her swan-like neck past her collarbone, settling on her chest. He swallowed hard and blurted out, "Summer is truly wonderful." "What? What did you say?" The beauty tilted her head in question. Xiaoyao quickly waved his hands. "I said this place is hard to find. How did you manage to locate it? You wrote the address in your post. Forgot already?" Men dread nothing more than a woman's coquettish charm, especially when it comes from someone this stunning. So when the beauty inquired if the apartment was rented out, Xiaoyao shook his head without hesitation. "Nope. It's still available." Chapter 24, The Real Grope. Someone was going to move in, but I told her to come back later. Xiaoyao was telling the truth, but to the beauty's ears, it sounded like something else entirely. "Handsome, you really know how to talk. I'm so touched." As she spoke, the beauty walked into the house and began looking around. System, is my luck with women a bit too much? I'm a little overwhelmed. Xiao Yao was drowning in happy troubles. If he rented to this beauty now, where would the campus queen stay when summer break rolled around in 2 months? And if he kicked her out then, would she think he was a jerk, someone who just played around until he got bored? The system didn't answer his first question but picked up on the second. Host, just having that thought makes you a total jerk. Yet this beauty before him seemed tailor-made for Xiao Yao. Just as he was torn between choices, she suddenly asked, "Can this place be rented short-term? I might only stay until summer break." "Absolutely. You're just as considerate as I am, beautiful. Are you considerate too?" The beauty smiled faintly. "Or rather, understanding with clothes?" As she spoke, she lifted her short skirt slightly, revealing smooth, fair thighs. Were beauties this direct nowadays? Xiao Yao recalled the last woman this forward was a female ghost whose jaw could stretch to the back of her neck, a flesh-eating specter who devoured victims whole. Though the system hadn't flagged danger this time, Xiao Yao decided to play it safe. "What's your name, beautiful? Why are you renting? This neighborhood is so run down it doesn't suit your style at all." "Oh dear, handsome, you're quite suspicious. Have you been cheated on before?" "Exactly. That's why my mom taught me, the prettier the woman, the less you can trust her." Xiao Yao nodded earnestly, slipping in a subtle compliment without batting an eye. The beauty clearly enjoyed the compliment, shooting him a seductive glance. "My name is Yui. I'm a senior at First High. I'm renting because the dorms are too chaotic. Just looking for a quiet place to study and prep for exams." "Ha?" Xiao Yao froze. This was too coincidental. Was this what they called losing one battle but winning another? He'd just turned down the school flower from number 2 high, and now the heavens were sending him a backup from number 1 high? And this backup seemed to be just as stunning as the school flower. Was this the legendary plug-and-play situation? Though, her outfit. "Can't you tell I'm a student? It's the weekend. Got tired of wearing uniforms all week, so I came out to show off a bit." Yui finished with a feigned bashful smile, then turned to showcase her curves to Xiao Yao. "Oh, I thought you were working part-time somewhere this weekend." Xiao Yao chuckled, but the beauty didn't seem to mind. "As for your neighborhood, it's right near our school. You know, time is our most precious resource right now. Once the college entrance exams are over, you won't be able to buy time even if you have the money." "Not necessarily. I've seen people buy time with money." Xiao Yao suddenly shook his head. "My master used to buy time with my money all the time, but he needed a special incantation." "An incantation? To buy time?" Yui looked curious. He'd say, "Hey, beauty, I'll take an extra hour." Xiao Yao burst out laughing. Seeing Yui's awkward forced smile, he seemed to realize his mistake. I wasn't implying you were dressed like that to work at a bathhouse." Timely explanation. "Next time, skip the explanation." Yui turned to look at the bedroom while Xiao Yao pulled out his phone to check messages. His expression shifted momentarily, but by the time Yui emerged from the bathroom, Xiao Yao was already waiting with a smile. "Hey, handsome, which university are you planning to apply to for the college entrance exam?" "Ha? Ah. University? Oh yeah, I've had it planned for ages. I'm applying to Tsinghua." Xiao Yao seemed a bit distracted, but he quickly recalled his lofty ambitions. He then declared with conviction, "To get into Tsinghua, I'm not only studying like crazy every day, but I've also thoroughly researched the university itself." "Wow, what a coincidence. I'm applying to Tsinghua too. How about we study together?" Yui excitedly grabbed Xiao Yao's hand, her chest and hand swaying together. "So, handsome, which major are you applying for at Tsinghua?" "Which major?" This question completely stumped Xiao Yao. How the hell was he supposed to know what majors Tsinghua even offered? "Well, hey." His eyes darted around. Xiao Yao quickly let go of the beauty's small hand and stiffened his expression. "Stop trying to cozy up to me. Let me tell you, not a single penny off the rent." Having cleverly diverted the attention, Xiao Yao hadn't even caught his breath when he heard the beauty sigh. "My sister is at Tsinghua. She's studying law. I heard the cutoff scores are incredibly high." "Really? Really?" For some reason, Xiao Yao suddenly became interested. He stared at the beauty's chest and blurted out, "Perfect timing. Could you ask your sister for a favor? My dad just got locked up for murder. Could she help get him out ASAP? I'll pay you. I'll be making 20,000 next month." "Ha?" There were just too many points to address, and the girl didn't know where to begin. A murderer? 20,000? And ASAP? After a long pause, she finally spoke, enunciating each word with solemn gravity. "Handsome, you've got the wrong idea. My sister studies law. What you're asking for requires someone who practices magic, not law. So, are you actually a good student?" "Oh. Haha, alright, I'll come clean. Truth is, I'm a total dunce. I probably won't even pass the college entrance exam." Xiao Yao hung his head dejectedly. "Last time, my teacher sent my mom my scores for all 10 subjects. She counted them and thought they were the teacher's phone number. Phone number? Aren't phone numbers 11 digits? The beauty clearly started getting caught up in Xiao Yao's rhythm, being led astray. What's that supposed to mean? Look down on me? Can't I get a double-digit score in at least one subject? Xiao Yao's face was flushed with righteous indignation at being looked down upon. The beauty patiently consoled him. How about you skip the college entrance exam this time? Since you won't pass anyway, you might as well start preparing to retake it next year. Hey! That's not possible. How could the college entrance exam go on without me? This concerns the fate of millions of students. Hold on, you mean you're taking the exam? Is that important? The girl asked, looking at him as if he were a fool. Xiao Yao didn't blush. Instead, he stood tall with unwavering resolve. I'll single-handedly drag down the entire Xia Nation's cutoff scores. Isn't that beneficial for you too? From now on, don't call me handsome guy. My true identity is score-lowering hero. Score-lowering hero? The beauty was utterly dumbfounded, wondering what kind of brain this guy had. Was his condition contagious? Just as she stood there stunned, Xiao Yao suddenly grinned wickedly as energy rapidly coalesced. Explosive straight punch. His fist shot out, aiming straight for the beauty's chest. No martial ethics, a chest attack. Chapter 25, Are You Even a Man? Her chest caved in like a punctured balloon, ribs snapping one by one. Screaming, she flew backward, slamming into an old-fashioned big-screen TV. The TV shattered upon impact, and the beauty collapsed, coughing up blood incessantly. What did you do? What did I do? Who told you to deceive me first? Xiao Yao walked over, crouched down before her, and began listing her faults, counting on his fingers. You told me your name was Yui? My first thought was that getting punished by teachers to write your name repeatedly would be a breeze. But then my clever brain thought, if that was your goal, why not just call yourself Dingy? Something's fishy. Fishy my ass. Can you just change your surname on a whim? The beauty was so enraged she went from coughing blood to vomiting it. Heh, you don't actually have the surname Wang either. But add a 1 to you, and it becomes Wang, right? Am I right, Sister Wang? Changing your name with such half-hearted effort? Serves you right for falling into my hands. The moment Xiao Yao uttered this, the beauty stopped spitting blood. When did you figure it out? That mole on your chest, heh. Looks like your bestie's boobs really hit the spot. You changed your whole body but couldn't bear to swap out those. Just based on that? Wang's wife remained unconvinced. After all, moles on the chest weren't exactly rare. And your cherry red lips? I saw them yesterday on a girl at our school. That can't be just a coincidence, can it? As he spoke, Xiao Yao pulled out his phone. There were missed calls and messages from Ku Liu and Park Dukchang. Lu Fang is dead, yet her lips are on your face. What more can you say? Truthfully, even after listing these points, Xiao Yao was only highly suspicious. He still couldn't definitively confirm this woman was a ghost. After all, the system hadn't detected any ghostly energy. So earlier, he had a sudden flash of inspiration and devised a test, deliberately provoking her with words to trigger her mental fluctuations. Sure enough, 2 spikes in energy readings over 100 points finally exposed her true identity. Where would an ordinary person get that much energy? I'm baffled. What was your foolish ghost thinking? After taking my punch yesterday without learning your lesson, how dare you come seeking revenge? As he spoke, Xiao Yao suddenly noticed Wang Xiao's chest slowly healing. A realization struck him. I get it now. My fists aren't what they used to be, yet you're still only gravely injured. Looks like you had a strange encounter too. Not only did your power increase, but you can also seal your ghost energy inside, preventing it from leaking out. That's how you ambushed and killed the vulture. But you shouldn't have been so blindly confident, rushing over here to get revenge. Woman, in your next life, don't hold grudges like this. Ghost energy detected. Spliced ghost, originating from the 2nd layer of hell. Current power level, D+. This ghost entity has replaced every part of its body, enabling it to seal ghost energy within itself and evade detection. Additionally, the spliced ghost can continue enhancing its power by splicing target organs. Thanks, system. That was a timely reminder. Seeing Wang Xiao nearly fully recovered, Xiao Yao raised his fist again and smashed it down without mercy. Ah! My chest! Wang Xiao watched in agony as her newly swollen breasts caved in once more. Knowing Xiao Yao wouldn't spare her today, Wang Xiao gave up resisting. Ha. My bad miscalculation. I thought you were as lustful as that old vulture fellow that a little trick would have you head over heels. Little brother, are you even a man? Or is that department lacking? After struggling to finish her words, Wang Xiao shot Xiao Yao a resentful glance, thinking to herself, who knew you'd be so stubborn? Absolutely perverted. Old bald eagle? He fell for a beauty trap? So that's how he met such an ignominious end? This thought sparked a strange idea in Xiao Yao's mind. Your power has surged dramatically. You must have absorbed bald eagle's energy. Spill it. Which of his organs did you take? As he spoke, Xiao Yao pushed aside Wang Xiao's clothes and began groping around to inspect her. Getting to see so many parts of beautiful women at once, that's a rare opportunity. But after examining her tiny waist, swan-like neck, long legs, and peach-shaped buttocks, Xiaoyao still couldn't tell which part of this body had come from a man. Just then, Wang Xiao suddenly chuckled, hee, I love beauty so much, of course I'd swap in parts from beautiful women. The only thing I'd take from a stinky man is something he has that I don't. An organ he has that you don't? Just as Xiaoyao was about to pull down her panties, his whole body jolted and his hands froze. Ugh, yuck, that was close. Xiaoyao jumped up, vigorously wiping his hands on his clothes, his face twisted in disgust. Don't get so worked up. That thing was tiny and kinda cute. Aunt Wine laughed heartily, blood gushing out like a fountain. You idiot. I was talking about a toe. A toe? A toe? Xiaoyao couldn't believe it, then crouched back down to remove Wang Xiao's high-heeled shoes and stockings. 6 toes? You took the vulture's extra little toe? Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. I almost thought you were even more twisted than I am. Xiaoyao exhaled in relief. Now that everything was clear, it was time to send this female ghost down to meet that old con artist. But before that, Xiaoyao wanted to squeeze her dry one last time. Hand over the money. Pay for my TV, and I might consider letting you off. Really? I don't have money, but I can repay you with my body. How about that? Aunt Wang forced a seductive smile, even striking a reclining concubine pose amidst the blood pool. Xiaoyao shrugged his hands. Don't talk to me about feelings. It hurts my wallet. Thud. This time, the explosive straight punch smashed into the female ghost's head. That beautiful skull shattered like a winter melon. At the same moment, the final few hundred points of energy credited to his account. Oof. If I don't finish you off now, who knows what kind of monstrosity you'll stitch yourself into later. Let your beauty remain frozen at its peak. Xiaoyao declared to the scattered winter melon fragments. Checking the time, he first sent a reassuring message to Ku Liu, promising no more victims would suffer. Incidentally, the dorm bullying issue had truly been eradicated. He then stuffed the female ghost's corpse into a black garbage bag and cleaned up the bloodstains on the floor. Finally, he dialed Park Guk-chang's number. What time do I officially start work today? Ha? Theoretically, we don't have a punch-in time. You started working at midnight today. Oh, okay. By the way, what was the bounty for stitching up that ghost again? Xiaoyao asked. That one? I saw the bounty on the app was 200,000 yuan. After all, her strength is at least D rank, and she has room to grow. If she really killed the vulture, she might already be D+ or even higher. If you encounter her again, you'd better notify me and the captain immediately. Wait, 200,000? All mine? Xiaoyao blurted out. What are you thinking? Unless you took her down solo, otherwise hold on, what do you mean? Teacher Park's voice grew agitated. Chapter 26, Get out of the way, I'm dumping a body. Well, just an hour ago, I took down the stitched ghost. Her corpse is still lying at my feet right now. Xiaoyao answered honestly, already scheming how to spend the massive 200,000. You really did it alone? Park Chang yelled on the other end, Kid, you're literally risking your life for money. How desperate is your family for cash? Park, you're really hurting my feelings. You know the saying don't hit below the belt or rub salt in old wounds? Sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. But the captain really didn't misjudge you. Did that old con artist really teach you these skills? Ha? Wait, hold on, you mean an hour ago? You took out the female ghost at 8 p.m.? Why are you telling me now at 9? Park Guk-chang glanced at his watch, finally catching on to the discrepancy. Well, I was worried you'd say it didn't count if I finished the job before clocking and you try to renege on the deal. Ugh. Park Guk-chang was speechless. This kid had at least 800 tricks up his sleeve. Though not present, Xiaoyao smoothly received the energy value. Oh no, you killed her. Now the captain can't interrogate her to find out how the vulture died. Teacher Park suddenly realized a critical issue. Oh, no worries. I already asked her. Xiaoyao regretted his words the moment they left his mouth. Sure enough, Park Chang pressed immediately, what did the ghost say? After a moment's thought, Xiaoyao decided to preserve a hunter's final shred of dignity. After all, without his death, there'd be no 200,000 yuan. His tone was solemn and deliberate. The female ghost said when Bald Eagle caught up to her and saw she was injured, he intended to kill her on the spot. But he tried to save an innocent bystander instead, only to be ambushed by her and killed. Save a bystander? When did Bald Eagle become so altruistic? That bystander was supposedly a girl. Xiaoyao blurted out a lie. Ah. That makes sense. That vulture is the biggest lecher in the team, second only to me. Teacher Park suddenly understood. I'll notify the captain right now to send someone to your place to collect the body. Hold on. Teacher Park hung up after saying that, but Xiaoyao stared at the large garbage bag oozing blood and felt troubled. If he waited too long, wouldn't all that floor cleaning be for nothing? And if the blood seeped downstairs, well, that would be even more fun. First, get this thing downstairs and dump it on the ground to wait. Xiaoyao grabbed a black coat and threw it on. After a moment's thought, he realized he was essentially going to dump a body better not get recognized by the neighbors. He added a black hat and mask, even digging out a pair of black sunglasses to complete the disguise before dragging the body downstairs. The dilapidated building had no elevator. Xiaoyao lived on the 4th floor, so he could only grip one corner of the black bag, letting the corpse slide down the stairs step by step. Thud, thud, thud. That was the sound of the female ghost's shattered skull hitting each step. She was already dead anyway, who cared about her final appearance? Maybe the body she'd painstakingly pieced together would shatter into pieces again? Finally reaching the 2nd floor, he was met head-on by a teenage delinquent girl 16 or 17, wearing shorts, covered in tattoos, blowing bubbles with her bubblegum. Damn it! Why such bad luck? Running into her? This rebellious girl was named Ji Zhanyan, and true to her name, she came alive at night like she'd been injected with adrenaline. She'd either be stomping around in high heels heading to nightclubs or gathering a crowd to party at home. The real problem was, she lived on the 5th floor right above Xiaoyao. Her constant racket meant Xiaoyao couldn't even watch his adult movies in peace. More than once, right at the crucial moment, a loud bang from upstairs forced him to start over from the beginning. He'd gone up to talk to her several times, but the little brat never took it seriously, continuing to do whatever she pleased. Talk about a case of enemies meeting by chance. Yi Zhanyan peered at Xiaoyao through her bubble wrap, while Xiaoyao stared back at the girl through his sunglasses. Hey, aren't you that creepy big brother downstairs? You're the creepy one. Xiaoyao opened his mouth to retort, but his eyes darted around and he fell silent. Big brother, where are you off to? Yi Zhanyan had no intention of passing him by. Instead, she watched his hand with keen interest. Big brother, why aren't you talking? The little girl kept pestering him until Xiaoyao finally glanced around nervously. Then, feigning surprise, he jumped up. What? You can actually see me. EW. Who doesn't recognize these socks with toes sticking out the front and heels exposed at the back? The little girl pointed at Xiaoyao's slippers. Then her gaze shifted to the bag in Xiaoyao's hand. Big brother, are you off to do something weird again? Has your condition gotten worse? Look at that bag. Are you going to steal the lady's underwear hanging downstairs? Steal your ass. Get out of my way, I'm off to dump a body. Seeing he couldn't scare the little punk, Xiaoyao decided to go all out. He yanked hard, intending to pull the corpse down and give the girl a proper spectacle. But he grabbed nothing. The large black plastic bag remained in his hand, light and empty inside. No wonder the girl had looked so weird, a big guy dressed all in black, dragging an empty black bag, claiming he was going to dump a body? The scene wasn't scary at all. It was actually kinda funny. I didn't see any body. You're not going to dump a ghost, are you? The street urchin giggled. Holy, where's my dead woman? Xiaoyao turned to see a shattered human head peering down from the 3rd floor corner. If its face hadn't been scraped raw, it would surely be wearing a look of bitter resentment. Damn it, screw this. Xiaoyao tossed the bag aside, sprinted back, hoisted the corpse, and calmly squeezed past Yi Zhanyan. Pop! The bubble gum exploded, smearing Yi Zhanyan's mouth and face. She didn't even bother to wipe it off. Seriously, you killed someone? Yeah, who told her to disturb my sleep first thing in the morning? Xiaoyao snorted, her steps firm, her expression utterly calm. As if she were recounting the most ordinary of trivialities. Gulp! Yi Zhanyan swallowed hard, her mind fixated on one thought. I'll never stay up late messing around again. After a moment of shock, she snapped back to reality and sprinted upstairs without looking back, her shrieks echoing through the entire stairwell. By then, Xiaoyao had already slipped into a corner of the residential complex, hopped over the greenbelt, and entered a small grove. Phew! Xiaoyao propped the female corpse against a tree, then began scouting for a more concealed spot to temporarily stash it. But just then, 2 little girls, 4 or 5 years old, came walking this way, holding hands. Damn it, I can't scare the kids. Xiaoyao spun around, wedging the body between his back and the tree trunk to keep it upright. Ah! Uncle, watch out! Watch out! Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Had the body been discovered? What a psychological trauma this would cause the children. Oh dear, oh dear. Watch your step. Xiaoyao quickly looked down and couldn't help but chuckle. Turns out, the kids were warning him not to step on the ants crawling on the ground. What sweet, adorable little ones. And judging by their appearance and outfits, these 2 were twins? Don't worry, I won't step on the ants. This spot's dirty, you kids should play somewhere else. Xiaoyao tried to make his smile seem natural, but the 2 children showed no intention of leaving. Instead, they walked straight up to him. Uncle, move over a bit. You're blocking the ants' migration route. Chapter 27, they all thought I killed someone. Uncle's tired. I'm leaning against the tree to rest. Xiaoyao shook his head, he wouldn't dare move an inch. Uncle, did you step on the little ants? Are you hiding it from us? These 2 ant nests are for our kindergarten homework. Our teacher asked us to observe how little animals live. The kids stared at Xiaoyao's flip-flops and worn-out socks, their suspicious eyes making his heart race. No way. My feet stink so bad, they all avoid me. Xiaoyao scratched his toes, betraying his embarrassment. But he quickly decided to turn the tables and distract the kids. You 2 are so cute. Tell Uncle who's the big sister and who's the little sister. I'm the big sister. Kids really are easy to fool. The girl on the left stepped forward and answered loudly. Xiao Yao nodded approvingly. Good girl. Now who's the little sister? In that instant, an odd atmosphere descended. A suffocating silence hung heavy. The child on the right stared at Xiao Yao like he was an idiot. Big brother, are you a moron? Ha? Ah. Damn it, this kid isn't cute at all. Xiao Yao snapped back to reality just as his toes received a signal. Today's a big day. Uncle, get out of here. Don't infect the little ants. The child tried again to shoo Xiao Yao away. Xiao Yao scrambled to think of a way to change the subject. By now, the female ghost's blood had drenched Xiao Yao's entire back, nearly trickling down his pant legs to the floor. In this critical moment, Xiao Yao glanced down and suddenly gasped. Oh no! Oh no! Your homework and hers are fighting. Ha! The two children rushed over to look. Sure enough, two ant colonies had erupted into a massive brawl over a scrap of crumbs. Soldier ants charged recklessly, clapping their powerful mandibles onto their opponents' bodies, tearing and snapping them apart. Ah, they're actually fighting. Little ants aren't cute anymore. Sis, let's go home and observe the hamsters instead. Wait for me, sis. I'll never like ants again. Learning fickleness at such a young age, women. If those two knew where that crumb came from, they'd probably run 100 times faster than they are now. Watching the children's receding figures, Xiao Yao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. But just then, two more people approached. Phew, it's Captain Ding in Teacher Park. You finally made it. Xiao Yao finally felt completely at ease. However, Captain Ding seemed deeply troubled. He instructed Teacher Park to place the corpse in a sturdier bag, disguised as a piece of artwork, then asked sternly. Team member Xiao Yao, you know we can't publicize ghostly matters widely, right? It would cause public panic. Yeah, I know after all, I was just a member of the public yesterday. Xiao Yao nodded. Though ghostly entities abounded in this world, their numbers paled in comparison to humans. Most people had only heard tales, never witnessed them firsthand. Good. Then ensure no one outside our team witnessed your slaying of the female ghost. Think carefully, did your actions today alert any residents to the existence of ghostly entities? Captain Ding's broad face wore a solemn expression, and that gravity rubbed off on Xiao Yao. He strained to recall the process of carrying the corpse downstairs, through the residential complex, and into the woods. During that time, he'd been seen by quite a few people. But who was Xiao Yao? Would he let the common folk know he'd killed a female ghost? Wouldn't that send residents fleeing home, too scared to step outside? Absolutely not. Xiao Yao shook his head earnestly. Rest assured, Captain Ding. Not a single soul here knows about the female ghost. After all, carrying something strange fits my persona perfectly. They just assumed I killed a person. It's good they don't know about the ghost. Wait, what? Killed a person? Captain Ding and Teacher Park exclaimed simultaneously. Park Gut Chang nearly dropped the corpse he'd just hoisted onto his shoulder. Exactly. I kept yelling at them, move aside. Move aside. I won't be responsible if you get blood on you. Who could guess that corpse was actually a female ghost? Ha! Ding! Congratulations, host. You've earned 100 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 100 energy points. Feeling the mental fluctuations of the two people before him, Xiao Yao felt even more smug. Looking at the innocent young man in front of him, Teacher Park felt even less confident about Xiao Yao's interview results. Ahem, Teacher Park, you should load the body into the car and transport it first. I need to head to the police station. Captain, weren't you supposed to go to the hospital first? Shut up. Captain Ding's emotions were a roller coaster. He was thrilled that Xiao Yao's prowess was indeed formidable, single-handedly dispatching the stitched ghost with ease. But he was also dreading how much trouble this new recruit might cause in the future. It seemed his role as captain was destined to be cleaning up after Xiao Yao. Before leaving, Captain Ding reminded Xiao Yao that with this mission complete, he could report to the association branch anytime to collect his reward and undergo the interview. Xiao Yao, though you possess great talent, heed the captain's advice. Keep a low profile during the interview. Make a good impression on the association. Start at a lower rank and gradually build your capabilities. Exactly. Xiao Yao, didn't Teacher Jean teach you? A sword's edge comes from grinding, plum blossoms' fragrance comes from bitter cold. Teacher Pooh quickly chimed in, hoping to help Xiao Yao smoothly pass the interview. Xiao Yao, however, couldn't care less. Bull. Plum blossoms are fragrant because they inherently possess that scent. It has nothing to do with any bitter cold. Even if you planted them in the tropics, they'd still smell sweet. Besides, don't you know where the wellness services trend really started, Teacher Park? Well. Captain Ding and Teacher Park exchanged a speechless glance, both shaking their heads simultaneously. Of course, they did manage to supplement Xiao Yao with some energy points in the end. After they left, Xiao Yao took stock. His system now held over 2,000 energy points. Several hundred came from Captain Ding, Teacher Park, and Ku Liyu's roommate. The remaining 1,000 plus were delivered by the stitched ghost. A female ghost from Hell's second layer only gave me 1,000 points? What a ripoff. A lesson learned next time, I'll make sure to torture her more before finishing her off. Xiaoyao activated the system and learned that the next upgrade, granting more skills and items, would require 20,000 energy points. He decided to put that plan on hold for now. Energy points could be accumulated slowly, but as for the money, that needed to be claimed ASAP. With nothing planned for the afternoon, Xiaoyao decided to grab lunch with the school beauty before heading to the Yunqing branch of the Hunters Association. 200,000. The sheer magnitude of that figure thrilled him just thinking about it. But then he realized nowadays, even a wanted criminal could fetch that price. This female ghostess value was nothing special. Xiaoyao happily texted Ku Liu, but the campus beauty didn't reply. When Xiaoyao arrived at the girls' dormitory building, puzzled, he quickly understood why. A group of tall, burly guys had surrounded the entrance, shouting curses and demanding the campus beauty come out. Chapter 28, What's basketball? Can you split bricks? Ku Liu, come out. Explain yourself. What did you say when I wanted to date you? Didn't you claim you were focused on studies and not interested in relationships? Why were you all lovey-dovey with that poor guy yesterday, grinning like a total flirt? You returned that watch I gave you without even opening the packaging, yet now you're eating at a cheap street stall with that broke loser? What the hell is your deal? From afar, Xiaoyao spotted a 6'3" guy towering like a door god at the entrance of the girls' dorm. Behind him stood the towering figures of the basketball team. Leading them was none other than Xing Yuqiang, the school basketball team's center. And his younger brother was Xing Yuxing, the undisputed leader of the sports team. Li Chang had dared to bully Xiaoyao precisely because he had Xing Yuxing backing him up. Damn it! Bu Xiaoxin had warned Xiaoyao that Xing Yuxing would bring the sports team to cause trouble on Monday. But before that day even arrived, Shidi already crossed paths with Xing Yuxing's older brother? When the basketball team marched out, it was like a scorched earth. No one dared to watch within dozens of meters of the girls' dorm. Ku Liu was also hiding in her dorm, too afraid to come out. Facing this boy who had isolated her from the entire school, she had no chance of winning. There aren't that many aloof people out there. It's just a form of self-protection and avoidance. But if she didn't go out, who knew what vile things those lawless boys would say next? Just as she peered through the curtain slits, hoping Xing Yuqiang would leave soon, a slouching figure approached from afar. Ku Liu had actually received the message. But she hadn't dared let Xiaoyao know her predicament, because she didn't want him to get involved. Xiaoyao might be formidable, but the basketball team guys were all superhuman too. And when they fought, it wasn't like basketball, no distinction between starters and reserves. Every time, it was a mob attack with over 10 people. Whether Xiaoyao won or lost, he'd inevitably miss precious pre-exam study time. It could even shatter his dream of getting into Tsinghua. So when she saw Xiaoyao appear, Ku Liu turned without hesitation, flung open the door, and raced downstairs. If this fight started, Xiaoyao's future would be over. But Xiaoyao himself wasn't thinking about any of that. Right now, only one thought occupied his mind. Damn it! I work my ass off to rid the world of evil and exorcise female ghosts, and you bastards dare bully my girlfriend? Furious, Xiaoyao charged headlong into the crowd. What's going on? What's going on? Break it up, or else you'll see blood. Xiaoyao? Brother Chang, be careful. That kid's a master at scamming people. Yeah, heard his tuition and living expenses all come from scams. Several teammates quickly warned him. Even Xing Yuqiang, who had been ready to attack Xiaoyao the moment he saw him, couldn't help but hesitate. But after weighing his own resources, he still stepped forward with money talks confidence, grabbing Xiaoyao by the collar. Humph. Xing Yuqiang strained to lift Xiaoyao off the ground. But Xiaoyao didn't budge an inch. Though Xiaoyao wasn't short, he was still noticeably smaller than Xing Yuqiang. Yet their strength clearly didn't correlate with their height. Xing Yuqiang was startled, immediately gifting Xiaoyao 30 energy points. Whoa, this big guy's got some serious energy. Almost on par with Teacher Park. Just then, Xiaoyao spotted Ku Liu running toward the dorm entrance. He quickly signaled her to retreat. Ku Liu was naturally uneasy, but Xiaoyao's gaze was so reassuring that after a moment's thought, she hid behind the door to observe covertly. Kid, you know who I am? I'm Xing Yuqiang. Seeing his initial intimidation fail, Xing Yuqiang brought out his reputation to scare Xiaoyao. How strong? Xiaoyao asked seriously. How strong? Xing Yuqiang froze. By the time he reacted, Xiaoyao had snatched another 50 energy points. Damn it, who's messing with you? Kid, you here to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? Today I'll show you if I ever catch you with Ku Liu again, I'll wring your neck and use your head as a basketball. These words finally carried the swagger of a basketball center, and his henchmen began to cheer him on. Kid, I wonder how bouncy your head is? Seeing this, Ku Liu couldn't help but worry for Xiaoyao once more. Xiaoyao merely snorted, it's just basketball. Like anyone can't play. With that, right before everyone's eyes, Xiaoyao actually walked up to a player holding a basketball. Then, ignoring the player's astonished gaze, he snatched the ball, slammed it onto the ground, and proceeded to beat the crap out of it. It was a full-on beating. While playing basketball, Xiao Yao started cursing. I'll teach you to bully people. You worthless ball, how dare you threaten my classmates? This school's big enough, can't you just get lost? Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't this a bit too obvious? Others might insult someone indirectly, but you're literally punching a ball while cursing? Energy points started rolling in at 1020. That 50-point boost? No doubt, it was still Strong Guy's doing. I'll cripple you. Strong Guy was furious, rolling up his sleeves ready to fight. Just then, someone called out, "Good morning, teacher." He turned to see Park Chang passing by. Just as he was about to put on his teacher's airs and shoo them away, he spotted Xiao Yao. So he abruptly changed direction and headed toward the cafeteria. Before leaving, he tossed back, "Go easy on him, he's a classmate." Ha! Everyone was stunned again. Instantly, the basketball team erupted in cheers. See that? Even teachers can't stop our brother Chang when he wants to teach someone a lesson. Kid, you're dead meat today. As he walked away, Park Chang secretly worried for Xing Yuchang, wondering if he'd even be fit to play in next month's high school league. Forget it. Even if I stop them today, what about tomorrow? The day after? Xiao Yao never holds grudges. Let him settle this right here. True to his role as a teacher, his perspective was truly elevated. As Xing Yuchang prepared to strike again, Xiao Yao waved him off. Think carefully. If we fight, you'll get disciplined and likely miss next month's tournament. Me missing some class won't hurt, my grades speak for themselves. They won't drop much. If you don't want us both to lose, I have an idea. How about we settle this fairly? The words hung in the air, stunning everyone. They hadn't expected Xiao Yao, usually so unpredictable, to show such clarity at this critical moment. Only Kaliyu relaxed, this guy must be hatching another scheme. Oh ho, scared of getting beaten? Fine, let's hear your brilliant idea. Xing Yuqiang sneered. Xiao Yao bent down, picked up the basketball, and handed it back to the teammate. Good boy, learned your lesson this time. No more mischief next time. Then he walked straight to the flower bed outside the dormitory and picked up a brick from the brick pile. Brother Chang, be careful. This kid likes to hit people. The teammates hurriedly warned him, but Xiao Yao simply placed the brick on the low wall of the flower bed, leaving half of it exposed. Dare you compete with me in splitting bricks? Split bricks? Chapter 29, 80. What's the matter? Are you saying this big guy's all show and no substance? Xiao Yao returned a cold, contemptuous sneer to Xing Yuqiang. Kid, you got a screw loose? Think you're some circus performer? Or a qigong master? This brick isn't a stage prop. Who in their right mind could split it? Crack. The crowd's roaring laughter abruptly froze, replaced by an energy notification alert in Xiao Yao's mind. Dense and numerous, nearly 30 notifications. It turned out that besides Kaliyu, several other girls had already gathered at the dorm window to watch the spectacle. Seeing the broken brick on the ground and Xiao Yao standing there with the calm composure of a grandmaster, some people couldn't help but start cheering and clapping. No way. You're kidding me. It must be a prop you prepared in advance, just to scare people. Xing Yuqiang rushed forward, picked up a broken brick, weighed it in his hand, and examined the fracture. This thing looked real no matter how you looked at it. Oh? You say mine's a prop? Then find me one that isn't, and I'll split it again. How about that? Fine, you wait. Big brother Xing really didn't believe it. Split bricks with bare hands? If you can really do it, I'll eat bricks myself. Then everyone watched as a big guy crouched down, searching back and forth on the brick pile. How about this one? I think this one looks pretty good. Xiao Yao pointed deliberately at a brick on top. Who are you trying to fool? The ones on top are definitely fake. Brother Chang flashed a shrewd grin, then started moving bricks. He intended to clear the top ones to expose the ones below for Xiao Yao to split. The bricks underneath were covered in moss and dirt, surely they weren't props too? Spoiled since childhood, his fingers had never even touched dust. Yet today, to prove himself against Xiao Yao, Brother Chang became a brick mover. Heave ho, heave ho. It was already hot in summer, and now it was midday. Before long, Xing Yuqiang was drenched in sweat. But hard work pays off. He finally cleared the top bricks and pulled one from below, placing it on the low wall. Come on, chop it. If you can split it, What about you? Seeing Xiao Yao's sideways glance, that half smile, half teasing look, Xing Yuqiang kept his guard up. Then I'll chop too. Fine. Deal. Crack. Xiao Yao brought his palm down, and the brick split again. This time, silence fell. Hearing the energy points register, Xiao Yao chuckled inwardly. Who wants to fight, you guys? That's so rude. Teacher Pooh said it best, we're all classmates. How could I possibly lay a hand on you? If you want to strike, you'll have to do it yourselves. Xiao Yao stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at Xing Yuqiang. No. This whole pile must be fake bricks, or they're just low quality. Xing Yuqiang started to panic. Hey! Young man, I don't like hearing that. Suddenly, an auntie squeezed her way over the dorm supervisor. We got school funding to build this flower bed. We bought top-brand bricks from major manufacturers. Saying these bricks are subpar? You're implying we embezzled public funds. Look at you, tall and burly, yet so clueless with words. Didn't your parents teach you manners? The aunt unleashed a torrent of scolding without mercy. Amid the girls' giggles, several team members finally managed to persuade her back. Ahem, since you suspect these bricks are props, fine, your turn. Brother Chang is so strong, splitting a prop shouldn't be hard, right? Xiao Yao gestured pleased to Xing Yuqiang. The pressure was now on Brother Chang. Oomph. If you can split it, why can't I? Amidst the team's cheers, Xing Yuqiang selected what appeared to be the weakest brick and placed it on the low wall. Huff. Brother Chang took a deep breath before slamming his palm down with all his might. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 80 energy points. Whoa, this guy's got the stamina of a dragon and the strength of a tiger. His energy's almost on par with a low-level hunter. Xiao Yao watched Brother Chang with satisfaction, but Brother Chang was already clutching his right hand in pain, bent over and unable to speak. And honestly, that posture was kind of charming. SSSSHHHSSSSHHH, this brick is real, absolutely real. Try chopping another one. Brother Chang pointed at Xiao Yao, gritting his teeth. Sigh, you're so dense. Don't you know splitting bricks isn't done the way you were doing it? Xiao Yao took the brick with relish, but instead of raising his arm, he motioned for Xing Yuqiang to watch closely. The way you were doing it? You'd never split a single brick in your lifetime. Because your deep breaths, your gathering of strength, the brick senses it all. The brick thinks to itself, ah, someone's coming for me. How exciting. Some things get hard when they get excited, need I say more? So of course you can't split it. Ha? Xing Yuqiang was baffled. How did this brick suddenly sound alive? Then tell me, how should I split it? Watch closely. Xiao Yao grinned. First, relax. Then, when the brick isn't expecting it, swing your blade. Crack. Sure enough, Xiao Yao suddenly swung his arm, and in the blink of an eye, the blow landed. The very brick that had nearly cracked Brother Chang's bones moments ago split cleanly in two. Whoa! It really works. It actually works. Just catch it off guard? That's it? The team members were dumbfounded, while Xing Yuqiang excitedly grabbed another brick. So it's that simple? Watch me. Ha! Ah! This time, Brother Chang jumped up in pain. Oh my, look at you. Splitting it is one thing, but why the ha? As if the brick didn't know? You need to practice more to ambush the brick with a calm mindset. Brother Chang, I've already split 3 bricks. You better hurry up. After Xiao Yao spoke, Xing Yuqiang took a deep breath and actually managed to squeeze a smile out at the brick. Then, he suddenly swung down. It must be said that Xing Yuqiang's place as a starter on the school team wasn't solely due to physical talent. He possessed a fierce determination in training. Especially with teammates and girls watching, he absolutely refused to let others achieve what he couldn't. He split brick after brick, the thudding sounds repeatedly striking the hearts of his teammates. Of course, to Xiao Yao, those sounds carried a different meaning entirely. 80. 80. 80. Xing Yuqiang's face contorted in agony, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He looked like Empress Wu Zetian after losing her husband, Emperor Gaozong. That hand must be fractured by now. After all, he doesn't have the Infinity Gauntlet. A faint glow flickered on Xiao Yao's right hand. The transparent weapon was the true secret behind his brick-splitting feat. But just as Xiao Yao was happily soaking up everyone's energy, shock suddenly washed over his face. The basketball players had all been looking away in dismay, some even wanted to rush over and embrace Brother Chang. But at that very moment, a sudden snap. Echoed. Chapter 30, The School Flower Stuck in Cow Dung. The brick broke. Half remained embedded in the low wall, while the other half fell at Xing Yuqiang's feet, the fracture clean and precise. Holy. Persistence pays off? Or did the brick finally snap under the relentless pounding? This time, it was Xiao Yao's turn to be genuinely surprised. Whatever the reason, Xing Yuqiang laughed. He roared with laughter like a madman who'd accidentally mastered a forbidden technique. Ha 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 ha, I did it. I did it. You little brat, just wait. Once I get the hang of splitting these last 2, I'll give them all back to you. Let's go. Xing Yuqiang raised his hand to signal his men to leave. His right hand, now swollen like a giant radish, looked like it had at least suffered a comminuted fracture. Brother Chang, where are we going? What kind of question is that? To the hospital, of course. You idiot. Hey, wait up, Brother Chang. I've got something to say. Xiao Yao suddenly called out. Ha? You're telling me I should use sneak attacks in fights too? No, no, no. I want to ask, did you ever wonder why the school beauty returned the watch you gave her without even opening the packaging? She didn't even know the model or price. Why did she give it back? Yeah, why? Brother Chang grimaced, trying to control his expression, but his repeated gasps of cold air betrayed his pain. Could it be that the school beauty didn't hate the watch, but the person who gave it? You. Xing Yuqiang felt like crying. If his right hand wasn't injured, he'd definitely have a big fight with Xiao Yao right now. Oh, right, Brother Chang, one more thing. One more thing, my ass. Spit it out already, I'm in a ing hurry. Xing Yuqiang's eyes were already brimming with tears. TSK, all that swearing, what a terrible attitude. And I just taught you how to break bricks earlier. Once a teacher, always a father, you're so ungrateful. Xiaoyao thought to himself, though his face remained plastered with a smile. Nothing major. I just wanted to ask Brother Chang if nobody else wants that watch, could you give it to me? Consider it tuition for my training. Ha! Ha! Xing Yuqiang suddenly let out two startled cries before collapsing straight onto the ground. No one could tell if it was from shock or pain. The basketball team rushed to carry Brother Chang off for medical help while Xiaoyao pulled Kuliyu out from behind the door. Then, he actually started shouting at the girls' dormitory and the crowd of onlookers in the distance. Listen up, everyone. This is my girlfriend. If anyone has any problems, don't bother her, come find me instead. Of course, if it's math problems or anything like that, coming to me won't help either. Go find your teacher. Bottom line, if anyone dares interfere with her studies again, I'll be outside your window every day, chopping bricks and smashing them through your windows. Xiaoyao stood with his hands on his hips, delivering this friendly warning. But no one around him thought he was bluffing. Yeah, this guy would totally do it. That was the unanimous thought in their minds. Ah! Stop it. Do you even know what you're doing? Kuliyu flushed crimson and actually wriggled free from Xiaoyao's grip. But waves of applause erupted from the surrounding crowd and inside the dormitory. Though the school discouraged early romance, in the eyes of these adolescents, Xiaoyao's boldness in love and action was the most captivating thing imaginable. Not to mention, he'd just single-handedly driven off the entire basketball team. Countless girls shot envious glances at the school beauty, Kuliyu. Except for the dorm supervisor. Hey, kid, done talking? Pay for the bricks. 4 yuan total. Got it, hold on a sec. Xiaoyao replied, reaching into his pants. His school uniform pocket had a hole, so change kept falling out. Here, 3 yuan. Wait for Brother Chang to come back and ask him for the remaining one. Xiaoyao finished speaking and pulled Kuliyu toward the cafeteria for lunch. The dorm supervisor was left staring blankly at the curled hair stuck to the banknote. Coincidentally, while getting their food, they ran into Teacher Pooh, who had just finished eating. Ha, you eat pretty fast. You've already washed the dishes in the time it took to split a brick. Xiaoyao greeted him enthusiastically. When Teacher Park heard Xing Yuqiang was going to the hospital for his hand, he blurted out. He can go to the second hospital. The captain says their orthopedics department is super reliable. After saying that, Teacher Park covered his mouth and ran off, like a shy little girl. The two got half a pound of rice, 2 dishes, and a steamed bun. Xiaoyao carried the tray and went to find a seat first. Kuliyu saw her meal card was empty and returned to the window to top it up. By the time she finished and found Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao was already clutching his stomach and burping. The moment they met, their eyes locked and they spoke simultaneously. Where's my food? Where's yours? Ha? Xiaoyao stared wide-eyed. Didn't you go back to get your own food just now? I thought you took both our meals with you. Burp. I ate it all. Xiaoyao grinned foolishly. I told you not to get so much, but when I thought about it being from you, I gritted my teeth and didn't leave a single bite. Kuliyu was both amused and exasperated. No wonder you can break bricks, your appetite is anything but ordinary. After getting another serving, Xiaoyao sat beside Kuliyu, watching her chew slowly. Hey, look. Isn't that the one who split the brick earlier? Heard he's a senior, named Xiaoyao. You're just being gawky. Xiaoyao is famous all over school. Even the teachers in the discipline office don't want him to graduate. Then why is that? Once he's gone, no one will take on fights at school anymore. Campus safety will definitely plummet. Sigh, such a perfect campus beauty, wasted on a cow dung pile? Many boys and girls turned to look at Xiaoyao and Kuliyu. Though the cafeteria wasn't crowded on weekends, an irregular ring of diners had formed around them. Feeling dozens of eyes on her, Kuliyu lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, the meaning behind these gazes was different from the admiration usually cast by those who didn't know her well. Now, in everyone's minds, Kuliyu's label had been upgraded from school beauty to Xiaoyao's girlfriend. Of course, in the eyes of some jealous people, this was a demotion. Do you find them annoying? Want me to shoo them away? Xiaoyao whispered. No. You finally managed not to fight with the basketball team. If you start a fight with them, it'll still mess with your studies and exams. Feeling Kuliyu's genuine concern, Xiaoyao smiled happily. Don't worry. I can chase away the sports team without lifting a finger. For the onlookers, my silver tongue alone will do the trick. Today, I'll show you what it means when they say, at number 2 high, there's a smooth talker who keeps the school flower from waking up early. What on earth are you talking about? Stop it. The aloof school flower was getting more and more easily flustered. Xiaoyao paused briefly, then suddenly raised his voice and started chatting loudly with Kuliyu. Hey, baby, do you know what a back-pushing sensation is? Put. Kuliyu nearly sprayed rice grains into her nostrils. Where did this baby come from already? Ahem, I know what that is. What's up? Then do you know the 3 types of sudden back-pushing sensations that exist in the world? No idea. Cooley was puzzled. What did this back-pushing sensation have to do with chasing away classmates? Chapter 31, The Damned Back-Pushing Sensation. Though Cooley was puzzled, knowing Xiaoyao well, she understood she just needed to play along. In short, be the perfect straight man. The rest was up to Xiaoyao's improvisation, his wingman skills. Let me break it down for you. The first kind of back-pushing sensation comes from machinery like cars and such. Easy to grasp, right? MHM. Watching Xiaoyao's deadpan expression, Cooley quickly shoveled a mouthful of rice while nodding. And this second kind? That's what we call netizen-induced back-push sensation. Oh? How so? Cooley was doing well, and Xiaoyao couldn't help but give her a knowing wink of approval. I saw someone online asking what were those 4 characters on the plaque that Qinjin kicked off the wall back in the day? And guess what? Someone replied, loyalty to the nation. Ha! Cooley couldn't help but laugh again. It had to be said, the academic star's mind worked pretty fast. I get it. So the person who felt that pushback sensation was Yufei. Smart. 10 extra points. Just kidding. The next one is my actual experience. Though Xiaoyao claimed it was a joke, he already captured the attention of the surrounding students. One by one, they set down their spoons and leaned in, curious to hear what the third kind of pushback sensation was. This third one, I call it the toilet-induced pushback sensation. Reporting in, I know. Was it when you went to the bathroom without locking the door, facing inward, and someone pushed you? Cooley had unknowingly been led astray by Xiaoyao, even picking up the habit of blurting out answers. Sorry, wrong guess. Xiaoyao grinned smugly, his expression turning nostalgic. It was a summer evening. I ate a whole pot of spicy duck heads. Because it was so hot, I also downed a big bottle of ice-cold Sprite. Then, not long after, my stomach started hurting like crazy, like I'd been punched by Mike Tyson. So I rushed into the bathroom. By this point, Cooley was mentally prepared, but the others clearly didn't know Xiaoyao well enough. Xiaoyao smirked inwardly. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The moment I swatted down pow. Like a high-pressure hose, a flood bursting its banks, gushing out. Oh. That damn pushing sensation in my back. I could even feel it, my shoes and pant legs weren't spared. As Xiaoyao spoke, he even stood up and pretended to squat, mimicking the action. It was a move that carried a distinct scent. In that instant, the entire cafeteria seemed to fill with some kind of odor. Holy. That's disgusting. Xiaoyao is Xiaoyao. Even after landing the school beauty, he's still the same jerk. I can't eat anymore, damn it. I apologize. I just insulted cow dung. Amid Xiaoyao's smug gaze and Cooley's exasperated expression, the surrounding crowd scattered like flies fleeing a toilet. See? Told you I could clear the place without lifting a finger. Xiaoyao sat back down with satisfaction, while Cooley feigned distress. So, what do you think? Should I eat this meal or not? I'm stuffed anyway. Can't help you out. Xiaoyao finished speaking and let out another long, loud burp. Needle punch fabric, another batch of energy points secured. Who knew the chives I just harvested in the girls' dorm would sprout back so quickly? Watching the students depart, Xiaoyao suddenly shook his head. Too bad that girl had such long legs. I didn't even get a good look. Oomph. Long legs, you say? Cooley wasn't having it. Without even standing up, she stretched out one leg to stomp on Xiaoyao's shoe. You call those legs long? Where do you think my legs rank? Truth be told, the title of campus beauty queen wasn't just a persona. Cooley's looks and figure were undeniably flawless. Staring at the long legs before him, Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Your legs? If I could, I'd put them on my shoulders. You big jerk. Cooley laughed and jumped up. The two of them bickering playfully went to wash the dishes. After seeing the school beauty off, Xiaoyao rushed straight to the Hunter Association branch. It was as if that 200,000 yen would sprout wings and fly away if he was even a moment late. Arriving at the address given by Teacher Park, Xiaoyao looked up. New World Tower B. The owner of this building must be nostalgic for the old world. Striding inside, Xiaoyao headed straight for the front desk. Excuse me, which floor is the Hunter Association branch on? The exquisitely made-up receptionist smiled faintly. This entire building is the branch. Damn it, did I just lose 200,000? Xiaoyao's heart sank. After confirming the interview was on the 18th floor, he prepared to take the elevator up. Sir, you can't go up yet. The receptionist, Helen, eyed his school uniform and uttered the title sir with obvious reluctance. Although you have Captain Ding's recommendation and we have your records, since you didn't notify us beforehand, I need to confirm the availability of several interviewers. Fine, I'll wait. But could you settle the bonus first? Xiaoyao's eyes burned with intensity, causing a flicker of displeasure to cross Helen's face. With an association as large as this, would we really skimp on your bonus? Right, you're right. Precisely because you're so deep in pockets, I was worried you might forget about this small sum. After saying this, Xiaoyao leaned on the counter, watching Helen send a message to the finance department and then go coordinate the interviews. Only then did he relax and head to the sofa area to drink some plain water. In the process, he inadvertently absorbed several dozen points of energy from Helen. After all, while sending the message, she had sensed Xiao Yao's intense gaze. The beauty wasn't entirely sure what he was staring at. The top button, definitely better buttoned up. Bro, you here for an interview too? A chubby guy in the waiting area nodded at Xiao Yao. The Hunters Association really is something else. Even the plain water tastes better than outside. Got a hint of lemon. Let me pour you a glass. The chatty guy poured hot water into Xiao Yao's glass. Xiao Yao frowned, spotting the dishcloth and lemon-scented detergent on the windowsill. He didn't drink it. Bro, you're just waiting anyway. I'm feeling down, let's chat. Cut it out. You're in a bad mood, but I'm perfectly fine. Don't bring me down. Xiao Yao felt his phone vibrate violently, nearly shattering the screen. He opened it. Whoa, the power of 200 grand really is something else. Xiao Yao's mood lifted so much he even forgot to stop the chatty fat brother, who was already talking to himself. Ah, bro, you wouldn't believe it. I just finished my interview, but I actually came here with someone else. Huh? What happened? Your girlfriend ran off with someone else while you were interviewing? Xiao Yao perked up a bit. No, I came with a friend for the interview. He stayed upstairs while I waited down here for news. Any chance of a second round? You know how I feel? Honestly, I know my skills are kinda useless. Not making it as a hunter was expected. But, fat guy trailed off and Xiao Yao suddenly understood. I get it. Your own failure isn't the worst part, it's your friend's success that's driving you crazy? Exactly. You get me, bro. Fat guy nearly teared up, but Xiao Yao couldn't help asking one more question. So what exactly is your ability? Why are you still waiting for notification? Well, should we talk about it here? Fat brother looked around awkwardly, his face flushing all the way to his ears. Chapter 32, Shake It to Awaken the Soul. Sure, let's talk about it here. What's so secretive about your ability? You didn't pass the interview anyway, so you won't be a hunter. Xiao Yao thought to himself, I'd never dare reveal my X-ray vision ability, otherwise that receptionist beauty would definitely hide. Fat brother, stunned, snapped, how about I just demonstrate it? Sounds great. Xiao Yao nodded eagerly. Seconds later, he regretted it. A strange odor crept into Xiao Yao's nostrils. Ugh. You didn't just fart, did you? Haha, this is precisely this humble one's ability. Fat guy wiggled his hips, spreading the gas faster. Within the range of this gas, I can sense any ghostly entity, whether disguised as human or cloaked in invisibility. I know them all. Huh? Isn't that Newton's little brother? Pretty awesome, huh? Xiao Yao covered his nose and gave a thumbs up. But then Fat brother's face darkened as he lowered his head. They said they don't need this ability. They have specialized portable devices that can achieve the same effect. Ugh. Now Xiao Yao understood why the association had Fat brother wait for further notice. His ability really did seem a bit useless. Useless to keep, but a shame to discard. And the way it's used? It leaves a pretty bad taste. Even Xiao Yao felt compelled to offer Fat brother some comfort, but just then Helen approached. Mr. Xiao, please follow me. An interview just concluded upstairs, and the examiners are still present. Hearing this, Xiao Yao instantly knew who had just finished their interview. In the elevator, Xiao Yao couldn't help asking, how many teams are there in Yunqing district? How many people per team? This building looks like it could hold over 1,000 people, right? The combat personnel aren't numerous. After all, not everyone can break through the energy bottleneck of ordinary humans. Most of our staff are support departments, research personnel, operations teams, and so on. Otherwise, where would your bonuses come from? Also, the Yunqing branch serves as the central hub for the entire northern region of Xia Nation. Hunters from surrounding areas handle their affairs here too, not just the squads and platoons based in Yunqing. Helen seemed well versed in explaining the situation, having briefed many others before. You have a research department too? What do they study? How do they make so much money? Seeing scientists in white coats in the elevator, Xiao Yao couldn't help but ask. Many areas, like unlocking ordinary people's potential, developing better methods to eliminate ghostly entities, and identifying rare demonic creatures, even legendary divine or demonic beings. Though those last ones are rather elusive. Our latest breakthrough is artificial reproduction using IVF to extract superior genes and create high-quality hunter offspring. Helen beamed at this point, as if once this technology matured, she wouldn't have to waste time bringing in untrained recruits like Xiao Yao for interviews anymore. That's why she emphasized high quality and offspring so strongly. But Xiao Yao just chuckled. Forgive my bluntness, sis, but I'm still more inclined toward traditional methods of procreation. Think about it, it's like when the cafeteria auntie disperses meals. If she doesn't shake it a few times at the end, it's imperfect. For men, it's downright soulless. Shake it a few times? Soul? Helen's face darkened, glaring at Xiao Yao with disgust. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 20 energy points. Oh my, where did your mind wander off to? I was just talking about men urinating. Xiao Yao hurriedly explained. And you can just blurt that out casually. Helen was speechless, this time granting a whopping 30 energy points. This is my job, this is my job. True to her professional demeanor, Helen composed herself and looked at Xiaoyao again with a sympathetic gaze. Oh, I almost forgot to warn you, you probably won't be able to join the Hunters Association today. Ha? Why not? This time, Xiaoyao was clearly displeased. You might not know this, but since the association was founded, while we've continuously eradicated ghostly creatures, their overall numbers and appearance frequency have remained stable. But recently, they've suddenly surged so much so that the combat division hasn't had time to expand its roster. Only one spot remains this month. What exactly are you getting at? Xiaoyao had already guessed the gist. The one who passed the interview earlier, and whichever of you has the higher rating will officially become a hunter today. The one with the lower rating will have to come back next month to report for duty. Honestly, it doesn't make much difference, just a few extra days. You'll just miss out on pay for those days, but you're not relying on that salary anyway. Bonuses are where the real money is, right? Helen recalled the earlier mention of 200,000 and figured Xiaoyao wouldn't mind missing a few days' pay. To her surprise, Xiaoyao chuckled. Hey, lady, you know that tone of yours sounds just like what I've heard about interviewers pulling tricks during company recruitment. But rest assured, who gets sent home today in front of everyone and who stays is still up in the air. Xiaoyao fell silent after that, while Helen snorted inwardly. You're just a high schooler, where'd you get such a big mouth? That 200,000 bonus? Who knows how you got it? Maybe you're related to the vultures? They gave you all the credit to look out for you, right? Of course, the beauty had her manners. She didn't voice these thoughts aloud, not a single word. Her entire expression said it all. Upon reaching the 18th floor, they exited the elevator and passed through several security gates before arriving at a spacious area. The space was filled with all manner of testing equipment, diverse and varied in form. A short, stocky young man was busy buttering up 3 interviewers. One was a white-haired old man dressed in a scientist's lab coat. Another was a woman in a form-fitting outfit, and the third was a man in a suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Honorable sirs, how often do you see someone like me entering a D+ level? It's quite rare. Usually, they start at D. The white-haired elder replied patiently. By the way, your friend is still waiting for you downstairs. Should we tell him to head home? The athletic woman sported a long braid, her figure so striking it seemed her leather jacket could barely contain it, drawing frequent sideways glances from the shorter man. What friend? We're not on the same path anymore. Let him do whatever he wants. The short man frowned upon seeing Xiaoyao enter. The student is the one competing with me for a spot? Shouldn't we just tell this loser to come back next month? When the association expands enrollment, anyone with even a hint of special ability stands a chance. Maybe then he and my farting friend can get selected together. Clearly, in the short guy's eyes, Xiaoyao was destined to start at a mediocre D rank. At best, a D rank, and that would be thanks to his ancestors burning incense. Chapter 33, finished. Gonna get electrocuted. You're incredibly lucky. Today, our branch's chief scientist, combat genius, and administrative secretary are all present. This is your golden opportunity to make a great impression on the branch. Helen's tone sounded like a friendly reminder, but it carried a warning for Xiaoyao to know his place. Xiaoyao stared blankly ahead as the short guy approached him. Hi, I'm Eddie, the hunter registering today. Come find me next month to learn the ropes. The short guy extended his hand, but his demeanor and tone were even more obnoxious than Helen's. Shaking his hand would be like congratulating him on staying today. Helen suppressed a smile as she glanced at Xiaoyao, eager to see his awkward expression. Youngsters these days each more arrogant than the last. Best to fight fire with fire and let them sort it out themselves. Arrogance is fine, but the question is whether they have the skills to back it up. Clearly, Helen also believed Xiaoyao was the weaker one. Oh. Xiaoyao merely nodded, seemingly oblivious to his predicament, and extended his right hand. Hello, Teddy. Tay-Tay what? Helen nearly twisted her ankle in shock. The leather-clad warrior and the bespectacled suit-wearing man both frowned. The elderly scientist, however, simply smiled at Xiaoyao. My name is Eddie. The short man stomped his foot in frustration. Xiaoyao thought he looked more like a teddy bear, specifically, a teddy bear that wanted to do something but couldn't find a target. 100 energy points secured. This kid definitely has the potential to be a hunter. But after making the trip all the way here today, Xiaoyao had no intention of returning empty-handed. Helen contributed a measly 10 points, a total useless ornament. Since you're here, let's begin the assessment. Standard procedure, 3 mandatory tests, 1 elective, followed by a final rating discussion. Understood, Professor Lee Stan. The old scientist spoke, and Eddie had no choice but to step aside and watch. Helen led Xiaoyao toward a peculiar chair. Entirely metallic, it even featured wrist restraints on the armrests. This thing looks just like the electric chairs they use for executions in movies? Xiaoyao couldn't help muttering. What do you mean just like? Be brave, it is an electric chair. Helen instructed him to sit down while explaining. This test measures your short-term potential, specifically your energy ceiling. Apparently concerned about Xiaoyao's comprehension, Helen illustrated with an analogy. Think of yourself as a bucket. We need to see how much water you can hold. No sooner had Helen finished than Li Stan pressed a button. With a series of clicks, Xiaoyao's limbs were secured in place. Testing energy limits with electric shocks? Xiaoyao looked at Li Stan in confusion. You're not some mad scientist using testing as an excuse for human experimentation, are you? Shut it. How dare you speak to your teacher like that? The bespectacled man snapped impatiently, but Li Stan merely nodded. Strictly speaking, it could be considered a form of experiment. As a prospective hunter, you must understand that all energy in this world shares a common origin. Whether it's the spiritual power humans claim to possess, the ghostly force of supernatural beings, or even unproven divine power, all are different species' unique ways of harnessing energy. Electricity, however, is a very pure form of energy. I'll use this machine to inject electrical energy into your body, gradually increasing the voltage until you can't take it anymore. Li Stan adjusted the machine as he spoke, giving Xiaoyao time to prepare. This temporary infusion will only remain in your body briefly, but it will stretch your latent energy capacity like inflating a balloon, revealing your current upper limit. There's a button on your right. I'll start the process and you'll stop it. Press it the moment you feel you can't endure it anymore. Understood? Let's begin. As soon as Teacher Stein finished speaking, he began the procedure. Xiaoyao replied, understood AAAH. A wave of tingling instantly engulfed his body as Xiaoyao felt something violently invade his system. Then, something inside him was brutally stretched open. Ah! Oh! Xiaoyao even let out an embarrassingly audible groan. This is the most basic D-level charge, corresponding to an energy value of 100 plus. If he can't handle this, there's no point testing further. Li Stan finished speaking, and the woman in the tight-fitting suit shook her head. Captain Ding recommended him, and he single-handedly eliminated that female ghost. This level of energy should be a breeze for him. No sooner had the woman spoken than everyone saw Xiaoyao's right finger twitch. He lifted it toward the stop button. No way? That weak? I told you to have him come back next month. Helen and Eddie sneered simultaneously, but then Xiaoyao's finger moved away. Moreover, all three interviewers observed that a mischievous grin appeared on Xiaoyao's seemingly pained face. Damn it, he played us. As he felt the energy value hit his account, Xiaoyao wondered inwardly, was the so-called energy value in his system the same as what they were referring to? Increase the power. Li Stan flipped the switch, now a D level, equivalent to 500 energy. Soon, Xiaoyao's body trembled, and his finger reached for the stop button again. Sure enough, just a D level standard? The examiners shook their heads silently, while Helen and Eddie secretly gloated. But they'd been tricked again. This time, Xiaoyao's gesture suddenly changed. He flipped them the middle finger. He declared, sorry, you've been tricked again. 1000 energy level, D+. Seeing Xiaoyao pass the D level test, the examiners nodded slightly, but Eddie grew tense. If Xiaoyao could also achieve D+, and if he passed the other two tests as well, his final rating would likely be D+. Then who stays and who leaves today would become a suspenseful question. Could Xiaoyao create that suspense? It seemed unlikely. Because this time, he raised his index finger and shook it, as if to say, too low. Li Stan finally broke into a clear smile. He increased the power to 10,000 C grade. Not enough. His index finger is still shaking. 50,000 C grade, still not enough. 100,000 C+. Teacher Stan and the woman in the tight-fitting suit grew increasingly expectant, while the bespectacled man remained stern. Eddie's eyes widened. His own potential had been C, but due to a subsequent deduction, it had been downgraded to D+. Yet Xiaoyao had surged straight to C+. But what nearly made his eyes pop out was that the peak of C rank wasn't Xiaoyao's limit. The energy transmitted through the electric chair had already accumulated to B level. That meant the base damage of C level had increased tenfold, reaching the million level range. Though Xiaoyao no longer waved his fingers, he also didn't press stop. It seemed he could endure it. But only Xiaoyao himself knew the agony. Damn it, I totally overplayed it. My fingers, cramping up. Damn it, someone help me press it. This hurts so bad, I'm dying. Chapter 34, Teddy requests to fight. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly Xiaoyao screamed internally or how desperately he tried to signal with his eyes, no one could possibly notice. His body was now completely enveloped in coursing with powerful electric currents. Like a thunder god awakening. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Xiaoyao reached for the stop button, but the cramping sensation forced his hand back. Li Stan and the woman in the tight-fitting suit both chuckled, then wagged their index fingers at Xiaoyao. Like adults who'd caught a child's mischief. Xiaoyao nearly burst into tears. If only he'd listened to Teacher Park and Captain Ding, he shouldn't have been so flashy. He was in agony, yet the system was reaping a bountiful harvest. Energy surged in by the hundreds and hundreds. Eddie's shock and panic mingled with the astonishment and disbelief of the other examiners. Feeling his body on the verge of tearing apart, only one phrase echoed in Xiaoyao's mind: died before achieving victory. Earned money but no life left to spend it. But then another voice emerged. Host detected in near-death state. System self-preservation function activated. Suddenly, Xiao Yao felt the pressure on his body ease. The electric current still surged in, yet he felt like the water tank in those elementary math problems. Water poured in on one side, but a hole opened on the other, letting it flow out. He didn't know where the current was going, but his body no longer felt so agonizing. Why isn't the energy rising? Professor Stein frowned, his eyes glued to the instrument's dial. But he didn't risk increasing the power further. Instead, he cut the electricity. Phew! Xiao Yao silently exhaled, feeling like he just walked back from the gates of the underworld. He even thought he saw his old master, that stubborn old man, waving at him. As if saying, "I've been waiting for you for ages." Is this machine malfunctioning? Li Stan began inspecting the equipment while the bespectacled man snorted. No wonder. If it weren't for a machine glitch, this kid would be downright unnatural. Eddie visibly took a deep breath and wiped his sweat. Come with me. We'll test your actual energy level now. The bespectacled man led Xiao Yao to another testing station. Xiao Yao silently thanked the system. Thank goodness you activated self-rescue instead of self-destruct. Otherwise, we'd both be toast. The system remained silent, lost in thought. Xiao Yao figured this was one of the perks of having the genuine article. All that effort to renew the subscription hadn't been wasted. This bulb is specially designed to convert your energy into electricity at a fixed ratio. Just hold it until it glows. The longer you maintain it, the higher your current energy level. The bespectacled man explained simply, then handed Xiao Yao the seemingly ordinary bulb. Did your association start out in the power industry? Xiao Yao couldn't help but quip. You got that right. The bespectacled man raised a timer, signaling Xiao Yao to begin. Speechless, Xiao Yao lifted the bulb. As the yellow glow ignited, he felt something within him surge uncontrollably. His body even began to tremble involuntarily. Oh, this suction force, utterly uncontrollable. The bulb's conversion ratio is set very low. It absorbs 100 units of your energy to convert just 1 unit of electricity, so this test won't last long. As the bespectacled man finished speaking, the bulb's brightness dimmed noticeably. Just as expected, this kid's abilities are nothing special. His timing is about the same as that Eddie kid's. Thinking this, the bespectacled man addressed the woman in the tight-fitting suit. Looks like that's all he's got. That machine must have malfunctioned earlier. Another mediocre rookie. At this rate, we'll have to pin our hopes on our artificial breeding technology. Secretary Wang, isn't it a bit premature to say that now? The woman in the tight suit remained non-committal, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yao as he slowly clenched his fist. Then, he assumed a punching stance. One hand gripping the light bulb, the other preparing to strike? What kind of maneuver was this? Straight punch. Xiao Yao slowly threw a punch, then clenched his fist again, preparing to strike once more. Secretary Wang frowned deeply, thinking, if punching wastes energy, won't the light bulb go out immediately? But to her utter astonishment, the bulb not only remained lit, its brightness actually intensified. His fists can channel the surrounding energy. The woman in the tight-fitting outfit closed her eyes and suddenly declared. Lu Shangnan, are you certain? Secretary Wang asked in shock, for this was an extraordinary ability. If Xiao Yao fought this way, his current energy reserves wouldn't be the sole factor determining his endurance. Absolutely certain. I can feel energy flowing past me, surging into his fist. Lu Xingnan's words carried undeniable authority. Secretary Wang immediately called a halt. We can skip this part. Let's test his output capacity directly. Xiao Yao was actually reluctant to stop. That sensation had felt incredibly satisfying. With each successive punch, as energy surged in and was drawn out, he felt himself edging closer to some kind of climax. After being interrupted, Xiao Yao followed Lu Shangnan to a punching target machine. This time it was straightforward. Xiao Yao landed a punch at C+ level, concluding the 3 mandatory tests. It wasn't that Xiao Yao couldn't deliver stronger attacks, but he feared breaking the machine again. If today's test became invalid, the trip would be wasted. Having to pay for another device would be a loss. Money in the pocket was money that absolutely couldn't be taken out again. The optional tests are bonus items. If you feel you have special abilities, you can verify them. Of course, you can also choose to use the equipment yourself for testing later. No payment, no one's putting on a show for you. After Xiao Yao spoke, Teacher Stein approached, signaling the start of the interview segment. My machine hasn't detected any issues yet, further inspection is needed. The second round of energy value testing isn't complete either. So, shall we compromise and assign him a C rank based on the third round's results? The initial grading is just a rough step anyway. It'll be adjusted later based on his task performance. Plus, to encourage progress, all 3 tiers within Class C pay the same. It won't significantly impact his compensation. Teacher Stan and Secretary Wang shared their views before turning to Lu Shangnan. I disagree. Doing this implies the first 2 rounds were inferior to the third. That's unfair. Lu Shangnan possessed a fiery figure and an even fiercer spirit, speaking with blunt honesty and impartiality. This statement earned her a second wave of goodwill from Xiao Yao. Of course, the first wave of goodwill had come from her figure. I disagree too. Before Xiaoyao himself could voice his opinion, an anxious voice squeezed in from the side. It was Eddie. Honorable judges, since his first round data is questionable, why not let him wait until the data is finalized before assigning his rank? Besides, if he's being considered for C rank, regardless of the test results, his combat skills should surpass mine a D+, right? These words lit up Secretary Wang's eyes. So you're suggesting you want to challenge him? Chapter 35, a little secret that must not be revealed. Secretary Wang relished the drama, fixing Eddie with an encouraging gaze. Yes. I'll serve as his benchmark to prove whether he qualifies for C rank. After all, no matter how hard your fists are, if no one waits for you to strike, it doesn't represent true strength. Eddie spoke with confidence. His specialty was agility. If Xiaoyao relied on brute strength, Eddie could potentially counter him. But Xiaoyao shook his head. To judge if I'm C-grade material? You're not qualified to be the benchmark. If anyone should compete, it's her against me. Good grief, Xiaoyao had just made an enemy for himself, pointing directly at Lu Shangnan. A combat prodigy who reached B rank at such a young age. You brat, do you even know what you're saying? Do you realize each rank represents at least a tenfold difference in strength? Helen couldn't help but scold him. But at the same time, the sound of coins clinking filled the air. Clearly, Xiaoyao's shocking words had once again earned him energy points. Beat him first, and I might consider sparring with you. Lu Shangnan flashed Xiaoyao a smile, looking surprisingly serious. Fine then, I'll start by beating a dog. You guys lock the door tight. This is outrageous. Eddie leaped onto the open field in a few bounds, beckoning Xiaoyao with a finger. Whoever loses, pack their bags and head home. No. Before leaving, they must publicly apologize and swear never to set foot in the Hunters Association again. Eddie was furious, spewing threats non-stop. Xiaoyao shook his head. Why do some people just can't see the light? Why must they block their own path? Both sides took their stances, and Eddie struck first. After all, he had no desire to go back to the rental house with Fat Brother and continue that aimless, dead-end existence. Besides, the earlier test had only been a warm-up. He was eager to showcase his true strength before the examiners. You little punk, you're just stepping stones for my rise. Blame your own blind arrogance. In an instant, Eddie materialized behind Xiaoyao, yet his afterimage lingered in place. Swish! Another swift movement left an afterimage to Xiaoyao's left. Shadow clones, that was the name Eddie had given this technique. Triple was the absolute limit his speed could achieve. Sure enough, all three examiners nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoyao spun repeatedly, seemingly dizzy from the clone's movements, unable to tell which was Eddie's true body. I'm over here. Three Eddies suddenly lunged at Xiaoyao simultaneously, claws formed, intent on leaving a mark on his body. Straight punch. Xiaoyao suddenly smiled, followed by a piercing scream. Eddie flew high through the air like a kicked puppy, crashing heavily to the ground. Just luck? Two of the three examiners simultaneously shared the same thought. After all, a 1 in 3 chance meant even a lucky hit wasn't extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 200 energy points. In terms of energy points, this Shiogo certainly qualifies to be a hunter. Xiaoyao decided to squeeze a little more out of Eddie. Whoa, I actually hit him? Xiaoyao stared at his fist, feigning surprise. I was swinging blindfolded just now. Damn it! Eddie scrambled to his feet, wiping blood from his lip, trembling with rage. You got lucky this time. The next strike won't be so fortunate. Eddie took a deep breath, his feet skipping lightly again before his form blurred once more. This time, 4 eddies materialized around Xiaoyao front, back, left, and right. That single blow had somehow unlocked Eddie's latent potential, causing his abilities to break through. Now try dodging this. Surrounded on all sides, Xiaoyao simply declared, straight punch. Thud. Ah! Eddie flew backward again. This time, the 3 examiners' energy readings registered. A 1 in 4 chance, and you still managed to guess right? Eddie struggled to his feet, his face etched with disbelief. This time, I relied on instinct. Xiaoyao blew on his fist and chuckled. I'll fight you to the death. Eddie spat out a mouthful of blood, accelerating once more. This time, the 4 clones began spinning, constantly shifting positions. Just as Eddie thought Xiaoyao must be dizzy, they struck suddenly. But the moment he charged towards Xiaoyao, regret washed over Eddie. Xiaoyao's face wore a mischievous grin that seemed to see right through everything. He slammed on the brakes, trying to dodge. But it was too late. Xiaoyao's fist not only absorbed the surrounding energy but seemed to suck Eddie's body in, freezing him solid. The punch was clearly slow, yet he couldn't dodge it. This time, Eddie crashed to the ground and passed out instantly, not even managing to send his energy points. However, the 3 examiners were quite generous with their energy points, each awarding 300 points. You really saw through the clones. Lu Shengnan couldn't help but confirm. Not at all. He always makes that weird noise before hitting me. I just recognized the real one by the sound. Xiaoyao thought to himself, how could I possibly tell you about my heavenly eye? That's my little secret. But Eddie always makes that sound right when he strikes. That you could react in time is impressive enough. Lu Shengnan stood up. I accept your challenge. Seeing the division's expert step forward to challenge Xiao Yao, even Helen felt a surge of excitement this time. Who would have thought that just bringing a new recruit for an interview would let her witness a scene so many had anticipated? But Xiao Yao stunned them once more. Forget it. One injury is enough for today. Let's not add to it. I'll find you for a spar next time. I'll gauge your depth and you'll learn my strengths. The entire room fell silent. Had this not been an interview, Lu Shengnan would likely have attacked immediately. Enough, enough. Li Stan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. After witnessing that exchange, I doubt anyone would object to assigning Xiao Yao a C-level rating, right? Then let's settle it for now. Secretary Wang, have someone take Eddie to the medical department. Helen, take Xiao Yao to complete the information gathering. Dismissed. Dismissed. Helen promptly led Xiao Yao away. Lu Shengnan went to check on Eddie's condition, while Secretary Wang slipped out discreetly to make a call. Today had certainly been eventful. Even Helen's attitude toward Xiao Yao had done a complete 180. Please follow me. Wait a moment. Xiao Yao suddenly remembered something. That guy down there, he said himself he wouldn't join the association if he lost. Would you still hire him? That requires evaluating both external circumstances and his personal intent. Even if he's dead set on joining, our assessment of him would likely be downgraded. After all, your wager was a personal matter. Procedurally, we can't prevent him from reporting next month he passed the test just now. Besides, ghostly entities are surging now. You know how it is. Xiao Yao nodded in understanding, then added. Then that one downstairs, I suggest you take him on next month too. The one downstairs? The chubby one? Why must we hire him? Li Stan asked curiously. Chapter 36, You're courting death. Could your portable devices run out of power? And if the enemy has signal detectors, wouldn't they pick up your devices and expose the hunter's identities? Haven't you realized that a chubby kid who only farts is the most under-suspected asset against enemies? Xiao Yao fired back with consecutive questions, silencing all three interviewers. Had an ordinary person said this, they likely wouldn't have listened. But Xiao Yao was the second genius to emerge in recent years after Lu Shengnan. His words carried weight. Arrange a retest immediately. Secretary Wang waved his hand decisively. Xiao Yao followed Helen away with satisfaction. After completing the registration, Xiao Yao didn't leave but rubbed his rumbling stomach. Oh, I'll take you to our cafeteria for dinner. Helen read the situation with remarkable eagerness. Surveying the feast of meat and fish on the table, Xiao Yao examined his new phone. This device isn't just for communication and tracking, it lets you scan codes for free meals at branch locations, access bounty listings, and more. If you encounter trouble, you can even summon nearby hunters for support. Think of it as an all-in-one card for association operations. Helen explained with pride. Xiao Yao nodded. I get it, just like our school meal card. You can get meals and buy baishir at the snack shop. Helen had grown accustomed to Xiao Yao's way of thinking and no longer batted an eye. After a few bites, Xiao Yao asked, by the way, D rank pays 20,000. What should my C rank be? C rank is 50,000, B rank is 100,000, A rank is 500,000. As for S rank, which surpasses A rank, 1,000,000 yuan monthly salary is practically just a number to them. 1,000,000. Xiao Yao's mouth watered. What's wrong, Mr. Xiao? Is the food not to your liking? Helen covered her mouth and giggled. When she wasn't being mischievous, her smile was genuinely sweet. Xiao Yao couldn't let her know he was drooling over the salary. He nodded earnestly. Yes, this delicious food has moved me. It even reminded me of boarding school in junior high. Once, school let out early, and I got home ahead of time. As soon as I walked in, I saw the table piled high with all kinds of goodies. Braised pork belly, pork knuckles, all my favorite things I usually loved but couldn't afford. Seeing Mom's busy figure in the kitchen, my nose suddenly stung, and I just wanted to run over and hug her. At this point, Xiao Yao's nose truly stung. Just then, Mom suddenly turned and saw me. The knife in her hand nearly dropped onto the cutting board. She shouted a few words. Those words have stayed with me ever since, and I've never eaten braised pork belly or pig's trotters again. She exclaimed, oh my goodness, why are you back? Finishing the story, Xiao Yao speared a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and shoved it into his mouth, then took a hearty bite out of the pig's trotter he was holding. Helen paused for a moment, then silently transferred the meat from her plate to Xiao Yao's. Ah, such a kind-hearted girl. I suppose I won't torment her any further. Xiao Yao ate happily, then thought of the 200,000 yuan in his pocket and the 50,000 yuan monthly salary to come. He couldn't help but chuckle again. Mr. Xiao, why are you laughing again? What's so amusing? Is it because you're making money? Ha? Not at all. Do I look like that kind of vulgar person? Xiao Yao hurriedly denied it, a large shrimp still in his mouth. I was just thinking about something else. Well then, why not share it and make me happy too? Helen asked expectantly. Oh, right. I just remembered a fitness streamer. Xiao Yao began spinning a tall tail with wide open eyes. She's this chubby girl. I watched her weight loss workouts for half a month and noticed she didn't lose any weight, she actually got stronger. That doesn't make sense. Aerobic exercise should help you lose weight. Helen said skeptically, her figure suggesting she knew what she was talking about. I thought so too, until I saw her live streaming eating pig's trotters in another channel. Helen laughed. She suddenly realized that as long as you didn't provoke Xiao Yao, he was actually quite easy to get along with. Too bad some people just didn't get that. Just as Xiao Yao finished eating and prepared to leave, someone uninvited plopped down across the table. Seated next to Helen, facing Xiao Yao. Is he new today? Looks unfamiliar. Huh? Captain Kai? Yep, Xiao Yao just finished his paperwork. The man beside Helen had jet black long hair and a slender build. If not for his voice betraying his gender, he could easily be mistaken for a woman. Hello, I'm Kai Tang. Interested in joining our squad? If you're willing, I'll test you shortly. You could join today. Captain Kai was quite direct, getting straight to the point. Helen quickly interjected, this is a member recommended by Captain Ding to replace Vulture. So what? After the interview, they still have the right to choose freely, correct? Kai Tang was technically right. While the recommender theoretically held priority, if the member wanted to switch teams, it couldn't be forced. It just wasn't the most honorable approach. Xiao Yao ignored Kai Tang, staring instead at his plate. This soup is way too much. It's ruined a perfectly good dish. Helen nearly burst out laughing. She knew Xiao Yao was doing this on purpose. Captain Kai, however, didn't lose his temper. I get it. Everyone knows Captain Ding's temper, but don't worry. He may have a foul temper, but he's no match for me. If you really join me, he won't dare say anything. A captain who can't even protect his own men? In my opinion, he might as well quit. Kai Tang's words drew the attention of nearby staff, who gathered to watch the spectacle. Wow, this new recruit's got some luck. First day on the job and Captain Kai shows up to handle business? If he's got the skills to join Captain Kai's squad directly, he's set for life. Who doesn't know Captain Kai's sector is packed with ghosts? They're powerful, raking in bonuses by the bucketful every month. If I were a combat operative, I'd accept Captain Kai's trial. Once in, earning hundreds of thousands a month would be a breeze. You? Just wait for that combat potion experiment to succeed. Otherwise, settle for your measly salary. Overhearing these comments, Helen was about to explain Xiao Yao's rank when Xiao Yao couldn't hold back anymore. Sorry, Captain Kai, I prefer working with men. I'm not used to following a female captain. Female captain? Anger flashed across Kai Tang's face, and only then did Xiao Yao feign realization. Oh my apologies. So you're actually a guy too? My apologies. Maybe your family was as poor as mine growing up, surviving on vegetable soup and rice porridge, suffering from malnutrition? Now that you've made a decent fortune, you ought to treat yourself better, eat heartily to build strength. Arrogant newbie. Kai Tang snorted. Young man, don't refuse too hastily. I advise you to keep your options open. Let me tell you this, your Captain Ding is about to hit rock bottom in a few days. Joining him now is like snagging a ticket to the Titanic. You're courting death. Chapter 37, still want the formula? Oh? What's going on with Captain Ding's squad? Helen couldn't help but press for details. The crowd nearby perked up their ears. Heh, it's about to be announced anyway, so I might as well spill the beans early. According to the diviner's prediction, a powerful ghost entity is about to appear in Captain Ding's sector. If it's confirmed, all other squads might have to rush in to support them. But who knows how many of their squad will still be alive by the time we get there. Captain Kai finished speaking and gave Xiao Yao a meaningful look, signaling him to consider. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. Really? What grade is this ghost entity? How high could the bounty get? To be honest, Captain Kai, the reason I like Captain Ding's team is precisely because they aren't very strong. Ha! This time, both Kai Tang and Helen were stunned. Because only then can they not compete with me for credit or split the bonus. Xiao Yao chuckled smugly, already picturing stacks of cash flying into his pockets. Kai Tang was speechless. He'd never met a rookie so brazenly disrespectful. But he couldn't resort to violence in the cafeteria. He could only watch his chest rise and fall as he struggled to control his rage. But just then, Xiao Yao let one rip. A long, rich, and plentiful stinker. Captain Kai, smell that. Pretty good meal, huh? Ugh. Kai Tang nearly gagged from the stench. What the hell did you eat that stinks so bad? What's the matter? Not satisfied with just smelling it? Want the recipe? Captain, you're so greedy. Put. Helen and the onlookers all burst out laughing, sending waves of energy into Xiao Yao's system. Bang! Kai Tang slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Fine. I'll see how long you and your Ding captain can keep acting cocky. Don't come begging me on your knees for help later. After delivering his threat, Kai Tang flung his long hair back and strode away with long strides. Sigh, Xiao Yao, on your very first day reporting for duty, you've managed to piss off absolutely everyone you could. New recruits with the same status, examiners, even captains from other teams. Do you realize you're narrowing your own path with your actions? Helen reminded him helplessly, though remembering Xiaoyao's potential, she wasn't quite as worried for him. But the people beside her didn't know the results of Xiaoyao's test today. To them, Xiaoyao was nothing but a reckless fool. Sigh, this kid's career has barely begun, and it might already be ending. Is a powerful ghost entity emerging in East Yuncheng district? How strong could it be? Captain Ding might have a foul temper, but he's still a decent leader. Surely he won't really fail this time? Uninterested in the chatter, Xiaoyao left the building under everyone's gaze. Watching his retreating figure, along with the chubby kid who'd just passed the retest and come for lunch, Helen was suddenly struck by a doubt. Is Xiaoyao really only joining Captain Ding's team to claim the bonus for himself? Upon arriving home, Xiaoyao collapsed onto his bed. The day had been exhausting, fighting female ghosts, playing basketball, breaking bricks, and enduring electric shocks. After flirting with the school beauty for a while in bed, Xiaoyao brushed his teeth and went to sleep. What he hadn't expected was that even his dreams wouldn't let him rest. That damn old thing was back again. To be fair though, the old man hadn't done much good in life, and even in death he kept causing trouble. But without the system he'd given him, Xiaoyao wouldn't have earned so much money or won over the school beauty. So this time, unusually, Xiaoyao didn't start cursing right away. After chatting for a while, he finally couldn't hold back. My dear disciple, looks like the system's been renewed? How's it working out for you? The old man asked with a smug grin. The effect? Well, it seems I'm even more of a nuisance than before. Xiaoyao spoke honestly, I never had many friends to begin with, and now I've got a whole bunch of enemies to boot. Ahem, don't let others' insults get to you. The old man offered a flattering consolation. Think about it this way, if you had a bunch of friends, by the time you reached my age, you'd be attending funeral after funeral. How heartbreaking would that be? But with so many enemies, when you're old, one dies today, another tomorrow, every death is good news. Wouldn't that be delightful? The old man finished with a smug nod and a wink at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao spat, with so many enemies, I doubt I'll even live to your age. Besides, how old are you anyway? I thought I knew before, but now. I'm not so sure. Caught up by Xiaoyao, the old man quickly pulled out his secret weapon, changing the subject. Well, there are two things this time. First, you've made quite a bit of money with the system, right? When are you gonna burn down the second batch of supplies for me? Spit it out. What do you want this time? Xiaoyao waved his hand generously. With his current fortune, burning some paper offerings for his master was no big deal. The old man happily handed Xiaoyao a list, then his expression turned serious. The second thing is, stuff from the third layer of hell has surfaced. Normally, this layer should only be accessible to those with D+ strength, but there are some special skills involved. And there's a high chance you'll encounter some familiar human faces. Just the third layer? Xiaoyao was puzzled, not even noticing his master's odd choice of words. But I heard a powerful figure is about to descend upon the eastern district of Yun City. Does the third layer have that kind of thing? They say it might even require several hunter guild squads working together. Is that true? The old man's eyes darted around. If the hunter guild says that, something's definitely gone to hell or gone wrong. No way. I gotta check out the underworld. As the old man vanished, Xiaoyao hurriedly called after him. Old man, you're asking for so much stuff again, you're not actually planning a rebellion down there, are you? Relax, I'd never do something like that. Besides, a rebellion would be way too boring. Ha 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 ha. With that, the old man dashed off. Damn it, someday I'll find a way to dig up info on what's happening down there. Should I pay the Hunters Guild another visit? Maybe score a free meal while I'm at it? Xiaoyao's first thought upon waking was that he couldn't keep letting his master lead him around by the nose. He is so fixated on that guy coming to Yun City, and he mentioned going to the underworld? A bold idea popped into his head. If I catch that powerful guy, maybe I can find out what shady business this old codger is up to down there? Finishing breakfast with excitement, Xiaoyao spent the walk to school anticipating news of a powerful ghostly being's arrival. But as soon as he reached the school gate, he saw a group waiting for him. Xing Yuqiang's younger brother, Xing Yuxing, along with several teammates from the sports club. Chapter 38, 200,000 for a loud crack. Oh my, what's this? You guys want to learn brick splitting too? Xiaoyao shoved his hands in his pockets, swaying as he sauntered to the entrance and asked teasingly. Xing Yuxing wasn't as tall as his brother, but his frame was at least twice as broad. If the sports team hadn't only offered weightlifting, Xiaoyao would have thought he belonged in sumo. Add to that his chunky, dark-skinned face, some might even mistake him for Xing Yuqiang's dad. Learn from you? That. My brother's still in the hospital with his arm in a cast. His hand was shattered. The doctor spent all night putting it back together like a Lego set, you know? Boss, really? That level of detail? One of his underlings quickly interjected. Xiaoyao stifled a laugh and suddenly asked. So what do you want to learn? Learn? Learn what? I ain't here to learn. Xing Yuxing took a few seconds to process before snapping back, I'm here to beat the out of you. His words exploded like a bomb, loud enough to make nearby students instinctively duck before scrambling to safer vantage points to watch. Fighting? That's expensive. Your big bro's Lego set cost a fortune, right? Plus, if you beat me up, you'd have to pay me back, wouldn't you? Xiao Yao relished the thrill of trash talking while racking up energy points. Why not? Oomph. Think everyone's as broke as you, living in poverty? Xing Yuxing pounded his chest, signaling he could afford to pay for crippling him. How pitiful. Xiao Yao looked at Xing Yuxing with pity. Losing your worries at such a young age. Good thing you're rich enough to afford looking like that. Oh, I heard eating cucumbers helps you lose weight. Want to give it a shot? Cucumbers really help you lose weight? Xing Yuxing perked up. Before meals or after? How many pounds should I eat each time? Put. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yao thought to himself, this topic was definitely the right choice. Boss, don't fall for it. He's messing with you. At that moment, Xing Yuxing's henchman behind him warned again. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes and looked over. I was wondering who it was. Oh, it's Li Chang. You're robbing your own classmates by targeting students from other classes? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to stay in class anymore? Oomph. Since you've been bullying me, I wouldn't be able to stay anyway. Li Chang's cast hadn't come off yet, so he can only point at Xiao Yao with his other hand. Enemies meeting only intensified their hatred. Xiao Yao suddenly pulled out his phone. Listen up, Li Chang. Xing Yuxing isn't the only one with money. From now on, when I beat you up, I can afford to pay the compensation. With 200,000 in hand, Xiao Yao felt invincible. After using that old phone for so long, it was finally time to retire it. Holding the old phone high, Xiao Yao flung it with flair against the school gate stone monument. So what if it's about money? I'll be making 50 grand a month from now on. Catch a ghost and the bounty's hundreds of thousands, even millions. Today I'll just show you a little taste smashing a phone to intimidate you lot. Smack! The sharp crack sent Xing Yuxing and the others genuinely reeling. Even the onlookers covered their mouths, gaping in disbelief. Xiao Yao hadn't expected his spur-of-the-moment stunt to land so perfectly. He pulled out his new phone with smug satisfaction. Ha! Wait, why does this new screen feel a bit rough too? Xiao Yao quickly looked down and saw the shatterproof second-hand rice phone in his hand. Where's my new phone? He whipped his head around to find a sleek, high-end custom phone lying quietly at the base of the stone monument. If phones could make expressions, this one would be filled with question marks. Holy crap, I knew their expressions were exaggerated. Xiao Yao's heart ached, but he knew now wasn't the time for sadness. See? Who can't afford a good phone? I just got used to my old phone and couldn't bear to replace it. Today, I'll show you all that true wealth is always understated. Wow. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Isn't that the legendary custom model 6686, rumored to be pricier than the 9949? Heard they start at 200 grand minimum, and regular folks can't even get their hands on one. Damn, he just smashed it like that. Is that crappy phone really that good? You know nothing. This is called cherishing the old, got it? People like this usually value loyalty and friendship. Oh, I'm starting to like him. It's not about the phone, it's that I love Xiao Yao's pure, uncomplicated nature. Hearing these comments, the smile on Xiao Yao's face froze. Damn it, 200,000? All that money, and I just heard a loud crack? Wonder if the association will replace it? If I say the phone had a defect, would they even believe me? Whether the association believes it is another matter. But today, the entrance of Yunqing No. 2 High School has gained many new cases of envy. Just as Xiao Yao was trying to look nonchalant, Xing Yuxing spoke up defiantly. This phone, it's not a model, is it? It's like a brick. You've got quite the collection of props, kid. A model? My ass. Xiao Yao felt like his heart was bleeding. If it really was a phone, why didn't you try calling it first to prove it? Or, should I try calling it for you right now? Xing Yuxing was either genuinely dumb or just plain evil. He knew perfectly well the phone was smashed and dead, yet he suggested this now. Of course, Xiao Yao was partly to blame for smashing it so fast, leaving no chance for anyone else. Now he could only swallow his pride and keep quiet. Exactly. Xiao Yao's a sly bastard. That phone's probably fake. Probably? I'd say 100% fake. What if he stole it from a store and didn't even realize it was a model? Xiao Yao was reeling. Losing his phone was bad enough, but now people thought it was a dummy model? What a huge loss. But just as the audience's attitude did a complete 180, another twist happened. Xiao Yao, come in. HM? The voice came from the new phone lying on the ground. It wasn't broken? Xiao Yao quickly picked it up and pressed the answer button. Whoosh! A figure materialized right out of the phone. It was Captain Ding. Holographic projection. Whoa, is this what high-end phones can do? So cool. The students stared in disbelief. Xiao Yao, wanting to avoid drawing too much attention at school, reached out to cover Captain Ding's projection. As his palm pressed down, the projection shrank proportionally, shrinking into a tiny figure the size of a fist. You've received notification, a ghostly entity has infiltrated your school. To prevent panic, locate and eliminate it immediately. Ha! Could it be that legendary powerful thing? Xiao Yao whispered. You already know about that creature? Of course not. But it's still dangerous to students and teachers. Use the detection function at the school to locate the target. Once found, call for assistance from team member Park Gukchang first. If you can't handle it, I and the other team members will rush over immediately. After Captain Ding finished speaking, Xiao Yao abruptly turned to face the school building. Students? Teachers? Kuliyu, Teacher Jean. Suddenly, Xiao Yao remembered that stitched ghost. If that night the stitched ghost hadn't seen Xiaofang, but Kuliyu instead, would the one who died have been the school beauty? This time, he couldn't afford to be careless. Chapter 39, The First School Parkour Competition. Damn it, get out of my way. I'm going to the school. Xiao Yao finished securing his phone, no longer in the mood to play with the child. His gaze was resolute and courageous, his demeanor steady yet charged with excitement. At least there's one piece of good news, the phone isn't broken. Watching Xiao Yao stride toward the school gate, Xing Yuxing hesitated. Who wouldn't think twice about someone who could afford such a phone? Xiao Yao deliberately provoked him. Wanna stop me? I can cover your medical bills up front. Shut it, you arrogant rich jerk. Xing Yuxing chickened out. He watched helplessly as Xiao Yao strode past him toward the classroom building. Bro, are we just letting this slide? See how Xiao Yao acted? Can you really swallow that? If it were me, I wouldn't. Look. Xiao Yao's running away, the kid's got a guilty conscience. Li Chang shouted, pointing at Xiao Yao's retreating figure. Damn it, we've been played. Chase him. Xing Yuxing bellowed, leading his men in pursuit. Suddenly, the large crowd of onlookers snapped into action. Oh no, we're going to be late. Run, quick. As the sharp school bell rang, a scene straight out of an African animal migration unfolded at the gates of Second High. One boy sprinted ahead, a pack of burly guys chasing behind, followed by an even larger crowd of boys and girls. At least 200 people charged into the school like a military assault, each striving to be first. Security guards patrolling the campus were stunned speechless. Damn, is this some massive brawl? I can't handle this. The cafeteria chef, just starting his shift, glanced at his watch in confusion. Is it lunchtime already? The sun looks like it's still morning. Even the principal, watching from his office window, was stunned by the spectacle. This hunger, have they finally felt the pressure of the college entrance exams? Xiao Yao didn't care why the people behind him were running. Right now, only one thought occupied his mind: find that ghostly creature and stop it from threatening the people he cared about. A flower bed blocked his path? He easily leaped over it. A ping pong table stood in his way? He flipped it over with a single hand. A stunned cleaning lady appeared ahead? He spun around and brushed past her. He casually flicked her wavy hair as he passed. Boss, this kid's showing off. Keep up. Don't embarrass the sports team. Xing Yuxing led by example, lightly hopping over the flower bed. Boom. The flower bed flew away, and the athletes pressed on. Ping pong table? Boom. Overturned. Still couldn't stop the athlete's stride. Cleaning auntie? Can't use force here. Xing Yuxing scooped her up with one hand and set her aside. Watching the young men dash past, the auntie couldn't help but sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. That surge of testosterone reminds me of that summer 30 years ago. Seconds later, she realized she was drowning in a sea of hormones. Goodness gracious, is something chasing them? Xiao Yao led the charge into the academic building, using his phone and personal system to search floor by floor. He sprinted from one end of the corridor to the other, then up the stairs. Then back from the other end to this one, and up again. Once inside the building, the students began dispersing into their respective classrooms. Only that group of athletic students continued relentlessly pursuing Xiao Yao. Boss, he went downstairs from that end. Chase him. Keep going, chase him. Xing Yuxing had long since fallen behind. He and Li Chang, the strength training group, were the first to be eliminated. They stood outside the building, bent over, gasping for breath. The second group to drop out were the technique and explosive power specialists. They followed Xiao Yao to the top floor but stayed behind. Now, only the long-distance runners remained, following Xiao Yao downstairs and charging toward the administration building. Damn it, is this kid crazy? Doesn't he have a classroom he likes? Drugged up? Forgot which class he's in? You guys catch him, hold him off. We'll be there soon. Xing Yuxing yelled, then gritted his teeth and sprinted toward the administration building. While Xiao Yao was causing chaos in both the classroom building and the administration building, in a corner behind the school's technology building, several girls were surrounding a petite girl, slapping her face viciously. You were supposed to pass the answers. Where the hell were you? Do you even realize we all failed because we waited for your answers? And then you snitched on us for smoking. The girls cursed and slapped her repeatedly. Eventually, that wasn't enough, and they started kicking her. The girl being beaten had a bloody nose, tears, and snot smeared across her face. Her body was covered in footprints, not to mention the pain in her face and limbs. Begging for mercy and crying were her only options. But this only provoked the others to attack with even greater recklessness. One girl even picked up a wooden stick from the ground, swinging it through the air with a terrifying crack. Cry. Cry louder. We're roommates. If you don't treat us like friends, you're our enemy. You think we won't snap pics of your ugly face and send them to that guy you like? Amidst the girl's maniacal laughter, her sobs grew louder, mingled with an inexplicable ferocity. You don't want me to live? Then, we'll all die together. The petite girl suddenly lifted her head, her face etched with utter despair and madness. In that instant, her already shrieking voice surged to a deafening pitch. Ah! My ears! My head hurts so bad. It's going to explode. The girls clutched their heads in agony, but the petite girl let out a piercing howl. Then, a thunderous crash echoed nearby. The school wall suddenly collapsed. The girls clutching their heads were caught completely off guard, their screams rising in unison as they were all crushed beneath the wall. For student safety and to deter wall climbing truancy, second highest perimeter wall was built exceptionally high, nearly 4 meters tall. Constructed of brick and cement. Yet from the first crack to its thunderous collapse, the entire process took no longer than the slender girl's wail of pain. Dust and sand swirled everywhere, as if a building had just been blown up. When the dust settled, a petite figure slowly emerged, stepping over the bricks. Only, the girl's expression was peculiar. First, she looked expressionlessly at her classmate pinned beneath the rubble, moaning in agony. Then, she scanned her surroundings with curiosity. Is this the world 2,000 years in the future? I wonder if my husband has been reincarnated. Where could he be? Even if I have to search every corner of this place, I will find him. Chapter 40, You Hurt Me. Boss, we lost him. Xing Yuxing's group finally regrouped, but Xiao Yao had vanished. How could you lose him? Aren't you guys long-distance runners? Xing Yuxing demanded angrily. He went into the women's restroom. Then you should have guarded the entrance. We did. But he jumped out the window. The students looked aggrieved. They were confident in their stamina and endurance, but Xiao Yao was anything but ordinary. The window faces that way. Move it to the science building. Xing Yuxing waved his hand, leading his group in a grand procession. A petite girl walked toward them. Both sides frowned at each other. Why aren't you in class? Xing Yuxing asked curiously. Why aren't you guys in class? Having absorbed the girl's memories, the female ghost within her had also gained a rough understanding of this world. We're looking for a boy. Have you seen him? I'm looking for a man too. Have you seen him? Hearing the girl say she was searching for a man, Xing Yuxing couldn't help but chuckle. A man? There are plenty around here. Which one catches your eye? Men? I don't see a single one. The girl laughed scornfully, about to push through the crowd of tall boys to continue her search. Hold on, what did you say? Already boiling with anger from Xiao Yao, and now met with sarcasm, Xing Yuxing reached out to block the girl. Xing Yuxing wasn't the type to bully someone smaller than him, but he wanted to intimidate the girl into apologizing. If there were no real men on the sports team, then perhaps few in this school deserved the title of man at all? A normal girl would likely have been intimidated by the sheer presence of so many boys. But this girl suddenly snorted and shouted loudly. Get lost! The shrill cry exploded like a shockwave, making Xing Yuxing, standing closest, feel a thunderclap in his head. The group of boys staggered, instinctively covering their ears, watching in disbelief as the petite girl walked tall and proud right through their midst. Is this what you call a man? Her words struck a nerve in Xing Yuxing, and he roared. You! Stop right there! No one else will pass before me today unless they crawl between my legs. Between my legs? Here? Seeing the big oaf charge at her, she thrust her knee straight up. Ah, oh, ha! Xing Yuxing suddenly bent over, eyes wide, letting out uncontrollable strange sounds. His movements were even more graceful than Xing Yuchang's first brick-splitting attempt. Seeing their leader strike, the younger brothers had already prepared to cheer and applaud. But this sudden blow turned into area damage. The boys who hadn't even been hit sucked in cold breaths, their balls clenching. They unconsciously squeezed their legs together, looking like a bunch of prawns. Mind your own business? Watch out for testicle pain. After speaking, the girl sensed the teaching building was the most crowded, so she headed toward it. But before she could take a few steps, she was stopped again. Mr. Park Guk Chang, teacher at Yunqing No. 2 High School. His sparse stubble, perpetually unzipped pants, and unwavering gaze. You're no longer a student. What business do you have in the teaching building? How about I play with you? Meng Jiangnu. Finally, someone who looks vaguely like a man? Meng Jiangnu sneered contemptuously, get lost. She unleashed another sonic blast, only to collide with another wave of sound. A shrill whistle pierced the air, clashing violently with Meng Jiangnu's roar. It was like tossing two pebbles into a tranquil lake. Two ripples spread out, layer upon layer, intertwining and fading. What are you standing around for? The whistle means run. The sports team members shouted and finally scattered in all directions. Meng Jiangnu raised an eyebrow, standing atop the mountain like a young girl calling out, cupping her hands around her mouth to form a megaphone. Die! The area of effect attack transformed into a single target strike aimed solely at Teacher Park, its power instantly multiplying several times over. Damn it, I got too cocky. Mr. Park scrambled backward, but how could human legs outpace sound waves? So as he retreated, he drew his starter pistol. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out in rapid succession. Hearing the gunfire, the athletes fled even faster. While chaos erupted around the tech building, 2 figures stood beside the boiler room. Xiao Yao and Teacher Jean. You mean there's a ghostly presence in the school like Sister Wang? And now you're going to check the women's bathhouse? Teacher Jean asked, puzzled. Yes, Teacher Jean. I can enter the women's restroom because each stall has a door. But the bathhouse is inconvenient for me. I'm afraid it might affect my reputation at school. Xiao Yao spoke with such earnestness that Teacher Jean couldn't even muster a rebuttal. In the past, she would have suspected this was another one of Xiao Yao's tricks to skip class. But after the incident with Aunt Wang, she took a deep breath. Teacher, just hold this phone and watch the display on the screen. If you spot the target, don't alert it. Come out and tell me, and I'll handle it. Xiao Yao handed the beginner-level device to Teacher Jean, who nodded. She recalled Mrs. Wang, the terrifying woman who jumped from a building despite her severe injuries. At this hour, no one should be showering, but with so many people in the school, what if some female staff member was inside without clothes? So this task truly fell to her to complete for Xiao Yao. Teacher, remember no peeking at my photo album. Just before entering, Xiao Yao reminded her again, still uneasy. You silly child, do I look like the type to be that nosy? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have wanted to look, but now that you've said it. Teacher Jean winked at Xiao Yao and turned to enter. That one glance was full of allure, and Xiao Yao quickly shook his head vigorously. Forget it fast. I can't betray the school beauty. Just then, a whistle pierced the air, grabbing Xiao Yao's attention. Followed by several gunshots. Though the distance was considerable, Xiao Yao instinctively sensed the danger in those sounds. A minute later, when Teacher Jean emerged from the women's bathroom, Xiao Yao was nowhere to be seen. After the gunfire, Teacher Pu and Meng Jiangnu were both sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Teacher Pu's clothes had been shredded by the shockwave, her body covered in bloodstains as if slashed dozens of times by knives. All that remained of her clothing was a pair of pleasant goat underwear. Whether the zipper was up or down no longer mattered. Meng Jiangnu's chest bore a gaping wound that would have killed an ordinary person instantly, yet she struggled to her feet. You hurt me. Hearing those words, Teacher Park instantly perked up. Ah! How touching. I never thought I'd hear a woman say that to me in my lifetime. Struggling to his feet, Teacher Park even considered lighting a cigarette. But then, a sharp beeping sound erupted from the pile of shredded clothes on the ground. That sound made Teacher Park's heart clench. That damn thing, its energy is surging rapidly? Chapter 41, her period has arrived. D+? C? C? C+. Teacher Park trembled violently, yet Meng Jiangnu's energy continued to surge. B rank, AB rank ghost entity. She's the big one. Teacher Park regretted it. If he'd known this would happen, he should have called for backup first. But could he escape now? No, he couldn't and he wouldn't. He only managed to grab his phone before Meng Jiangnu's swing sent him flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Meng Jiangnu? Or should I call you Mengpa now? Teacher Park coughed up several mouthfuls of blood as his vision blurred. He, you've discovered me. Then die. As Mengpa finished speaking and looked up, the girl's face had transformed into that of an unparalleled beauty. With another flick of her wrist, Teacher Park's body floated upward before crashing down once more. This time, Teacher Park coughed up blood. Not only was his vision blurred, but his consciousness was fading too. Yet, he still struggled to rise. You know you're courting death, right? Mengpa regarded him as if he were an insignificant insect. I'm a teacher here. And behind me are my students. After Teacher Park finished speaking, Mengpa clapped her hands with a smile. Then I'll grant you a fitting death. A teacher turned into an old corpse. As he flew through the air for the third time, Teacher Park sensed he couldn't endure this final blow. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. He didn't crash to the ground. A man caught him with both arms. Forcing his eyes open a crack, Teacher Park saw Xiao Yao's smiling face fill his vision. It's me, Park. The guy who can help you lick your wounds, tend to your injuries. You lie down for a bit. I'll deal with this beauty. You're only a C rank hunter. She's B rank. Don't throw your life away. Teacher Park shouted desperately, I'll hold her off, you run. Problem is, you can't hold her off either. Xiao Yao finished with a laugh, stepping toward Mengpa. If you want men, go to nightclubs or brothels. Here, it's either male teachers or male students. You've come to the wrong place. Just as Xiao Yao positioned himself in front of Teacher Park, ready to battle Mengpa, the old man from the underworld had already swept through the second layer of hell with Catwoman. With this energy, once that kid burns down the second batch of supplies, I'll be able to transform too. Now, it's time to take a trip to the underworld. Mimi, I'm heading to the underworld. You have a task, go to the human world. The old man looked at Catgirl, whose strength had risen to C rank, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, master. But I wonder what you want me to do. You're to supervise my apprentice and protect him. Protect him? The Catgirl's eyes flashed. Master, I understand supervising him, making sure he burns the paper properly. But protect him? Given his strength, as you say, surely he doesn't need my protection? Put. Who knows him better than me? That kid has limitless potential, but he's just as lecherous as I am. I worry he'll stumble into trouble with women someday. The old man said sheepishly, You're a woman. Having you nearby as an observer puts my mind at ease. After all, only a woman knows how to guard against other women, right? Besides, with your current power, you can fully transform now. You've regained a few of the lives you lost before, haven't you? Nothing escapes the master's eyes. I'll go now. Catwoman stepped onto the teleportation array. The old man activated it with a single hand, and she dissolved into a stream of energy, vanishing. With a sense of relief, the old man headed toward the other entrance of the Hell Cavern. Who could that big creature be that slipped away right under my nose? If anyone below the third layer escaped, I would have known for sure. Could be those bastards from the underworld pulling strings. The old man and Catwoman split up. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao clashed with Mengpa. Exploding straight punch. Without hesitation, Xiaoyao unleashed his killing move. This punch packed several times the power of the one he'd landed on Sister Wang. It turned out that to spare her life and extract her energy, Xiaoyao hadn't fought Wang Saw at full strength. This punch, however, fully embodied the power expected of a C-rank hunter. Is that all? A vortex materialized in Mengpo's hand, Yellow Springs Beyond. The destructive punch plunged into the vortex and vanished without a trace. Xiaoyao felt as if he'd punched thin air, nearly losing his balance and stumbling forward. Boom! Simultaneously, the teleportation array beside the underworld trembled faintly, as if some energy had erupted and vanished. So it really is B rank level? Xiaoyao sensed the pressure emanating from Mengpa, yet suddenly smiled. Perfect. I can try out a new move, a new technique. If the system spoke now, it would surely ask Xiaoyao, what new move are you practicing? The exploding straight punch is already your strongest technique. Upgrading skills or items next time will cost 20,000 energy points. Yet Xiaoyao had already assumed a fighting stance, his fist aimed squarely at Mengpa once more. If this punch is as weak as last time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Clearly, Mengpa had grown interested in Xiaoyao. She wanted to test just how strong this youth truly was. If even an ordinary school harbored someone capable of challenging a B-rank ghost, Mengpa would need to reassess this entire adventure. Indeed, this Mengpa was originally a ghost from the 8th layer of Hell, a disgraced and dismissed ghost officer. Her dismissal stemmed from secretly altering the recipe for Mengpo's soup, allowing her to recall her lover from her past life as Meng Jiangnu. She then exploited her former position as a ghost official to escape Hell as Meng Jiangnu from the 3rd layer, descending to the mortal realm to fulfill her unfinished business. Her long-suppressed resentment now raged unchecked. Unless she found her husband's reincarnation, she would never rest. The catch? She couldn't die immediately upon re-emerging. From the memories of this girl, she learned of a dangerous organization called the Hunter Association, teeming with hidden dangers. Thus, when Xiaoyao unleashed his second punch, Mengpa felt a surge of anticipation. Exploding straight punch. Still relying on that old trick? Mengpa snorted in disappointment until something felt terribly wrong. The fist's power surged explosively. It had even surpassed the C-rank threshold, reaching B or even B rank. Yellow Springs Beyond. Mengpa twisted her wrist, summoning the vortex once more. This time, however, the fist's force didn't vanish like a stone sinking into the sea. It detonated within the vortex. Whoosh! Mengpa and Xiaoyao both stumbled back a step, eyes wide as they stared at each other. What rank are you in the Hunter Association? Mengpa couldn't help but ask. I'm not afraid to tell you, I just joined the association. I'm only at the beginner level. Xiaoyao deliberately downplayed his status. Nonsense. If you're just an entry-level member, then who's that guy I knocked down on the ground? Mengpa wasn't just beautiful, she was sharp too. Oh, him? He's way more powerful than me. It's just that these past few days, he's been feeling under the weather. He lost too much blood, and his strength is down to less than a tenth of what it used to be. Xiaoyao said earnestly. Chapter 42, New Positions, My Ass. Unwell? Excessive bleeding? Mengpa was dumbfounded. Had men developed menstrual cycles after thousands of years? She quickly scanned the girl's memories and grew furious. You lied to me. Explosive straight punch. Seizing Mengpo's distraction, Xiaoyao unleashed another punch while a streak of light flashed across his right hand. This was the secret behind his fist's ability to amplify energy from thin air. The Infinity Gauntlet, a power enhancer. Who said gloves could only transform into ordinary weapons or tools? With enough imagination, they could still become specialized auxiliary devices. However, this level was already the maximum amplification effect achievable. Boom! Both figures staggered back 2 steps. Mengpa waved her hand, producing a new weapon. This time, it's my turn to attack, right? A bull materialized, aimed directly at Xiao Yao. Forgetful. Ha! There's no water here either? As Xiao Yao pondered, a sudden dizziness washed over his brain. Then he regained his senses. Only, his eyes held a trace of confusion. What am I doing here? Who is this beauty? Shouldn't I be heading back to class? Seeing Xiao Yao's expression, Manhwa nodded with satisfaction. She had used her magic to erase his memories of her. This battle was no longer necessary. The kid packed a punch, and Manhwa hadn't yet achieved her goal. She didn't want to get bogged down with Xiao Yao. Once her wish was fulfilled, she'd come back and deal with this fool slowly. As Manhwa turned to leave, Xiao Yao suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Manhwa was puzzled. She had no idea Xiao Yao's system had alerted him to the presence of a ghostly entity. Nor did she know the system had detected her rank as B and strongly advised Xiao Yao to flee. "This guy, did you beat him up?" Xiao Yao pointed at the unconscious Park Guk-chang on the ground. "No." Manhwa started to walk away again, but Xiao Yao raised his fist. "Besides you, is there anyone else here? Any other ghosts?" Exploding straight punch. "Damn it." Manhwa waved her hand, yellow springs beyond. "Oh, a regular exploding straight punch isn't working? Enhanced exploding straight punch." Xiao Yao's gauntlet flashed. Boom. Both figures staggered backward. "Heh, finally a chance to try my new stance, my new move." "Damn it, you already said that." Manhwa impatiently raised her ancient porcelain bowl again, forgetful. This time, she cast the skill and immediately turned to leave. "Wait. Stop right there." Manhwa had barely walked 10 meters before Xiao Yao caught up. "That guy on the ground, you did that? I told you I didn't." Manhwa cursed inwardly, but the blast straight punch was already upon her back. "Whoa, pretty powerful. Watch my new stance, new move." Boom. Both recoiled simultaneously, Manhwa wearing an exasperated expression. "That's called a move, not a pose." "Right, a new move. How'd you know?" Xiao Yao asked puzzledly. "Also, why'd you beat up Teacher Pooh? Did he harass you?" "Ah, yeah, you're right. He wouldn't let me attend class and tried to drag me into the grove." Manhwa suddenly remembered she was still wearing her school uniform. "Put. You ghost girl, who are you trying to fool? Take this punch." Xiao Yao listened with satisfaction as hundreds of energy points kept rolling in, swinging his fist with glee. Manhwa kept resetting Xiao Yao's memories, but his energy points wouldn't reset. As long as the energy kept accumulating, Xiao Yao was raking it in. "Hurry up and tell me, why did you beat him up?" Xiao Yao persisted in his relentless questioning. "Does that even matter? What matters is I beat him up and you're his friend. You wouldn't let me leave, damn it." "Right. Ah, right. That's how it is." Cough cough. "You, stop right there." Huff. Manhwa took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. "You forced my hand. Even if my energy's depleted today, I'll have to kill you first." "Oh ho, comrade old Pooh, you look a bit rough around the edges?" A familiar voice echoed, making Xiao Yao frown and turn around. A tall, lanky figure with long hair. It was Captain Kai Tang rushing over. "I told you so, your squad's in trouble." "Didn't expect it this fast." Captain Kai nodded at Xiao Yao. "Before things escalate, take your team to the hospital. I've got this covered." "Got it." Without another word, Xiao Yao hoisted Pu Guochang and walked off. "By the way, didn't your phone alert you to this ghost's level?" Xiao Yao asked casually. "It's just a D+. At most, it has some special abilities." Captain Kai smirked confidently. "Only a loser like Old Park would embarrass himself in front of newbies and get beaten up like this. If your Captain Ding finds out, he'll probably beat him up again, right?" "Oh? Is getting beaten by a female ghost that embarrassing?" Xiao Yao asked with a mischievous grin. "Then you better watch your back." Not long after carrying Park Guk-chang away, Xiao Yao spotted Teacher Kim approaching. After retrieving his phone and asking Teacher Kim to arrange for Park to be taken to the hospital, Xiao Yao paused, then turned back to find Manhwa. This woman yields 800 to 1,000 energy points each time she's a prime target. Can't let her slip away. Hope Captain Kai can hold out. I don't want to end up carrying another one back. Xiao Yao jogged back to the original spot, only to find both Kai Tang and Manhwa gone. "Finished already? But I didn't see the body?" Xiao Yao spun in circles before remembering to check his phone. "Ha! Captain Ding's location overlaps with Captain Kai's. They're both on the small hill outside the school? Looks like they're teaming up to take down that pretty lady. I gotta go help out. They can't hog all the fun." Xiao Yao started to run off, but then a beautiful woman walked straight towards him. It was Liu. Class had already ended. "Xiao Yao, I need to talk to you." The school beauty's expression seemed off, and Xiao Yao grew serious. "Who's picking on you now?" "No one. Nobody's picking on me." "I knew it. Who dares mess with my girl?" Xiao Yao declared triumphantly. "Well, I just wanted to tell you, maybe we should break up?" "Ha? Sure, break up. Xiao Yao was utterly shocked. "Why? Have you fallen for someone else?" "Of course not. What are you imagining?" Liu fidgeted for a moment before speaking. Anyway, you said we'd officially start dating after the college entrance exams. I figured it's better to just break up completely first. You know the school doesn't allow early romance. Because of you, I got lectured by the dean's office teacher this morning. And whether I go to the study room or the library, I keep hearing them call me Xiaoyao's girlfriend behind my back. It's putting so much pressure on me, I can't focus on my studies. So I thought, maybe we should just break up. Damn it, what's going on? Got dumped this fast? And Xiaoyao actually had a smile on his face? Chapter 43, Perfect Timing, I'm heartbroken. Fine, break up it is. Just my luck, lots of beauties waiting for me. Rebellious, teenage kids, even if they don't want to deep down, they can't admit defeat. Really? You agreed? Liu couldn't quite believe it, staring at Xiaoyao with a complex expression. Yeah. What are you dithering for? Maybe we'll meet again someday. Xiaoyao actually had a whole lot to say, like not caring about others' gossip. What habits are good, what advice from teachers shouldn't be heeded. But he swallowed it all back, always feeling that saying those things would be a sign of weakness. Like I can't find a girlfriend. Even after confirming it, Xiaoyao turned and walked away. If he was going to leave, he'd leave with style. Liu watched Xiaoyao's retreating figure and finally gathered the courage to call out, the science building is over there. The teaching building is this way. I'm going to clear my head. No sooner had Xiaoyao spoken than several girls, covered in blood, emerged, supporting each other. Fortunately, the ambulance teacher Jean had called arrived just then. They were immediately loaded into it alongside Teacher Park. The medical staff in the ambulance were puzzled. Was there an earthquake today? How did so many casualties appear all at once? We were hurt by people. One of the injured said with a sorrowful expression. What about you? The nurse asked Teacher Park. Same here. That person was a girl. Me too. And a petite female classmate at that. I did too. Teacher Park said, then hung her head in shame. Ugh, what an embarrassment for the teacher. The nurse and students all looked at Teacher Park with disdain. Captain Kai and Captain Ding had clearly led Mengpa out of the city to avoid harming the innocent. Xiaoyao, still reeling from his breakup, couldn't be bothered to intervene. He drifted through the entire day in a haze, even finding himself complaining about the system. What about the promised passive romantic luck feature? What's going on? Host, don't worry. What's lost in one place is gained in another. If romantic luck isn't meant for Liu, it will manifest in someone else. Could it be Teacher Jean? Xiaoyao instantly perked up, lifting his gaze toward the female teacher at the lectern. A mature woman isn't bad either. After school that evening, Xiaoyao didn't head straight home. Instead, he found a funeral parlor. Following his master's instructions, he ordered a whole bunch of bizarre items, including but not limited to hydrogen bombs, Gundams, aircraft carriers, and even a herd of Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Sir, your total exceeds 2,000 yuan. We can offer free shipping. The owner enthusiastically reminded him. How's that free shipping work? Xiaoyao asked, puzzled. Once everything is ready, we'll take it to a designated incineration plant to burn it for you. That way, you won't have to deal with the hassle of burning it in the city, and you won't risk starting a wildfire in the mountains. All you need to do is write the recipient's information on a piece of paper for us. Wow, that's really convenient. Xiaoyao wrote down the old man's most frequently used alias and birthday with satisfaction. Don't blame me if it doesn't arrive. Blame yourself for always tricking me. Xiaoyao made another trip to the mall, bought an LCD TV outright, and rode home in the mall's delivery van. This is what it feels like to be rich. With this big screen, the beauties on it look life-sized. Xiaoyao began figuring out how to cast movies from his computer to the TV for a better viewing experience. Little did he know, fresh from a breakup, that two female ghosts had already set their sights on him. Playing an adult film with sound would be too embarrassing. I'll test the volume with a horror movie first. As Xiaoyao fiddled with the settings, the system suddenly alerted him. Female ghost detected. Origin, third layer of hell. Threat level to host, moderate. Ha! Who's so unlucky as to come looking for trouble right when I'm heartbroken? Xiaoyao glanced around. No one was in the room, and no one was knocking at the door either. Just then, the newly purchased TV emitted strange crackling sounds, zzzzzt, zzzzzt. Simultaneously, the lights began flickering on and off. A hand reached out from the television screen. Ha! Xiaoyao turned to look and saw a female ghost with disheveled hair and a pale face crawling out. Ah, it's you? What's your name again? Chestnut? Oh, no, Hazelnut, that's right, Hazelnut. My name is Sadako. The female ghost roared in anger, granting Xiaoyao 300 energy points. Need a hand? Xiaoyao asked, chin resting on his hand, then grabbed Sadako's wrists without warning and yanked her outward with all his strength. Ah! Sadako cried out in agony. Emerging from the television was her normal process of entering the human world. As she crawled out, her body gradually solidified step by step. But Xiaoyao's impatient intervention made it excruciatingly painful. It was like forcing an animal to shed its skin prematurely, a process meant to unfold slowly, yet someone was violently stripping it away. Not fast enough. Xiaoyao found even that too slow, so he stepped on the TV cabinet with his foot, pushing even harder. The female ghost's cries grew even more wretched. Sorry about that wrong kick. Let me wipe your face. Finally free, Sadako lay on the floor, sticking her tongue out at Xiaoyao with a vicious glare. Why are you so mean? It's just a shoe print on your face, didn't I wipe it off? You know what? Your little face is pretty fair-skinned. Wonder if the rest of you is white too? Hey, I've got a question. Compared to that mountain village corpse in Toshio, who's stronger? I've seen some movies where you fought the pen spirit. Is the pen spirit actually pretty? Hearing Xiaoyao's barrage of strange questions, Sadako froze for a moment. Ah, you don't know? I just got dumped today and was looking for someone to talk to. Then you showed up. Isn't that fate? Are you sealed inside this TV? When I plugged it in, hey, I just happened to set you free? Then shouldn't you call me master or something? How about I get you a nurse's uniform and cap to wear? The conversation grew increasingly bizarre, and Sadako began to wonder if she'd somehow ended up in a romantic movie. Right. I'm the horror movie heroine. I'm here to kill people. Suddenly remembering her true purpose, Sadako lunged at Xiaoyao's neck with her claws. Master is speaking. Pay attention. Xiaoyao frowned and punched Sadako square in the face. Wah! Sadako flew backward, crashing into the wall. She lay on the floor, looking utterly aggrieved. Hey, tell me, do all you women say one thing and mean another? When you say you want to break up, are you just waiting for me to coax you back? Did I do something wrong today? Your mistake today was messing with me. Sadako roared, her hair lashing out like venomous snakes toward Xiaoyao. Cut it out. Xiaoyao mimicked Mangpo's gesture, twisting her wrist to gather the hair neatly. She even curled it, then casually picked up a nearby ballpoint pen and pinned it up like a hairpin. This hairstyle isn't bad either, not so scary. The mighty Sadako, sporting a bun. Sadako stared blankly at the TV screen, her brand new look reflected back at her. Ah! I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 44, Sadako takes maternity leave. Sadako opened her wide mouth, bearing rows of sharp fangs as she lunged at Xiaoyao. Oh, here you go, take this to chew on. Xiaoyao thrust his fist forward, and Sadako bit down on it. Along with the transparent infinity gauntlet on his fist. Crunch, crunch. But she couldn't bite through it either. Jinzi's saliva dripped as she gnawed, yet Xiaoyao felt nothing. Changing angles, still couldn't bite through. Watching Sadako cling to his fist like a puppy gnawing on it, Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, honestly, even a dog is cuter than a girlfriend. Ah, I'm not insulting you. Sadako's eyes welled up with tears as she muttered, I'll kill you. Next time, I swear. With that, Sadako turned and crawled back into the television. She planned to find someone else to torment first. If I can't beat you, can't I at least avoid you? Sorry, but I really can't. Don't rush off. I'm not done talking yet. Xiaoyao reached out and grabbed Sadako's ankle. Feeling her body halt, Sadako inwardly cursed her misfortune. But just then, Xiaoyao stared at Sadako's exposed calf and half-bare white leg, lost in thought. Have you ever heard this saying? If you're brave enough, Sadako goes on maternity leave? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Xiaoyao's laughter sent shivers down Sadako's spine. Then she felt a chill on the half of her body still exposed outside the TV. Her clothes had been lifted up, exposed to the cool breeze from the air conditioner. At the same time, it was the chill in her heart as Sadako foresaw what was about to happen. I love many of your country's works, but do you know which one I've seen most recently? Xiaoyao chuckled. Sadako struggled fiercely, but remained trapped inside the TV, unable to move forward or back. My favorite is Ultraman. First, he pulls out his transformation rod. Then comes the hand-to-hand combat. After exhausting his strength, he fires his laser ultimate move. Finally, peace returns to the world. How about we make a Sino-Japanese co-production? Hearing Xiaoyao's description, Sadako felt even more despair. A female ghost meeting a lecherous ghost, she was doomed. Especially now, as Xiaoyao's other hand slid onto Sadako's butt. Suddenly, Sadako's entire body trembled, and she couldn't help but gasp, ah. Simultaneously, a crisp sound rang out, smack. Followed by a series of smack. 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 And Sadako's unbearable cries of aha. Tears of humiliation streamed down Sadako's cheeks. She clenched her teeth, but low moans still escaped through her gritted jaw. A ghostly woman, no less, being spanked by Xiaoyao. Reddened by the blows. That'll teach you to scare people. For biting people. For crawling into the TV. Xiaoyao scolded her as he spanked her. If he'd had a whip and candles handy, he might have tried those too. The human world is too terrifying. I want to go back to hell. Wah, I'll never come back to the human world again. I'm not clean anymore. Sadako wailed loudly from the TV, her heart filled with desperate prayers for someone to save her. Just then, the door to Xiaoyao's living room actually swung open. A young delinquent girl blowing bubbles peered inside and witnessed a scene that left her utterly speechless. Xiao Yao knelt before the TV, his face contorted in rage. From the screen emerged the lower half of a woman's body, her clothes rolled up and tied around her waist by Xiao Yao. Snow-white skin, bright red handprints, and those pitiful cries for mercy. Big brother, what are you doing? Ha! I'm teaching this ghost girl a lesson. Xiao Yao's momentary distraction allowed Sadako to feel the grip on her leg loosen. She scrambled desperately back into the television. The screen went black. Sadako was finally free, and she wouldn't dare come back to Xiao Yao's house anytime soon. Are you teaching her a lesson, or making babies with her? That's right, this venomous little vixen was none other than Yi Zhanyan, Xiao Yao's upstairs neighbor. How did you get in? Xiao Yao realized after asking that the TV repairman must have left the door ajar when he went out. Oh my, how embarrassing, someone actually saw me fighting a ghost. If this happened abroad, would she get sued for abusing ghosts? What are you doing here? Xiao Yao quickly stood up, staring at Yi Zhanyan's long legs peeking out from under her hip-hugging shorts. Good thing I wasn't watching an adult film earlier, that would have been even more awkward. I'm here to apologize. Apologize? Xiao Yao thought to himself, the sun just set, how did it rise from the west already? Yeah, well. I saw you carrying that body and called the police. Turns out the next day they said it was just a silicone doll. You've been through so much, and I misunderstood you. I woke up in the middle of the night last night feeling so guilty. Yi Zhanyan stuck her tongue out at Xiao Yao, her playful, adorable expression instantly lifting his spirits. Ah, it's nothing. Honestly, compared to silicone, I still miss my ex-girlfriend more. Why do you miss her? Yi Zhanyan asked curiously. She stayed with me for 3 years, but then she left me in a fire trying to save me. Xiao Yao's eyes reddened. Even now, I still remember the last words she whispered to me as she used her final breath to wake me up instead of escaping herself. What? What did she say? Yi Zhanyan was so shocked she forgot to blow her bubblegum. She said, boom. After Xiao Yao finished, Yi Zhanyan froze. Then her eyes rolled back, nearly swallowing the bubblegum whole. You're such a goofball. Hey, big bro, I won't be throwing parties at night anymore. How about you come with me for a late night snack? Sure thing. I've been busy all night after school too, burning paper offerings, fighting ghosts, and I'm starving. The two agreed instantly. Xiao Yao locked the door and they dashed off toward the food stalls. If I run into Kuliu, I'll show her that Xiao Yao never lacks for women. Oh, that little Sadako was pretty cute earlier. Great skin, so fair. Loved biting people too. Wonder how Captain Kai and Captain Ding are doing. How many people did they end up needing to take down Manhwa? I don't care if they died or not. Just don't forget my share of the bonus when it comes time to split it. Xiao Yao's arm was linked with Yi Zhanyan's, yet his mind wasn't filled with romantic thoughts, he was preoccupied with his share of the bonus. Meanwhile, Yi Zhanyan's mind was elsewhere. The same thing that had happened when Sadako emerged earlier eliminate Xiao Yao. Her body was still Yi Zhanyan's, but her soul had transformed into an old acquaintance of Xiao Yao's Catwoman. To remain undetected while following Xiao Yao, her master had given Catwoman a protective charm that shielded her from ghostly energy, ensuring Xiao Yao couldn't sense her presence. After testing the waters and confirming Xiao Yao genuinely mistook her for Yi Zhanyan, the small flame of vengeance within Catwoman flared into a raging inferno. However, killing Xiao Yao outright would surely bring punishment from the old man upon her return. Thus, Catwoman resolved to make Xiao Yao's death appear accidental. Chapter 45, Murder or Suicide? At the food stall, the two ordered plenty of grilled skewers and crayfish. Yi Zhanyan even requested beer. Finally, for the sake of health, they added some greens to the order. When I was little, I hated eating vegetables. So my mom would cook them inside the meat. That way, the veggies absorbed the meat's flavor, and I'd eat them. Yi Zhanyan Catwoman tried to act more normal to make Xiao Yao trust her more. Same here. I hated vegetables as a kid too. As Xiao Yao opened the beer, he thought, I heard this little girl dropped out of school early. She must be able to hold her liquor better than me. Looks like she's trying to get me drunk and take advantage of me? Oh? Did your mom cook your veggies inside meat for you too? Yi Zhanyan asked. Xiao Yao shook his head. We didn't have meat at home. So she beat me, and I ate it. Yi Zhanyan shot him a sympathetic look. Just then, the skewers arrived, including one with grilled silkworm pupae. She quickly changed the subject. Oh my, silkworms are so adorable. How could anyone bear to eat them? As she spoke, Yi Zhanyan stuffed one into her mouth and began chewing noisily. Delicious. Just think if the little silkworm didn't come home, how worried its parents would be. You're overthinking it. Its parents might be right there on the same skewer. After Xiao Yao said that, Yi Zhanyan suddenly lost her appetite. Xiao Yao seized the moment to snatch the skewer and continue eating himself. Big brother, you can't even eat as fast as me. Hee, you're like a girl. What can I do? My teeth aren't the best, Xiao Yao said, rolling his eyes. How could that be? You're only 18, right? You're only a year or two older than me. How could your teeth be bad? Yi Zhanyan, unaware this was another one of Xiao Yao's tricks, obediently pressed him for an answer. My teeth are just worn down from years of gritting them through everything. Xiao Yao made up a story with deadpan seriousness while Yi Zhanyan was already gritting her teeth inwardly. Ever since their first nighttime meeting in the small park, she had despised Xiao Yao's irreverent attitude. Just then, her eyes suddenly lit up. The group seated behind Xiao Yao seemed to be arguing amongst themselves. Things had escalated to blows, with one man brandishing a liquor bottle and shouting loudly. "Hey, could you guys keep it down? You're disturbing our dinner." Yi Zhanyan adopted her nightclub babe persona, pointing at the opposite table and shouting. "None of your damn business. Shut up. The big guy over there was drunk too." Suddenly scolded by the young girl, he didn't say a word before hurling the bottle. It smashed right into Xiao Yao's back of the head. "Ha ha ha ha, taste a little of your own medicine." Yi Zhanyan watched the bottle fly toward them with smug satisfaction, while Xiao Yao seemed completely oblivious to the danger. That bottle wasn't some movie prop it would shatter on impact. If it actually hit him, it would definitely leave a huge bump. But just then, Xiao Yao suddenly looked down at the fried rice on his plate. "Oh dear, I'm not worried about finding hair in my rice, I'm worried about finding curly hair." Thud. Ouch. The cat girl, her ghostly energy sealed, reacted noticeably slow. The wine bottle whizzed past Xiao Yao's head and smashed hard into her eye socket. Seeing the trouble they'd caused, the brawlers scattered in a panic. When Xiao Yao looked up, she saw Yi Zhanyan clutching her eye, biting back a cry. "What happened to you?" "None of your damn business." Yi Zhanyan snarled. TSK, such a fickle woman." Xiao Yao shook his head and continued eating. Yi Zhanyan, however, kept eating while her eyes darted around. Then, her gaze locked onto the cars passing by on the roadside. The outdoor food stall right by the road, wasn't this the perfect opportunity? "You eat first. I'm going across the street to use the restroom." Yi Zhanyan stood up. When Xiao Yao looked up, all he saw was a pair of thighs. I thought there was a restroom in the shop." "I don't think the one in the shop is clean. I'll use the public restroom across the street." Yi Zhanyan walked off after saying that. Xiao Yao was puzzled, but that public restroom looks even worse. After making a show of coming out of the restroom, Yi Zhanyan didn't hurry to cross the street. Just then, a truck approached from afar, its driver seemingly speeding up. Here it comes. First, I'll pretend not to see the truck and start crossing the street. Then halfway across, I'll suddenly stop. That way, the driver will instinctively swerve left. At this angle and distance, it'll hit Xiao Yao dead on. Yi Zhanyan calculated the sequence precisely several times over, then lifted her long legs and sprinted onto the road. Then, without missing a beat, he stopped dead in the middle of the road. The truck driver was genuinely stunned. But his reaction wasn't nearly as quick as Yi Zhanyan had anticipated. He did forget to brake, but he also forgot to turn the wheel. Crash! Yi Zhanyan was sent flying by the solid impact, crashing into the roadside grass. "Ha! What was that sound?" Xiao Yao, munching on a chicken wing, looked up to see a truck speeding away. A moment later, Yi Zhanyan opened her eyes in the grass. Gazing up at the tranquil starry sky, a phrase echoed in her mind. "I've lost a life. No way, I'm screwed. I'll kill him. I'll fight him to the death." Sitting back across from Xiao Yao, Yi Zhanyan grabbed a beer and chugged it straight from the bottle. "Oh man, I can't drink anymore. Why don't we just go get a room?" Xiao Yao joked, "Well, I just got dumped today. I'm thinking of just picking any woman and giving in. Do you think I'm being too pessimistic?" Ha, just find someone to give in to? I think you might be way too optimistic." Yi Zhanyan finished speaking and turned to head upstairs. Xiao Yao blinked dazedly. Wasn't this chick trying to get me drunk to take advantage of me? Why does her attitude keep changing like this? Yi Zhanyan had already climbed to the rooftop and picked up a large flower pot. Stepping to the edge, she narrowed her eyes and aimed down at Xiao Yao sitting below. Ha, what dirty thoughts are you having, you little brat? You want to go get a hotel room with me? I'll give you a good thrashing. Ah. Oh no. Already drunk and struggling with the heavy flower pot, Yi Zhanyan lost her balance and tumbled off the roof. Thud. Another cat life gone. Am I here to kill someone, or to kill myself? The cat woman was a bit confused. This time, Xiao Yao jumped in surprise and quickly turned around, only to see Yi Zhanyan lying behind him. Beside her lay a shattered flower pot. Are you okay? Want another drink? And no, I'm fine. Yi Zhanyan forced a smile as she scrambled to her feet. I got hit by a flower pot, ha ha. Come on, let's drink. The two sat facing each other again. Xiao Yao suddenly looked at Yi Zhanyan with a serious expression. Little girl, tell me the truth. You want to kill me, don't you? Ha? What did you say? Yi Zhanyan's heart skipped a beat. She shook her head frantically. Why would I kill you? You even invited me to dinner. Why? That's exactly what I'm asking you. Xiao Yao leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Yi Zhanyan's eyes. Don't talk nonsense. That's slander, I'm telling you. Yi Zhanyan no longer dared to meet Xiao Yao's gaze. Not admitting it, huh? Then let me ask you, haven't you heard of the bathwater theory? The bathwater theory? What on earth does that have to do with anything? Yi Zhanyan was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 46, Push hard enough and you'll get in. If you notice your bathwater suddenly fluctuating between hot and cold, do you know why? Xiaoyao asked earnestly while peeling a crayfish. How the hell should I know? The boiler broke down? Yi Zhanyan stuffed meat into her mouth in a huff. It's simple, someone's definitely sharing your hot water. Xiaoyao continued his serious analysis. It's like in a relationship. If my girlfriend suddenly starts acting hot and cold toward me, shouldn't I start wondering if someone else is sharing my girlfriend? I'm not your girlfriend. Yi Zhanyan snapped irritably. Exactly. So when you act all hot and cold toward me, there's only one possibility left. Xiaoyao suddenly pointed a sharp skewer at Yi Zhanyan. You're an assassin. You approached me to kill me. But then, during our interactions, you fell for me. Now you're torn inside, you want to complete your mission, yet you can't bear to hurt me. That's why you're so inconsistent and unpredictable with me. Am I right? After delivering his self-satisfied analysis, Xiaoyao fixed his gaze back on Yi Zhanyan's eyes. Yi Zhanyan froze. She couldn't even meet Xiaoyao's gaze. How should I respond? I should say he's wrong, but he's not entirely off the mark. If I say he got it right, well, that's not quite right either. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Yi Zhanyan felt so flustered she didn't know where to put her hands. After a long pause, she lifted the wine bottle. Forget talking, it's all in the wine. Bottoms up. Yi Zhanyan could indeed hold her liquor, but Catgirl couldn't keep up. She and Xiaoyao were practically neck and neck. The two ended their open and covert rivalry by getting drunk. Then Yi Zhanyan followed Xiaoyao back to his place, where they both collapsed onto the bed. Tonight, something was bound to happen. Xiaoyao let that thought drift through his mind. Sure enough, just as they were flushed with passion, Yi Zhanyan whispered softly into Xiaoyao's ear, I need to charge. I have a charger. But here's the problem, Yi Zhanyan's charging port had never been used at Xiaoyao's place, so after fiddling around for ages, they still couldn't get it to fit. No worries, just shove it in hard, my charging port can handle it. Well then, I won't hold back. Ah, it seems to be going in. Not sure, let me try again. That's it. That electric buzz feels amazing. Did I plug it in backwards? Let's try again. Where did I go wrong? You're drunk, aren't you? It was right there just now. The entire night, the two spent in a passionate game of plugging in and unplugging, unplugging and plugging in. When she woke up in the morning, Catwoman was already gone. Yi Zhanyan gazed at the man sleeping beside her, lost in memories. This place is his home? Did I actually choose to come back with him? Did I even ask to use his charger? Did he defile me? Hell. Catwoman stood beside the magic circle, letting out a series of cold laughs. How could I have forgotten such a perfect plan? Why go through all that trouble to kill him myself? What a hassle. That little girl should be awake by now, right? When she discovers the truth, she'll also find by sheer coincidence a fruit knife lying on the table beside her. Ha 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 ha. Wasting 2 of my lives to take 1 of his? Worth every second. In mere minutes, his soul will appear within this magic circle. Ah ha ha ha, I'm so clever. Catwoman cackled wildly while Yi Zhanyan trembled. What should I do? What should I do? He's a murderer who disposes of bodies. He kills without batting an eye. Look, he even has a knife ready right here. Thank goodness I woke up before him. Can't make a sound, gotta get out of here. Half an hour later, Xiaoyao opened his eyes, feeling the warmth beside him and the exhaustion throughout his body. And the emptiness that came with his drained energy. Could it be? I just had a dream last night? Oh my, I'm such a monster dreaming about that little girl upstairs. We see each other all the time. Next time I run into her, I'll be blushing. Never mind, never mind. I should head to school first. I wonder how Teacher Park is doing. Did Captain Ding and the others survive yesterday? With that thought, Xiaoyao leapt up, finished washing up, and hurried to school. On the way, he glanced at his new phone. The bounty for Mengpa was still active on the app, and the location data for Captain Ding and Captain Kai remained visible. So that meant Mengpa hadn't been taken out yet, and the 2 captains were still alive? But their locations seemed odd, they appeared to be in a hospital. I'll check on them after school today. Teacher Park seems to be at the same hospital too. Might as well see how my buddy's doing. During morning class, the class beauty, Yao Billion, was clearly being overly enthusiastic. Though she wore a plain short-sleeved school uniform, the 2 mounds resting on her desk still blatantly drew the boys' attention. Hey, Xiaoyao, heard you broke up with Ku Liu? Huh, you already know? Xiaoyao was startled, then regained his composure. What can I say? I'm just too lucky to endure the pain of love. Well, what about just dating without love? What do you think? Yao Billion puffed out her chest. Forget it. With your looks, you could snag a rich guy. I only make 50 grand a month, I doubt I could afford to keep you. Xiaoyao muttered under his breath, but Yao Billion playfully tapped his arm with a coy smile. Stop it. 5,000 isn't like it's not enough for me. What do you take me for? I'm not some vulgar gold digger. Damn it, you don't plan on saving me a single penny? Xiaoyao was speechless. He barely made it through lunch break, wolfed down a few bites, and rushed off to the hospital. He first located teacher Park Wo-chan's hospital room. Before he even entered, he heard Mr. Park arguing with a nurse inside. "Oh, come on. I don't have any other hobbies. Can't I even enjoy a few sips of wine? What kind of liquor do I drink? I drink all kinds. And I like it on the rocks." Then came the nurse's voice. "Let me explain. Whiskey on the rocks raises your blood pressure. Cocktails with ice will upset your stomach. Beer with ice makes you bloated after drinking it, and baijiu with ice gives you a nasty headache. Do you know what this means?" The nurse looked serious as she lectured teacher Park that no alcoholic beverage is good for your health. Mr. Park blinked and tentatively asked, "So, does that mean I can't add ice to my drinks anymore?" Drink yourself to death, why not?" The nurse stormed off, and Xiaoyao covered her mouth to stifle a giggle, thinking to herself that teacher Park was definitely going to be just fine. Knocking on the door and stepping inside, teacher Park's face lit up with joy the moment he saw Xiaoyao. "Bro, you're here. This is great. I've missed you so much. I'll tell you what, every bone in my body aches. I desperately need a warm rectum to warm me up. Never mind. Maybe I should go check on Captain Ding first?" Xiaoyao turned to leave. "Hey, wait. I've got a secret to tell you." Chapter 47, he's definitely more handsome than me. A secret? I love hearing secrets. Xiaoyao immediately stopped in his tracks and turned back. "Listen to this, during my checkup yesterday, they actually had a test for my prostate." At this, teacher Park's expression suddenly turned peculiar. The moment that old chief physician's finger entered my body, it felt like I'd unlocked the door to a whole new world. Women? Love? I couldn't care less about any of that now. Now I just hope more people will come into my new world and take a look. Silence. Xiaoyao and teacher Park fell silent simultaneously. Xiaoyao slowly backed away, as if facing a rabid beast. He dared not turn around, fearing that if Park Wo-chang saw his back, it might not be safe. Only when he reached the doorway did Xiaoyao breathe a sigh of relief. May your new world grow ever wider. Goodbye. He quickly shut the door, turned, and slipped away. Xiaoyao arrived at Ding Jinda and Kai Tang's hospital room. The two lay facing each other, their bodies entirely covered in bandages and plaster casts, only their facial features visible. Even so, they were still bickering with the last of their voices. "Captain Ding, does this mean your entire squad is wiped out? Is this how you protect the safety of East Yunqing District?" "Oomph. Our squad still has Xiaoyao intact. How is that total annihilation? As for you, Captain Kai, did you come all this way just to deliver heads? Is your squad made up of couriers? You're all so good at delivering. Put. If my people hadn't arrived in time, do you think we could have successfully repelled Mengpa? Who knows how many people in your East District would have died? Successfully repelled? More like Mengpa got some message mid-fight and bailed. Otherwise, would we be lying here chatting right now?" Hearing the two captains exchange, Xiaoyao had already pieced together the outcome. Clearing his throat, he stepped inside. Just then, the doctor who had been examining the two men emerged and made eye contact with Xiaoyao. "Ha?" Xiaoyao looked at the doctor's face, then glanced at the photo on the wall by the door. Doctor, is that you in the photo?" Xiaoyao pointed at the image of a young, handsome man on the wall. "That's me. I took it 5 years ago when I just graduated." "Why?" the doctor asked, puzzled. "Oh, nothing. I just think you look like a much more skilled doctor in person than in the photo." After Xiaoyao finished speaking, the doctor gave him 20 energy points and walked away with a dark expression. "Oh my gosh, it's Team Xiaoyao? You're late. We already beat Mengpa away." Yeah. You have no idea how heroic I was protecting Captain Ding while battling Mengpa. It was clearly me who single-handedly crippled Mengpa, setting up Captain Kai for the kill. Yet he still let her escape. Xiaoyao thought to himself, that is not the version I heard at the door earlier. But whatever. As long as they didn't finish off Mengpa, he'd get the latest million-yuan reward all to himself. "Host, wake up. Mengpa is a B-rank ghost entity. Your success rate is extremely low." The system's timely warning came too late. Xiaoyao watched as a pretty nurse approached the ward, seemingly to change the dressings for two patients. But when she spotted Xiaoyao standing inside the doorway, she abruptly changed course and headed toward another ward. Xiaoyao chuckled softly and followed her. At the next ward door, the nurse still didn't enter. Instead, she headed toward the staircase. Xiaoyao, like a stalker, trailed behind at a leisurely pace. The nurse simply exited the inpatient building and headed toward the vacant lot behind the hospital. "Alright then, no one's around now. Shall we finish that fight we started?" Xiaoyao spoke first, but Mengpa sighed. "I was planning to kill those two and leave. Why did you have to come looking for trouble? You're my treasure trove. I let you escape yesterday, but today you've walked right back into my hands. How could I let a sure thing slip away again?" Xiaoyao's lips curled upward. "I've learned some new positions since last time, you know. Like the one lying in the morgue?" Mengpa snorted angrily, conjuring up that broken bull. "Wait, you found that man? He really reincarnated?" Xiao Yao suddenly asked. Mengpa froze. How did you know? If it weren't for that man, why would you have stopped fighting mid-battle and suddenly left? After Xiao Yao finished speaking, a faint smile actually appeared on Mengpo's face. That's right, I found him my Wan Shiliang. Who is he in this life? Is he handsome? More handsome than me? Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled with pure gossip-loving curiosity. Of course he's way more handsome than you pretty boy. Mengpa snorted, then unexpectedly pulled out a phone and opened its photo gallery. Xiao Yao leaned in for a peek and was utterly stunned. Damn right he's hotter than me. The photo showed a middle-aged man sporting a commanding slicked-back hairstyle, his features radiating authority. And let's not even mention the thick cigar dangling from his lips. He looked every bit the gangster boss. Are you sure his name is Wan Shiliang, not Wan Ziliang? Xiao Yao asked reluctantly. Absolutely. He's the reincarnation of my Wan Shiliang. Every lifetime, he's been this handsome. Mengpo's eyes sparkled with infatuation, causing Xiao Yao to take a few steps back. If you promise never to harm anyone again and go live in seclusion with your man in the mountains, I'll let you off today. With you? Mengpa carefully tucked away her phone and aimed the broken bowl at Xiao Yao. Your fists are indeed troublesome, but threatening me? You're nowhere near capable of that. With that, Mengpa suddenly roared, 6 realms of rebirth. The broken bowl instantly began to tremble, then emitted 6 distinct colored lights that enveloped Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao felt himself being sucked in, quickly planting his feet firmly and clenching his fists. Strangely enough, as Xiao Yao began channeling power into his fist, his entire body stabilized, and the surrounding energy grew dense and tangible. Mengpa raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a situation she had never witnessed before. No ordinary person, no matter how powerful, could escape the force of reincarnation. Yet this young man before her, whose strength was merely adequate, was somehow using his fist to resist the cycle? Ha ha ha, I'm not some lunatic. You think you can take me with that thing? Xiao Yao had indeed invented a new technique, a variation of the explosive straight punch called the power-up explosive straight punch. It stemmed from his memory during the Hunter branch exam, when he had channeled energy through his fist to keep a light bulb glowing. The longer the charge, the greater the punch's power. The original exploding straight punch, amplified by the Infinity Gauntlet, had already troubled Mengpa. Now, with the added charging process, the punch's power surged once more. Chapter 48, The Terrifying Truth. Mengpa felt a twinge of unease, but having gone too far to turn back, she had no choice but to keep channeling the broken bowl to counter Xiao Yao. Tenfold, that should be enough. Xiao Yao prepared to strike, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A smile spread across Mengpo's face. The 6 paths of reincarnation wasn't merely powerful, its unique reincarnation attribute allowed enemies to glimpse their past and future lives, disrupting their mental focus. Once an opponent fell into a state of spiritual chaos, defeat would come without needing to strike. Xiao Yao was experiencing this very moment. First, he saw a tiny infant. For some reason, he knew it was himself. Then, this infant was entrusted to a couple by a strange figure whose face remained indistinct. They made an agreement that someone would come for him in over a decade. That couple was none other than the parents from Xiao Yao's childhood memories. So not only was his father not his biological father, but his mother was also his adoptive mother. Year after year passed, yet the promised person never appeared. Xiao Yao's adoptive parents lost patience and departed one after another in different ways. Only then did the master finally arrive. So all this time, this old man hadn't just happened to show up? Had he planned all along to wait until Xiao Yao grew up to find him? At this realization, Xiao Yao suddenly felt dizzy, as if time itself had begun to flow rapidly. The surroundings transformed from the mortal world into a hellish realm. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves filled the air, accompanied by chilling gusts of wind. Within a gloomy structure, massive stone pillars stood all around, each bearing a hideously grotesque specter bound to its surface. Even though it was their first meeting, Xiao Yao knew instantly that these specters were the 10 kings of hell and their minions. The figure standing at the building's center remained indistinct, yet Xiao Yao recognized it as his master. Yet, as if sensing Xiao Yao's presence, the master suddenly turned around. Ah! Xiao Yao gasped in shock, for his master's face had transformed into his own. The immense mental shock caused Xiao Yao's fist to clench and unclench. Mengpa breathed a sigh of relief. Though she didn't know what Xiao Yao had seen, she was certain his mind was now utterly shattered. If the broken bowl absorbed him, he would be trapped in endless reincarnation, unable to escape until his soul was utterly destroyed. Even if he managed to escape midway, he would never remember who he truly was. You dare challenge me? Looking at the youthful Xiao Yao, Mengpa suddenly recalled an old story involving a certain king of hell. That year, Mengpa had grown weary of her duties and sought out her superior to resign. After rationally and emotionally explaining how monotonous and tedious her job had become over the years, and how there was absolutely no room for advancement, the King of Hell seemed to understand Mengpo's predicament. He nodded and said, "Very well, I grant your resignation. Drink this bowl of Mengpo's soup, and you may go." The young Mengpa drank it down excitedly. King Yama declared, "From this day forward, you are Mengpa. There's no need to delay, go take up your duties immediately." Manhwa happily departed, leaving the judge of the underworld and the black and white impermanents utterly dumbfounded. But after countless such cycles, one day Manhwa accidentally mixed the soup formula wrong. The forgetfulness potion transformed into a potion that restored all memories. Unaware of this, King Yama tricked Manhwa into drinking it. Manhwa showed no sign of trouble and returned to her duties as she had done countless times before. Yet she began plotting, preparing her escape. Finally, one day, chaos erupted in the underworld. The kings of hell were captured, and the ghost officers were imprisoned in the underworld. Later, a massive hole was blasted into hell by an unknown force. The powerful ghosts in the lower realms were cautious, and few dared to flee recklessly. Manhwa also played it safe, daring to slip out only after borrowing the body of Mang Jiangnu from the third layer. Originally, she and Mang Jiangnu were two sides of the same coin. Manhwa was merely an evolved version. Therefore, Mang Jiangnu's lover was also Manhwa's lover. This journey to find someone had truly opened her eyes. The outside world had changed, and drastically so. Fortunately, though the underworld had recently faced turmoil, her beloved had still managed to reincarnate successfully into the present. She went to see her beloved, but he no longer remembered her. She planned to return, exact her revenge, then force her lover to drink the memory-reversing potion so they could rekindle their past bond. They had been torn apart in that lifetime, so anyone who had ever stood in her way of finding her beloved was now her enemy. Yet she hadn't anticipated that while those two hunter captains posed no real threat, this young man before her was proving rather troublesome. So she combined the newly concocted potion with a broken bowl, creating a new technique that could plant a demon in one's heart to destroy Xiaoyao's inner self. But then she realized, she seemed to have failed. So that's how it is. Xiaoyao's fists, which had just relaxed, clenched once more. The suction of the broken bowl now felt insignificant to him. Thank you for revealing the truth to me. After Xiaoyao finished speaking, the energy surged once more, reaching levels several times higher than when he had just completed his power build. How is it possible? Manhwa tried to recall her artifact, but it was too late. Boom! Xiaoyao unleashed a punch, striking directly at the six-colored light within the shattered bowl. The light extinguished, and the broken bowl shattered. What did you see? Manhwa stumbled back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Simultaneously, thousands of energy points surged into Xiaoyao's system. What I saw, if you ever learn it, you won't even get the chance to be sent back to hell. Xiaoyao finished speaking and gathered his strength once more, ready to send Manhwa back to where she belonged. Manhwa burst into maniacal laughter, yet tears streamed from her eyes like a gushing spring, enveloping and drowning both of them. The waters of the Yellow Springs. Let's see how you punch in water. Manhwa darted through the water like a fish, while Xiaoyao anchored his legs firmly to the ground, refusing to be swept away by the current. Another punch flew out, but the Yellow Springs water seemed to absorb Xiaoyao's energy, merely sending a splash across the surface. Yielding overcomes force. No matter how great your strength, you have nowhere to apply it. With that, Manhwa vanished beneath the surface, preparing for a surprise attack. If any outsider had passed by at that moment, they would have witnessed a massive, swirling mass resembling a water tornado churning violently in the center of the wasteland. At its center, Xiaoyao kept swinging his fists, yet none landed on the cackling Manhwa. The waters of the Yellow Springs are waters of death, waters of decay. Both your energy and your soul will gradually fade away with time, growing weaker and weaker. And you can do nothing about it. You must constantly guard against my sneak attacks, watching helplessly as your body and soul dissolve and die. Manhwa seemed to already see Xiaoyao's body reduced to a pile of white bones, his soul merging with the Yellow Springs water to become nourishment. Ha ha ha! Xiaoyao suddenly burst into laughter. Weren't you just curious about what I saw? Since that's the case, I'll tell you. I saw all of you die by my hand. After speaking, Xiaoyao raised his fist once more. This time, the yellow blow on his fist was enveloped by a layer of crackling electricity. Chapter 49, Playing with Something New. If my teacher taught me correctly, water is conductive, right? Xiaoyao grinned as immense energy, crackling with electricity, slammed into the Yellow Springs water. A sizzling roar mixed with explosions as the Yellow Springs water churned violently, as if boiling. Finally, with a thunderous boom, it scattered in all directions and vanished without a trace. On the ground lay Manhwa, her body tingling so badly she couldn't stand. Holy, uniform plus wet look temptation? The collapsed figure of Manhwa was originally a woman, but after the complete possession, she had reverted to her own inherent beauty. And today, she was wearing a nurse's uniform, now soaked through and clinging tightly to her body. Her pitiful and sorrowful appearance nearly stirred Xiaoyao's compassion. Impossible. What kind of energy is yours? I've seen ghost power and spiritual energy, and I even know a thing or two about divine power. But what you just did? Electricity? Why can't that be a form of energy? Xiaoyao shrugged. It turned out he'd had a thorough discussion with his system on the way to the hospital. This revelation nearly overturned his entire understanding of the system. Simply put, his system was a universal energy conversion device. Not only could it convert emotional energy into raw power, but it could also transform that energy into various special abilities or even tangible objects. This ability was utterly mind-blowing. With it, any form of energy could be harnessed by Xiao Yao, like the electrical energy stored by the system during his hunter exam. If he didn't mind the slow process, Xiao Yao could even gradually absorb solar energy and convert it into his own power. Of course, he wouldn't share such intricate details with the female ghost. Right now, he had only one thought: how to deal with Mengpa. With that thought, he crouched down and began undoing the buttons on Mengpo's clothing. The bodysuit. Mengpo's tongue was still numb, making her speech slurred. So she could only glare fiercely at Xiao Yao, hoping to deter him from his shameless intentions. But she didn't realize that her expression and agitated state had already granted Xiao Yao 2,000 points of energy. Truly worthy of a big shot from the 8th layer of hell. Oh ho, how fierce. With that intimidating aura, even a puppy would have to tuck its tail between its legs just passing by. Xiao Yao paid her no mind, already unbuttoning half of Mengpo's blouse. Don't touch me. Mengpo was on the verge of tears, and this time her energy surged to a staggering 5,000 points. Could it be that before she could reunite with her beloved, she'd been defiled by some brat? This girl's body hasn't decayed yet, which means she's still alive. How about this, let's make a deal. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. With your power, you don't need to possess a body to temporarily roam the mortal realm as an energy form, right? You voluntarily leave this girl's body and spare her life. In return, I'll temporarily spare you. Spare me? Mengpa couldn't believe her ears, blinking hard in disbelief. Of course. This is only the first step. Xiao Yao spoke thoughtfully. I know that with your obsession, you won't rest until you reunite with that man. So you may go find him. But we have an agreement: if he refuses to renew your past bond, you must not disturb his life. Return obediently to the underworld. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I will find you and reduce you to ashes. By the end of his words, Xiao Yao's gaze had hardened, his tone brimming with an authority that brooked no argument. This feeling suddenly struck Mengpa as strangely familiar. Indeed, hadn't she only felt such pressure before in the presence of high-ranking officials like the great emperor of Fengdu? What exactly is this kid's background? Mengpa jolted awake. Just as Xiao Yao had accidentally fallen into the cycle of reincarnation, hadn't her broken bowl trembled violently? What could this mean? Regardless, the chance to temporarily avoid death and find that man was a deal Mengpa had no reason to refuse. She nodded and willingly left the girl's body. The girl regained her original appearance, lying weakly on the ground. Whatever the outcome, I will come back to give you an explanation. Mengpo's tone toward Xiao Yao had shifted completely, shedding all the arrogance a B-rank ghost entity might normally show toward a low-level hunter. Go on, go on. Xiao Yao waved her off with a simple gesture. Only after Mengpa had faded into the distance did he suddenly slap his thigh. No, I should have made her leave later. Looking at the unconscious girl on the ground, Xiao Yao thought to himself that he should have made her walk back to the hospital before leaving. What should he do now? Xiao Yao had no choice but to hoist the girl onto his back and head toward the emergency building. Last time he'd been surrounded by onlookers, he'd been carrying the stitched-up ghost and Aunt Wang's corpse. This time, he was carrying a female nurse with her chest half exposed and her eyes tightly shut. Hey, what's wrong with that nurse? Did she faint? Wait, she looks too young to be a working nurse, more like a student. Then why is she dressed like this and passed out? Could it be they're trying out some new kind of thing? Feeling the stares around him, Xiao Yao had already guessed what the onlookers were thinking. Cosplay, BDSM, waterplay, fainting, roleplay. Damn, if I had the chance, I'd really want to try that. Xiao Yao dumped the girl in the ER, then told the doctor she was a student of Professor Park Gut-Chang from the inpatient department before finally leaving with peace of mind. Professor Park, the rest is up to you. I've got to rush back to school for class. After all, I'm aiming for Tsinghua University. Fortunately, summer break was longer, and Xiao Yao barely made it to the first class of the afternoon. With several students injured, the teachers were understandably in a complete frenzy, so they unexpectedly let the students study on their own. Just then, the class beauty Yao Billion started getting restless again. Seeing Xiao Yao spacing out, she nudged his elbow. Hey Xiao Yao, wanna hear a joke? The school beauty? Don't even mention her. It's a joke, I swear. Yao Billion felt like Xiao Yao had just drained 10 points of her energy for no reason. Go ahead then. Xiao Yao stretched lazily. Listen up. There's this village idiot. No matter what you say to him, he always answers, no way. Like if someone asks him, did you eat yet? He'll say, no way. Or if someone asks, did you do your homework? He'll say, no way. Hey Xiao Yao, have you heard this joke before? Yao Billion suddenly asked, then held back a laugh as she looked at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao looked puzzled. I've heard it before. You told me last time. Huh? No way. You must be mistaken. Yao Billion exclaimed in surprise, then watched as Xiao Yao covered her mouth and giggled uncontrollably. Ah, I fell for it. Xiao Yao, how sneaky can you be? Yao Billion sighed helplessly. It was true most people couldn't pull pranks on Xiao Yao. It's okay, it's not your fault. You're just too innocent. Xiao Yao offered kind words of comfort, and Yao Billion was instantly touched. Xiao Yao, you're so good at comforting people, you must have a gentle heart. Ha? You've got the wrong idea. I'm just talking from a position of privilege. Xiao Yao explained honestly. Forget I said anything. In just a short while, Yao Billion had contributed dozens of energy points to Xiao Yao. But for Xiao Yao now, this amount of energy was practically nothing. Soon, the energy points in his possession would reach the monumental threshold of 20,000. Chapter 50, Bringing the Dangerous Beauty Home. This accumulation came from various sources, but the largest contributions still came from the examiners of the Hunters Association, along with female ghosts like Sadako and Mangpa. The examiners were high-level hunters themselves, each contributing only a few hundred energy points per session, roughly on par with Sadako. Mangpa, however, was formidable. She could contribute 3,000 to 4,000 points at a time. That's why Xiao Yao had already accumulated 18,000 points. 20,000 points would unlock the next level up. What new skills and item enhancements would be available then? Oh, and the random lottery, that was what Xiao Yao anticipated most. Yao Billion had no idea what was going through Xiao Yao's mind, but she wasn't about to back down so easily. So she adjusted her mindset and leaned in to whisper to Xiao Yao again. Xiao Yao, did you know? When I was little, I didn't see my dad for years. Oh, did he die too? Xiao Yao asked indifferently. That's what I thought at first. Seeing that she had finally piqued Xiao Yao's interest, Yao Billion quickly continued in a mysterious tone. When I was just old enough to understand, my mom told me my dad had gone abroad for work and wouldn't be back for many years. You know, I was so mature back then. I started imagining all sorts of things. Maybe he died? Or did he break the law and had to flee? It wasn't until years later, when my dad suddenly reappeared, that I realized he had actually been on a business trip abroad. Yao Billion finished her story, her face filled with a sigh of regret. Xiao Yao snorted. If my dad suddenly showed up, I'd never let him in the door. Xiao Yao finally understood now. Ever since Li Chang followed Xing Yuxing to ambush Xiao Yao at the gate but failed to exact revenge. She hadn't seen Li Chang at school these past 2 days. He was probably transferring or taking a leave of absence. The class beauty must be feeling lonely. Well, since both of them were equally mediocre academically, there was no need to worry about either one dragging the other down. Just as students were buzzing about the gossip surrounding the injured girls at school, Bu Xiaoxin suddenly approached Xiao Yao and Yao Billion. Hey, did you guys see the news? There's been a strange series of deaths in Yuncheng. Oh? How strange. Xiao Yao and Yao Billion both looked at Bu Xiaoxin's phone. There was a series of blurred photos of dead bodies. All the victims were young men, found completely naked with eerie smiles on their faces. And preliminary autopsy results indicate they all froze to death? In summer, stripped naked, and frozen to death? The three exchanged bewildered glances. Yao Billion quickly pulled out her phone to search for news reports. Xiao Yao looked at the images. He couldn't deny it, the expressions on those male corpses were truly bizarre. It was a smile tinged with satisfaction, ambiguity, even passion. If such a smile appeared on the face of a lecher waiting for a girl to finish showering in a hotel room, it would be perfectly fitting. But on the faces of the dead, it was downright creepy. It was as if they had died in the arms of pleasure, trapped in a state of blissful ecstasy until their final breath. Ugh, why do all these dead guys look so lecherous? Even the class beauty couldn't help but sigh, just like all those men staring at me on the street. Now that you mention it, that reminds me of a joke. Xiao Yao grinned mischievously, his eyes lingering on Yao Billion's chest. Go on, what's it about? Of course it's about death and lechery. Xiao Yao cleared his throat. It's about the little match girl who was starving to death. No one would buy her matches, so she came up with a brilliant idea. She found a pitch-black room and sold matches for $10 a stick. One strike and you could see her strip naked. And just like that, she struck it rich. So it really is about death and lust. Bu Xiaoxin couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Yao's bizarre train of thought. Yao Billion's eyes, however, lit up as if she were calculating something. A box of matches has 50 sticks? Each match burns for about a minute. 1 box per hour is 500 yuan. 10 hours a day is 5,000 yuan. Xiao Yao and Bu Xiaoxin exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly captivated by Yao Billion's logic. That afternoon's class was Chinese with teacher Jinlian, who deliberately selected less challenging questions for Xiao Yao to answer. Xiao Yao understood the teacher's intention to build his confidence and felt genuine gratitude toward teacher Jin. And honestly, when he paid close attention, Xiao Yao discovered he could actually grasp the material. But with the final mock exam approaching, he wondered if starting to push hard now would be enough to get into Tsinghua. The period of concentration was fleeting. Afternoon classes in evening study hall ended quickly. Xiao Yao decided not to go home yet, choosing instead to check on the progress of the paper offerings at the funeral shop. The funeral shop was tucked away in a narrow alley at the urban-rural fringe, where the dim streetlights made it feel like a ghost town. But as soon as he reached the alley entrance, Xiao Yao spotted a girl. She wore a white gauze dress, her long hair as snow white as her skin, pure and flawless, almost luminous. What was even more striking was that she was walking barefoot on the road. In the middle of the night? Could she be a ghost? The moment this thought crossed Xiaoyao's mind, the system snapped awake and issued an alert. Ding! Detected female ghost snow woman from the 4th layer of hell. Threat level to host, extremely high. Pfft, system, you're glitching again? I even took down Manhwa from the 8th layer, killed her. How could a 4th layer snow woman threaten me? Xiaoyao walked over nonchalantly and greeted the snow woman. Hey, lady, where are you headed so late at night? Need a ride home? Cough cough, host, your portrayal of a pervert is truly uncannily accurate. What the hell am I mimicking? I'm just playing myself. Xiaoyao grinned at the snow woman. She lifted her head, her stunning face filled with confusion. I don't know where I'm going. Do you know where my home is? Ha! Xiaoyao thought to himself, isn't your home supposed to be in hell? But this girl didn't seem to be faking it. Her mind truly seemed a bit troubled. My memory's terrible. Several people have taken me home these past few days, but somehow I always end up back on the streets. After saying this, the snow woman's face contorted into a pitifully painful expression. Someone brought you home? What did they do to you? Xiaoyao swallowed hard. I can't remember clearly. All I recall is that once inside the house, they started taking off my clothes. Without clothes, I felt cold, so they held me close. After that, I don't remember anything else. At this point, the snow woman wrapped her jade-like arms around her shoulders, as if feeling the chill. Could it be those men were all killed by the snow woman? No wonder they said they all froze to death, and they were laughing so lecherously. Xiaoyao instantly pieced it together. Even if she truly had no consciousness, this snow woman must have caused the deaths of many. Should he eliminate her outright? The thought flashed through Xiaoyao's mind, but he quickly opened the hunter app on his phone. No good. There's no bounty on the snow woman yet. Looks like no one else knows she exists. To get the bounty, I need to report the snow woman's status, wait for approval, and only after the bounty amount is confirmed can I accept the mission. But approval takes time. I can't just let her roam the streets until then, can I? Xiaoyao pondered for a moment. Looks like there's only one option, take her home first. Chapter 51, I told you she was a major threat. Host, are you certain this decision is solely for the sake of the bounty? The system always brought up the most inconvenient topics. Xiaoyao snorted. System, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Xiaoyao paused, then fixed the snow woman with a sincere gaze. Come with me. Once I've sorted out the paperwork, I'll send you home. It's not safe for you to be wandering the streets alone this late at night. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm worried about encountering your men. Before Xiaoyao could elaborate further, Snow Maiden was already nodding eagerly. Wonderful. Wonderful. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know where to go. Ha? You trust me that easily? Xiaoyao wondered if this snow woman was genuinely naive or just putting on an act. But whatever. This girl was practically worth hundreds of thousands in bounty money. How could he possibly feel safe without keeping her close? Who in their right mind would leave hundreds of thousands lying on the roadside and expect to find it the next day? Xiaoyao first brought the snow maiden to the funeral home. The owner was working day and night to craft paper offerings for Xiaoyao. He looked up and saw a girl dressed entirely in snow white. Whoa, now that's what you call dressed in mourning. Who in your family passed away? Oh, it's you. Don't worry, it'll be mostly done by tomorrow. Your old ghost will be able to receive it tonight. The owner hurriedly explained upon seeing Xiaoyao. He couldn't resist leaning close to whisper enviously, your girlfriend is gorgeous and so devoted. Alright. Once my master receives the items and tells me, I'll come pay you the balance. Your master will tell you after receiving the goods? The boss eyed Xiaoyao like he was crazy. Exactly. So don't even think about pulling a fast one. That old codger inspects goods meticulously. Xiaoyao finished speaking and turned to leave with Snow Woman, leaving the shopkeeper behind with a cold sneer. Who are you trying to scare? Your master sharing secrets with you? That's like me emailing the Jade Emperor. After walking a few steps, Xiaoyao realized home was still quite far. Worried Snow Maiden might wander off, he decided to hail a cab by the roadside. But half an hour passed and not a single cab pulled over. It wasn't that there were no taxis, they passed by one after another, but not a single one stopped. Some drivers even saw Xiaoyao waving and suddenly stepped on the gas, speeding away. Can't they see me? Am I invisible? Xiaoyao puzzled over it for a while, finally unable to resist pulling out his phone screen to use as a mirror in checking himself. Then it suddenly dawned on him. The blue and white uniform of No. 2 high school was usually quite recognizable, but today, due to an inspection by higher-ups, the school had required students to wear a different, more formal-looking uniform. A black suit jacket and trousers, with a red school emblem on the chest. The outfit itself had an aristocratic air, but it was nighttime, and standing beside him was a woman dressed entirely in snow white. To make matters worse, behind them lay the funeral street, its lights flickering eerily, giant characters for longevity and mourning rising and falling in the darkness. The driver wasn't just stopping if he managed not to panic and plow right into them, that'd be a testament to his skills. Damn it, girl, don't panic. I've got a plan. Xiaoyao thought to himself, I'm worth 200,000 yuan, how could such a minor issue stump me? He pulled out his phone, promptly topped up his shared bike card, then scanned a QR code by the roadside to unlock one. Hey, you're so slim, riding in the basket should be fine, but watch your skirt, don't let it get caught in the wheels. And so, Xiaoyao pedaled the bicycle with Xuenu perched on the front basket. The pair hummed along as they made their way toward the residential complex. Halfway there, Snow Girl was still marveling. Is this a bicycle? It's so comfortable. Before, they always drove me home. Cars are stuffy and smelly. Bikes are so much better open and airy. You've got great taste, girl. Whoever marries you won't need to pay hundreds of thousands in dowry. Xiaoyao chuckled, momentarily forgetting she was a female ghost's bounty. Let me tell you a joke, sis. Did you know I wished for you today? What wish? Snow Maiden glanced back. Xiaoyao was mesmerized, forgetting to pedal for a long while. Oh, it was during evening study hall today when the school suddenly lost power. Then a bunch of guys rushed to the windows and started shouting, we want electricity. We want electricity. And what happened? The lights came back on right away. Wow, that's amazing. Xuanu's eyes widened, making her even more captivating. Xiaoyao swallowed hard, then we kept shouting, we want women. We want women. Then the teacher chased us back into the classroom. At this point, Xiaoyao lowered his head, his lips mere inches from her face. Who would have thought my wish actually came true? Their breath mingled, one fiery, one icy. Xiaoyao's gaze burned with intensity, while Snow Maiden's eyes were as pure and crystalline as jade. A scent like snow lotus seemed to seep into Xiaoyao's mind, compelling him into an irresistible fascination with the Snow Maiden. He not only forgot about applying for the bounty upon returning home, but he was even on the verge of forgetting the visions Manhwa had shown him. See? This is precisely why I warned you, the Snow Maiden poses an extreme threat to you. The system couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the old man Xiaoyao's master still stood at the gates of the netherworld, waiting for the second batch of weapons Xiaoyao had sent to be burned. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Well, I suppose the requirements this time are a bit demanding. The paper crafting master might need some extra time. Forget it, I won't wait. I'll go take a look first. The old man muttered to himself before lifting his gaze toward the heavily guarded hall of Yama before him. This was the residence of Xue, the king of the Wheel of Law in the 10th Hall of Hell. The once bustling scene of ghost officers coming and going, escorted by the merit officer, had vanished. Instead, an atmosphere of heightened alertness hung over the place, as if bracing for a major threat. A vast, flowing black energy shield encircled the sprawling compound, crackling with lightning above an ominous omen. Even the main gate had remained tightly shut for an unknown length of time. The old man raised his hand to press against the gates of the underworld. The energy shield reacted instantly, attempting to repel him. The old man channeled his ghostly power, steadily eroding the shield. As the struggle between them intensified, the lightning above grew more frequent. A gap in the energy shield opened, large enough for the old man to pass through. Yet he was not satisfied and continued to channel his power. Until a deep rumble echoed, and the entire energy shield collapsed, vanishing into thin air. That's more like it. Hiding like this forever, when will it ever end? Better to die and be reborn sooner. Face reality, old Shui. With a creak, the old man pushed open the doors from afar and stepped inside at a leisurely pace. A commanding yet weary voice echoed through the grand hall. Finally here? Must we exterminate them all? Chapter 52, Losing Both Wife and Army. Exterminate us? Even you, old Shui, know that's not right? The old man gazed toward the hall, where a ghost king, his face haggard yet still striving to sit upright, also looked up toward the doorway. Seems you've long accepted your fate. From the day you handed over those ghost officers to buy time, you knew you'd follow in their footsteps. That protective barrier outside is merely your last shred of dignity. You don't seriously believe the thing could stop me, do you? You? If it's you, of course it can't stop me. With the final veil of pretense torn away, the king of the Wheel of Rebirth no longer feigned strength. His back seemed to collapse instantly, his voice growing weak and breathless. As the underworld, we've served as the counterbalance to the mortal realm for millennia, dedicating ourselves utterly. Yet now we're cast aside like worn-out shoes. How pitiful. Bah! The old man cut off the wheel-turning king without hesitation. You call that balance? Or is it using public office for private gain while calling yourselves kings? Don't you have any self-awareness? Have any of you Yama kings ever acted with true impartiality? I'll ask you this, are those souls imprisoned in hell truly beyond redemption, unworthy of rebirth through reincarnation? After locking them up for so long, shouldn't their sins have been cleansed by now? Answer me. Why the silence? The old man pressed relentlessly, closing in step by step as he interrogated. Yet the wheel-turning king seemed like a deflating balloon, losing a bit of strength with each of the old man's words. Whose side are you on, exactly? A sudden gleam flashed in the wheel king's eyes. Ah, I see no need to answer a question from a ghost king whose soul is about to vanish into nothingness. As the old man finished speaking, the wheel-turning king suddenly soared from his throne into the air, raising both hands. A deafening rumble echoed from all directions, as if the entire palace was crumbling apart. This is how it should be. All that is old shall be shattered, and a completely different world is about to be born. And you, these reactionary lackeys, have no reason to cling to life any longer. The old man also floated into the air, gazing coldly at the Wheel King. The wheel of history has turned for millennia. If you wish to alter its course, prove you have the power to do so. Bricks and tiles crashed to the ground, dust and debris settling as a colossal wheel encircled both the Wheel King and the old man. Their positions mirrored the two fish eyes within the Tai Chi diagram. As the wheel began its rotation, the old man felt his energy being drained away. Did you think entering this wheel hall was so easy? I'll see how you stop this wheel with your own strength alone. The Wheel King's withered body gradually regained vitality, his aura steadily intensifying. Why should I stop it? Don't you understand that the Tai Chi is the very essence of yin and yang, a cycle of mutual generation and restraint? The old man's face bore none of the carefree mockery he'd shown Xiao Yao. Now it was filled with scorn and pity for the Wheel King. As he spoke, the old man began spinning in place. By spinning in sync with the wheel's rotation, he accelerated the rate at which it absorbed his energy. Simultaneously, it made the wheel spin faster. By the time the Wheel King realized something was amiss, it was already too late. Stop! Stop this at once! Though he had fully restored his Ghost King's aura, the Wheel King now seemed to be witnessing the apocalypse, utterly panicked and utterly helpless. He spread his arms wide, trying to slow the wheel's momentum, but the immense inertia and energy left him utterly powerless. Who are you? You weren't sent from above. Why do you possess such formidable ghostly power? Where does this energy come from? What exactly is your purpose in doing this? Not only could the Wheel King not halt the wheel, he found himself spinning along with it against his will. Soon, the wheel's speed surpassed what the naked eye could discern. Simultaneously, the radiance emanating from the wheel intensified, resembling an energy-charged bomb. No! King Will let out a desperate cry, and suddenly the massive wheel vanished. Then, with the two of them at its epicenter, a colossal burst of energy erupted. The wheel shrank from large to small, then shattered into scattered points of light that drifted apart and faded. The Wheel King's royal robes were now tattered and torn, his expression even more desolate and defeated than when the old man had first entered. What a sight for sore eyes, a freaking wheel, huh? Don't you know the world uses magnetic levitation now? The world's order will be reshaped. Nothing from the old world has any reason to exist anymore. You shall become fuel for the new world. With that, the old man reached out, and the Wheel King was sucked toward him by a tremendous force. Gripping the Wheel King by the throat, the old man handled him as if he were a female ghost, not a single difference. What a pity. The real show is just about to begin, but you won't get to see it. Just remember this, everything that once stood high above will soon be trampled beneath our feet. Those truly destined to rise cannot be suppressed by anyone. A piercing scream echoed as the wheel-turning king watched helplessly as his ghostly form dissolved into energy, swallowed by the old man as effortlessly as eating noodles. Having lived for millennia, witnessing countless souls perish or reborn, the wheel-turning king now harbored but one thought. Where will I go, erased like this? I'm tired. This is for the best. Those few will come to join me sooner or later anyway. Farewell, this disgusting place. I've had more than enough of it. Even vanishing is better than lingering here for another 1,000 years. Burp. The old man seemed to have just finished a hearty meal, even letting out a satisfied burp. Then he glanced at the next Yama Hall in the distance, turned, and walked toward the Eye of Hell. The Wheel King's injuries are indeed the most severe. Once I return and finish cleaning up the third layer of hell, I'll deal with the Equal King. Sent by the higher-ups? What a joke. Does he really think it's any better up there than down here? The old man vanished from the Wheel King's residence as he spoke, taking with him the mansion and the king who once ruled within. Near the transfer array in that section of hell, the Catwoman who had returned long ago stared at the array in puzzlement. Something's off. Why hasn't that bastard's soul come down yet? It's been ages. Did that girl chicken out? She didn't even stab him? But given that girl's temperament, she shouldn't just swallow her anger after being violated. Recalling the night she'd been pinned down by Xiao Yao inside Yi Zhanyan's body, all to frame Xiao Yao, the catgirl felt a wave of shame wash over her. If this failed, wouldn't she lose both the battle and the bride? What she didn't know was that Xiao Yao wasn't just alive and well, he'd brought home another beauty. Chapter 53, You Can't Take Off My Clothes, okay? Xuanwu sat on Xiao Yao's sofa, sipping ice-cold cola and munching on an old-fashioned ice pop. Xiao Yao kept his head down, tapping away at his phone, inputting Xuanwu's information and the details of those she was suspected of killing. While typing, he kept stealing glances up. He watched as Xuanwu stuffed the entire ice pop into her mouth, yet reluctant to devour it too quickly, she pulled it out again and again, savoring the flavor like a child. The sight of her cheeks puffing out made Xiao Yao feel rather awkward. Ahem, beautiful lady, lift your head up. I'll take a picture of you. The final step of applying for the bounty required secretly taking a photo of the ghostly entity. Previously, other ghostly entities had appeared as blurry silhouettes or hideous faces. But this time, the Snow Woman obediently gazed into the phone camera, even flashing a sweet smile that revealed two adorable dimples. Only that strange milky white liquid at the corner of her mouth pulled Xiaoyao right out of the moment. Oh, right, smile. Say cheese. Looking into the snow woman's innocent eyes, Xiaoyao suddenly felt a pang of unease. Could such an innocent female ghost truly harm others willingly? Or were those men who died simply deserving of their fate, having harbored ill intentions? At that moment, Xiaoyao's finger hesitated over the submit button. Why did I say eggplant? I don't like eggplant. I prefer cucumbers. Xuannu asked with wide eyes. Nothing really. It's just to make your mouth look nice in photos. Of course, your mouth is beautiful even without saying cheese. Xiaoyao closed the application interface, entered the archive system, and began investigating the identities and histories of the deceased. Sure enough, among those who died naked with smiles on their faces were pimps, violent criminals with prior convictions, and even men who had molested young girls. It was safe to say that anyone bold enough to bring a stranger home in the dead of night and then trick her into undressing was far from ordinary. Of course, neither was Xiaoyao. Host, are you wavering? The system fired a soul-piercing question. What do you know? As a professional hunter, I can't let a single bad guy or bad ghost slip through my fingers, nor can I wrongly accuse a good ghost. To determine if she truly committed evil deeds, I've decided to test the waters myself and see her true nature. Xiaoyao declared with righteous indignation, but the system fired back with an even more piercing question. If this ghostly entity weren't a beautiful female spirit, would you have pressed submit on that application just now? None of your business. Xiaoyao snapped, though deep down, he didn't know the answer either. I'm no heroic knight. I only help those I choose to help. What's wrong with that? With that thought, Xiaoyao addressed the snow woman, stay here for the next few days. Don't go out. You don't want to run into other hunters and get snap. As he spoke, Xiaoyao traced a throat-slitting gesture with his finger. Hunters? Why do they make that motion with their fingers around their necks? Xuannu asked innocently. Xiaoyao blinked, momentarily speechless for the first time. Sincerity conquers all. Xiaoyao was never afraid to banter or tease anyone, but this kind of innocent beauty was something he truly didn't understand. Her question held no hidden meaning. It made you reluctant to tease her, let alone insult her. Could it be an act meant to stir a man's desires? If that's the case, she's a master at it. Xiaoyao forced herself to calm down before tentatively testing the waters. By the way, you sleep in that bedroom tonight and I'll sleep over here. Don't disturb my sleep, okay? Ha? Are we sleeping separately? Xuannu froze at the suggestion. But I feel cold when I sleep alone. Who'd buy that? You devour that giant popsicle in a few bites and you're afraid of the cold? Xiaoyao thought to himself, are you hinting you want to eat a different kind of lollipop? Then how do you want to sleep? I want to sleep with you. Damn it, just as I thought, this woman's no ordinary person. A cold smile spread across Xiaoyao's face. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? What would you do? Xuannu looked utterly bewildered. Oh, right, you can't take off my clothes, and you definitely can't pin me down on the bed and touch my body. Otherwise. Better not say another word. This is getting too explicit. Xiaoyao thought to himself, who the hell is seducing whom here? What I mean is, if I get too excited, I might unleash my freezing powers. Especially in a small space like this, it could be deadly. Xuannu glanced around the room as she spoke. Alright, I know my place is small. No need to remind me. Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. But what if it really happens? What then? Just toss me out the window quickly. Release your energy in an open area. That way, while it'll still lower the surrounding temperature, it won't cause severe damage. Throw me out? This woman sure is ruthless with herself. Did I misunderstand her? Xiaoyao hesitated again, meeting the snow woman's sincere gaze. How about this, you sleep on the couch, and I'll sit beside you and watch over you. Xiaoyao proposed a compromise. Alright. With you here, I won't be afraid. After speaking, Snow Woman's eyelids drooped as sleepiness washed over her. She must be truly exhausted. Xiaoyao handed her a pillow, and Snow Maiden simply tilted her head and fell asleep. Gazing at Xuannu's sheer robes and the faintly visible contours of her body, Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. System, if I'd given that X-ray vision to someone else, wouldn't they have abused it by now? Am I the most principled host you've ever encountered? After a few seconds of silence, the system spoke. Truthfully, you're my first male, my first host. I can't say for certain how others would act. But one thing I can confirm, she genuinely doesn't seem to be seducing you. Based on my data, Xue has a simple personality, poor memory, no guardedness toward others, and an intelligence level equivalent to a young girl. So, host, you decide for yourself. You don't think I should turn her into a bounty either? I reckon she's worth at least $500,000. Xiaoyao sighed, gazing at Xuannu sleeping like an infant. He opened his phone once more, staring at the pending bounty application. It's not really about the money. I'm afraid she might accidentally harm someone again in the future. Unless I keep her by my side from now on and watch over her myself? The thought made Xiaoyao's eyes dart around. It's a bit tricky, but it's the only viable option right now. What if I just say she's my cousin? Or my girlfriend? I could even bring her along to show off to Liu. That'd be pretty sweet. Just as Xiaoyao was getting more and more excited about the idea, the beautiful woman lying on the sofa let out a soft moan. Ah, no. My clothes. What are you doing? Don't touch me. You'll get yourself killed. Ah. At first, Xiaoyao found the snow woman's voice alluring, letting his imagination run wild. But then things started to go wrong. Not only did her voice grow frantic and resistant, but the temperature in the living room began to plummet. Chapter 54, Another One Killed? Having nightmares? Seeing frost patterns forming on the screen of his brand new TV and the house temperature plummeting to near freezing, Xiaoyao panicked. Throw her off? Even if she was a female ghost, throwing her off while she was unconscious would surely kill her or leave her crippled, right? No choice. Xiaoyao quickly hoisted the snow woman and raced downstairs. Otherwise, the house might just experience its own ice age, utterly uninhabitable. Xiaoyao felt the chill radiating from the snow woman as he carried her, as if he were hoisting a frozen pillar. Fortunately, his internal energy reserves were ample, and the infinity gauntlet provided protection, allowing him to barely endure the chill. But misfortune never comes singly. Just as Xiaoyao rounded the third-floor staircase corner, someone was ascending from below. A girl, covered in tattoos, blowing bubbles with her bubblegum. Yi Zhanyan. Why her again? The moment their eyes met, both silently cursed their luck. Yi Zhanyan because of that night's passion, Xiaoyao because of this eerily familiar scene. Truthfully, Xiaoyao had been drunk that night, and Yi Zhanyan had left early the next morning, so he genuinely believed it had been nothing more than a spring dream. As an open-minded girl, Yi Zhanyan had dated online acquaintances before and wasn't averse to such fleeting passion. Especially since Xiaoyao's looks were exactly her type. But once she believed Xiaoyao had killed someone, her feelings toward him changed completely. Big brother, what are you carrying so late at night? Don't tell me you're going to dump a body again? This time, Yi Zhanyan spit out her bubblegum beforehand. Don't talk nonsense. She's still alive. Xiaoyao impatiently motioned for Yi Zhanyan to step aside. Is it really a person? As they passed by, Yi Zhanyan reached out and touched the snow woman's arm. Ah! She couldn't help but cry out. It really is a person, a dead person. The feel of a silicone doll was worlds apart from a real person, let alone the icy chill emanating from the snow woman, utterly different from the lukewarm temperature of silicone. Only a real human corpse could possess that texture and warmth. In that instant, Yi Zhanyan seemed to grasp something. Does he kill every woman he's ever played with? The only reason I'm still alive is because I woke up early this morning? Otherwise, I should have been carried downstairs like this too? Shivering violently, Yi Zhanyan pressed herself tightly against the wall, hoping Xiaoyao would hurry over. Xiaoyao paused, however. What are you thinking? Ah, nothing. Nothing at all. Yi Zhanyan quickly waved her hands and shook her head. That's not right. Your heart's racing, you must be thinking about something. Xiaoyao watched Yi Zhanyan warily, but she dared not meet his gaze. In truth, Xiaoyao was also wondering to herself, this little girl usually struts around so arrogantly when she sees me. Why is she suddenly acting so guilty today? Could it be that dream of mine was real? See? She won't even look me in the eye. Could she really be embarrassed? Oh my god, I'm such a beast. Did I really take advantage of her when I was drunk? But before Xiaoyao could get to the bottom of it, Yi Zhanyan began shivering violently. There was no helping it. Though the snow maiden had fallen into a deep sleep, her emotional fluctuations were intense. Her body temperature had dropped below freezing. Forgetting to interrogate Yi Zhanyan, and ignoring how much energy the snow maiden's agitation had provided him, Xiaoyao hoisted her and sprinted out of the stairwell. It wasn't too late yet. A few people were still moving about in the neighborhood after 10 o'clock. Some had come downstairs for a smoke, others were returning from night runs, and a few stood by the trash bins opening packages they just picked up. All were drawn by the commotion at the stairwell entrance, turning to glance back in puzzlement. Then their expressions returned to normal. Oh, it's him. It's Xiaoyao. Did he kill again? Where's he going to dump the body this time? Watching Xiaoyao's figure disappear behind the back wall of the residential complex, everyone went back to their business as if they'd witnessed the most ordinary thing in the world. Phew! The small forest was pitch black. Xiaoyao laid the snow woman on the ground, and soon a layer of frost formed on the grass. Wake up! Wake up! Now I finally understand how those perverts who froze to death felt. If she cools down this fast while asleep, imagine how fast she'd freeze solid if she woke up startled. How much Freon did they add to make it this intense? I'm cold. Hold me. The snow woman suddenly spoke, opening her arms toward Xiaoyao. Holy crap, that request puts me in a real bind. I love hugging beautiful women, but I'm not sure if I can handle it. Xiaoyao hesitated, then saw the pain etched on Snow Woman's brow. He steeled himself. Damn it, a fool sleeps on a cold bed, relying only on his firepower. I'll give it a shot. Xiaoyao swept the snow maiden into his arms and held her tightly. But the grass beneath their feet was slippery as glass, and they both tumbled down at the same time. A beautiful woman, grass, rolling around. This should have been such a warm and romantic scene. But right now, Xiao Yao's teeth were chattering, his whole body shaking. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm freezing to death. I can't take it anymore. Let go of me, let me catch my breath. Damn it, I can't even open my arms, they're frozen solid. Xiao Yao was at a loss for words, with frost beginning to form on his eyebrows, hair, and even his eyelashes. The essence of energy is universal. The thought flashed through his mind, and Xiao Yao began channeling the energy within his body to resist and melt the freezing cold. Surprisingly, it worked. Xiao Yao's energy blazed like wildfire, clashing with the Snow Woman as they fought for control of his body. One moment, the Snow Woman gained the upper hand, suppressing Xiao Yao. The next moment, Xiao Yao seized control, suppressing the Snow Woman. The two clashed relentlessly, their opposing forces merging like water and fire, giving Xiao Yao a vivid taste of what it truly meant to experience heaven and hell at the same time. As the battle intensified, they pressed tightly together, each seemingly intent on devouring the other. Even the Snow Maiden's face flushed crimson like Xiao Yao's, her breath coming in gasps. Finally, Xiao Yao unleashed his last move, sealing the Snow Maiden's icy cherry lips with his own. Like imparting warmth, his heat flowed into her, gradually calming the Snow Maiden. Xiao Yao felt her body relax, and she finally slipped off him. She was back to normal. It turned out she was just a pitiful female ghost who craved warmth. The Snow Maiden slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Xiao Yao's disheveled state, she wore an expression of heartache and guilt. Good thing I restrained you, or you'd have killed another one. Xiao Yao swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue, but just then, a mocking voice drifted from the edge of the woods. What a pity you didn't die, kid. If she'd killed one more, the bounty would have jumped another tier. Kid, are you a hunter too? Betting on a female ghost? You really don't know when to quit. Chapter 55, What a Powerful Husky. But that female ghost is truly beautiful. Now that you've neutralized half her chill, leave the rest to me. First, I'll let her have her fun. Then I'll send both of you on your way. The tone suggested he was another hunter, but that mix of cunning and lustful intent made Xiao Yao frown. He had the Snow Woman sit and rest while he stood up to face the suit-clad man emerging from the woods. Wearing a suit and sunglasses in the middle of the night? That's a bit much, don't you think? Xiao Yao's lips were still slightly stiff as he spoke, but the sight of the man clearly annoyed him to the core. New here? Don't recognize me? The man in the suit seemed slightly surprised. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wei Songliang, squad leader of Central District, Yunqing. Oh? What were you doing before? Why are you so stubborn? Xiao Yao asked curiously. What? What stubbornness? Wei Songliang was even more puzzled. At your age, still not reforming? What else would you call that but stubbornly clinging to your ways? After Xiao Yao finished speaking, he received 300 energy points. No wonder you're a squad leader. I hear squad leaders start out as at least C-rank hunters. Xiao Yao was pleased. But wait, Songliang snorted. Better you don't know me, it'll make it easier to pull the trigger. I just uploaded the Snow Woman's intel. Adding a rookie hunter to her body count should bump that bounty up a whole tier. Wait, Songliang was indeed up to no good. But Xiao Yao countered with a puzzled question. So you're a novice hunter? Don't worry, just call me brother, and I won't let Snow Woman kill you. Damn it! Wait, Songliang's rage unleashed another 500 energy points onto Xiao Yao. Know why I wear sunglasses? Because when I take them off, it'll be your time to die. Wait, Songliang finished speaking and proceeded to remove his sunglasses. Hold on. Wait a moment. Let me check your records. Xiao Yao held his hand up to block Wei Songliang's face, as if not seeing his eyes would somehow eliminate the danger. He quickly pulled out his phone and opened the Hunter app, muttering to himself as he tapped away. Wei Songliang. Why can't I find your name? Enough already. Wei Songliang flung off his sunglasses, revealing blood-red eyes. He looked up at the moon, a chilling growl rising from his throat as his body began to transform. Cracking sounds echoed as Wei Songliang's frame grew larger and more muscular, covered in thick fur. Fangs erupted from his mouth as Wei Songliang transformed into a werewolf over 5 meters tall, while squad leader Ding Jindo's physical enhancement merely increased his dimensions, strength, and toughness. Wei Songliang's transformation was a true metamorphosis. Not only did his physique, strength, and defensive capabilities surge rapidly, but he also gained immense destructive power from his fangs and claws. Xiao Yao stared in awe, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. What a powerful husky. Die. I'll collect your remains and cremate them myself. No one will ever know you didn't actually die by the Snow Woman's hand. The werewolf swung its claws, and Xiao Yao dodged swiftly. Behind him, several large trees were cleanly severed, crashing down in a clatter. That level of destructive power. It must be at the peak of C rank. Xiao Yao resolved to lure the werewolf away and launched his own attack. Charging straight at the werewolf, he unleashed a blast straight punch aimed squarely at its chest. Oh whoa! The werewolf crossed its claws to block Xiao Yao's attack, but its hind legs still stumbled back several steps. Seizing the moment of stalemate, the werewolf's gaping maw snapped down toward Xiao Yao's fist. Snap! It bit down. Xiao Yao's fist remained unscathed, while the werewolf howled in agony, its teeth rattling loose. Thank goodness for the gloves. Xiao Yao seized the chance, sidestepping and ducking beneath the werewolf's hips to circle behind it. Millennium kill. The gauntlet transformed into a razor-sharp blade, plunging viciously into the werewolf's rear. Growling, a piercing scream erupted as the werewolf spun around, one clawed paw clutching its rear while the other lunged viciously at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao seized the chance to flee, drawing the werewolf away from the snow woman. Clatter, clatter. It was as if Strongman, freed from the meddling of Big Bear and Little Bear, had begun chopping trees with abandon. Where Xiao Yao and the werewolf passed, trees as thick as bowls toppled one after another, startling a flock of birds roosting for the night. Die! The werewolf roared, and Xiao Yao felt the fierce claw wind behind him. He leaped backward in a flash. The massive boulder before him split cleanly in two, as if sliced through like a block of tofu. That power. It must be beyond C rank, right? How could he be just a squad leader? Xiao Yao wondered inwardly, but soon found his answer. Just as he felt he couldn't withstand the werewolf's next strike, the commotion behind him suddenly ceased. What's going on? Did he go take a dump? Xiao Yao turned around and froze. The werewolf's body was rapidly shrinking back to human size. If not for the torn clothing stretched tight across his frame, Xiao Yao wouldn't have believed what he'd just witnessed. Whoa! So small. Xiao Yao pointed at the bare crotch of Wei Sunliang's naked legs and chuckled to himself. So that's why you pack such a punch yet you're only a squad leader. Xiao Yao gestured toward the night sky, where clouds drifted alongside the bright moon and stars. So whenever the moon gets blocked, you revert to human form? This thing is way too unstable. Now, isn't it my turn to chase and you run? Xiao Yao let out a savage laugh, swinging his fist as he charged toward Wei Sunliang. Ah! Ow! Stop hitting me! Ah! Woof! The moon came out again. Xiao Yao turned and ran, this time with the werewolf chasing him. Clatter! Clatter! The wolf-shaped lumberjack machine roared to life again, sending the birds that had just settled back into the sky. That cloud is drifting over again. The snow woman looked up at the night sky, then back at the forest. Now it's his turn to chase. And he's escaped. Sure enough, within moments, the two chasing figures had switched places. Wei Sunliang cried out in surrender once more. Xuannu sat cross-legged on the grass, arms wrapped around her knees, watching with curiosity as the two grown men chased each other back and forth across the clearing. Oh, what energetic men! The snow woman couldn't help but marvel. But then, a girlish giggle sounded from behind her. What good are stinky men? Let's just get cozy with our sisters instead. Then came a sharp whistling sound. As the snow woman spun around, a leather whip lashed toward her. Ugh! The whip tightened around her neck. At the other end stood a mature woman in a revealing leather outfit, her lips painted a fiery red. She was the squad leader of Yunqing's North District, the only woman among the squad leaders. Her name was Li Xiang. Curvy was her defining trait, and envying women more beautiful than herself was her instinct. Chapter 56, Li Xiang is very curvy. I heard a big shot was coming to the East District, so I rushed over here, but it seems I'm a step too late. But Old Wei just posted that Snow Woman's info. Isn't that like a gift delivered right to me? Li Xiang gave a sharp tug, the whip snapping taut and yanking Snow Woman hard onto the ground. She struggled as Li Xiang dragged her along. What's wrong with you lot? Why can't you just stay in hell? Why must you come to the human world? Do you really think the human world is still the same as before, a paradise and hunting ground for you ghostly creatures? Let me tell you this, who's the hunter and who's the prey? It's not so clear anymore. As he spoke, Li Xiang pulled the Snow Woman closer, lifting his right foot clad in high heels to press down on her neck. With one more push, the pressure tightened around her neck. Whoosh! As the Snow Woman's spirit surged, intense cold radiated out once more, sending a shiver through Li Xiang's busty outfit. It's so cold. Li Xiang hugged her shoulders, a gesture that only accentuated the deep cleavage between her breasts. Why do you ghostly beings have to be so exquisitely beautiful? Why can you maintain youthful appearances without experiencing human aging, sickness, or death? Why? Why? Li Xiang's figure was already the ideal slightly plump type men craved, yet she still envied the Snow Woman's graceful and elegant form. She reached into the chest pocket of her leather jacket, pulled out a candle, and flicked it on with a snap. Instantly, the small area around her warmed to a comfortable temperature. Humph! You icy ghost, let me warm you up. She tilted her wrist, and wax dripped from the candle, landing on the Snow Woman's shoulder. Smooth as snow. Ugh! The Snow Woman thrashed violently, clearly in immense agony from the molten wax. Though her skin flushed red for a moment before returning to normal, the excruciating pain nearly choked the life out of her. As she continued to thrash, the wax dripped relentlessly, while Li Xiang chuckled with satisfaction. Hey, beauty, why don't you let your men come save you? Let's see if they can spare the time. Hopefully when you return to hell, you'll reflect on this. Can you really rely on any man? Oh my, such delicate skin. Such pitiful cries. It truly makes me feel utterly satisfied. Li Xiang drew a deep breath, his face radiating satisfaction. Enough playing. Before those idiots notice, I'll finish you off right now. Li Xiang's slender stiletto heel dug into the snow woman's neck. With another forceful grind, the snow woman's veins were visibly about to burst. As her life force drained away, the surrounding temperature began to rise again. But at that critical moment, another woman's voice suddenly rang out behind Li Xiang. Who told you all female ghosts deserve to die? Who's there? Li Xiang spun around to see a beautiful woman holding a cracked bowl. Come in. Manhwa unleashed the broken bowl's supernatural power without hesitation. Li Xiang acted decisively, releasing the snow woman and wrapping the whip around a tree trunk as thick as a water barrel beside him. His feet left the ground as his body drifted toward the broken bowl. Fortunately, the whip and the tree anchored him, suspending him midair. This powerful? You're that big guy. Li Xiang turned pale with fright. Snow woman on the ground had begun coughing, her breathing returning. You were quite fierce with those ghostly creatures earlier. Now it's my turn, isn't it? Manhwa's bowl sucked with increasing force, and the tree's roots began to emerge from beneath it. One could only imagine the pressure Li Xiang's body was enduring, though he sensed a gap of at least 1 tier between them. Li Xiang wasn't about to go down without a fight. With his other hand, he hurled the lit candle fiercely at Manhwa. Burning desire. Manhwa sidestepped the attack, but as the candle passed her side, it melted into a pool of wax, carrying flames that engulfed her body. In an instant, Manhwa became a human torch. Yet after the initial panic, Manhwa suddenly realized that though the flames roared fiercely, she felt no searing heat. Instead, a faint, flickering flame began to burn within her heart. Her skin grew hot, and her heartbeat quickened. As if drugged by an aphrodisiac, Manhwa suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to strip off her clothes and indulge in unrestrained pleasure. Of course, it would be best if a man were there to join her. Her gaze fell upon 2 figures darting through the woods, seemingly engaged in playful pursuit. Ha! Another one? Xiao Yao and Wei Songliang both froze in surprise. Wei Songliang was surprised by the appearance of another ghostly entity, while Xiao Yao recognized Li Xiang, the voluptuous Li Xiang. You've had your fun. You've contributed plenty of energy points for me. It's time for you to rest. Seeing the complicated situation with the snow woman, Xiao Yao decided to end this game. Ha! Look up! Wei Songliang stood smugly with one hand on his hip, pointing skyward. The clouds, they'd all passed. Now I have all the time in the world to play with you properly. Sorry, I don't have that kind of time. Xiao Yao snorted and raised his fist. The werewolf roared furiously and lunged at Xiao Yao. But before he could reach Xiao Yao, a piercing scream erupted. A massive dent appeared in the werewolf's chest, accompanied by the sound of ribs snapping and blood spurting. It was a fist imprint. Xiao Yao stood motionless several meters away, yet his fist had already struck the werewolf through the air. Spring holding fist. Level 3, 100-step explosive divine fist. Enhanced power allows for long-range attacks, maintaining full force within 100 steps. Indeed, Xiao Yao hadn't been merely strolling through the woods with his dog for amusement. He valued Wei Songliang's ability to provide energy points. Each squad leader could consistently yield several hundred energy points, and when being pursued by Xiao Yao, they could even unleash over 1,000 points. So Xiao Yao quickly accumulated 20,000 energy points and immediately upgraded his fist technique through the system. Now, even without the Infinity Gauntlet's boost, the 100-step explosive fist was more than enough to take down Wei Songliang. The werewolf, crashing to the ground. The werewolf let out a few mournful howls before reverting to Wei Songliang's form. You've committed insubordination and harmed a superior. The association won't let this slide. Seeing Xiao Yao approach with a stony expression, Wei Songliang immediately invoked the association to intimidate him. Xiao Yao smiled faintly. Did you just slip up? Did I ever intend to harm you? I clearly intended to kill you. Ha! Wei Songliang froze in shock. How dare you? Hunters who turn on each other become the enemy of all hunters. No matter where you flee, you'll be hunted down. Oh, you're right. But how exactly did you plan to harm me just now? Xiao Yao chuckled darkly. Do you think only you know how to use others as tools to eliminate enemies? Leaving no trace? Chapter 57, Doubling the Blessing of a Lover's Delight? Wei Songliang deeply regretted it. He had assumed Xiao Yao was a new face, at most a D-rank rookie, so he'd laid bare his murderous intent without reservation, using Xiao Yao as cannon fodder to boost the Snow Woman's bounty. Only later did he realize, if he possessed B-tier strength yet was downgraded to C-tier due to instability, then Xiao Yao was hiding even deeper, far more formidable. But it was too late. He could only weep bitterly and beg for mercy. I was just bluffing earlier. How could I possibly have the guts to kill a fellow disciple? Blame me for being blinded by beauty and wealth. Please give me another chance. I'll be your ox, your horse, Your dog, how about I be your husky? Having such a strong guard dog around, making it bite when needed, beating it when I need energy. That sounds pretty good. Xiao Yao actually began to ponder the idea. But in that split second of distraction, Wei Songliang's hand, hidden behind his back, silently transformed into a wolf's claw. Then, exploding with speed several times faster than before, he lunged toward Xiao Yao's heart, partially transformed, channeling all his energy. The wolf claws could unleash several times the power of before. If this hit, Xiao Yao would likely be killed instantly. Watch out! Xuannu cried out in alarm. Before Xiao Yao could react, a surge of frigid cold swiftly enveloped Wei Songliang. The lightning-fast strike froze in place, and Xiao Yao immediately countered with a punch. Crack! Wei Songliang, frozen solid like an ice pop, took another fierce punch. His body shattered like ice. Well, now I can't even spare you if I wanted to. Wei Songliang's head rolled to Xiao Yao's feet. He kicked it aside and sighed. Before Xiao Yao could check on the snow woman, the battle between Mangpa and Li Xiang on the other side had also concluded. Though ambushed, Mangpo's strength clearly surpassed Li Xiang's. A hollow cry echoed as Li Xiang collapsed first. Her eyes were unfocused, clearly affected by Mangpo's power of reincarnation, causing her to lose control and become mentally unstable. Though Mangpa herself suffered no visible injury, the situation had grown even more awkward. A man. I need a man. I'm so hot. A stunning beauty, hair disheveled and face flushed, gently bit her crimson lips as she flashed seductive glances at Xiao Yao. This is a bit of a problem. Faced with these three women, Li Xiang was dumbstruck. Mangpo was frantically demanding a man, and the snow woman stood frozen in confusion. Leave these three with a dismembered corpse? Was Xiao Yao even a man? He couldn't do that. No choice. He decided to bring the three women home for now. Good grief. He left with one woman, but now he's bringing back 3 times as many. Li Xiang was carried on Xiao Yao's back, while Mangpa clung to his front like an octopus, her arms wrapped around his neck, her legs coiled tightly around his waist. Now he was in a fine mess, Li Xiang's heavy breathing on his right neck, Mangpo's soft murmurs and gentle nibbles on his left earlobe. Xiao Yao's entire body was tingling with unbearable sensations, yet he still had to support Li Xiang's hips with one hand while holding on to Xuannu with the other, afraid she might slip away. Carrying one, holding one, and pulling another, Xiao Yao resembled an old father dragging 3 daughters home. Fortunately, it was nearly midnight, and the neighborhood was finally deserted. Otherwise, Xiao Yao's neighborhood legend would have escalated once more. But as he climbed the stairs, he encountered someone else. It was Yi Zhanyan again. Shortly after Xiao Yao had gone downstairs, the young girl began to feel increasingly uneasy. Last time he went to dump the body, I called the police too late, giving him a chance to cover up his crime. No way. This time I have to catch him red-handed, record it, and report him myself. After tossing and turning in bed for ages, Yi Zhanyan figured Xiao Yao must still be digging the pit, so she leapt out of bed, grabbed her phone, and headed downstairs. Then, she witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. The corpse Xiao Yao had carried downstairs moments ago was now obediently following him upstairs, hand in hand, step by step. Besides this resurrected beauty, Xiao Yao was also accompanied by 2 stunning women of contrasting styles. One was delicate and alluring, the other voluptuous and curvaceous. They seemed to have been drugged by Xiao Yao, unable to resist touching him even before they entered the house. Li Xiang was somewhat restrained, merely leaving a trail of drool down Xiao Yao's neck. Mangpa, however, was taking it too far. She had one arm hooked around Xiao Yao's neck while the other hand slipped inside his shirt, caressing his chest muscles. Hey, you can touch, but no squeezing the beans. Xiao Yao's skin crawled as he helplessly warned Mangpa. Then he looked up and saw Yi Zhanyan, looking utterly flustered. What the hell were you doing out so late? Didn't we agree you wouldn't go to nightclubs anymore? Xiao Yao's reminder came from a place of concern. He'd long since stopped caring about the 20 or so energy points Yi Zhanyan had gifted him. Right. I'm heading back now. I didn't see a thing. Okay. Yi Zhanyan turned to flee, but Xiao Yao shouted. Stop right there. What did you say? You didn't see anything? Right. I didn't see anything. I have night blindness. Yi Zhanyan's heart pounded relentlessly. She had no idea how the snow woman had come back from the dead, nor what Xiao Yao intended to do with these girls he'd brought home. All she knew was she needed to get out of here fast. Bull asterisk. You just don't want to help. There are so many people here. Even if you were blind, you could see them. Come here. Help. Yi Zhanyan swallowed hard. Help with what? Help me get my keys out. I can't free my hands. Xiao Yao took a few more steps, reached his own door, then nodded toward his right pants pocket. Take it out and put it in. Oh, I meant the key and the keyhole. I get it now. I understand. Yi Zhanyan hurried to comply, reaching into Xiaoyao's pocket to find the keys. Little did she know, Xiaoyao's pocket had a hole in it. Coins and loose change usually fell right into his crotch. To save her own skin, Yi Zhanyan dared not resist, and could only slide her hand down Xiaoyao's thigh. Just then, Xiaoyao's neighbor across the hall returned home after drinking. Whoa! Young people these days sure know how to have fun. Others enjoy the blessings of having 2 wives, but this is double the blessings, double the joy. Halfway up the stairs, the big brother froze in shock at the scene before him. Never mind the snow woman, Li Xiang, and Manhwa, 3 strangers to him. That little brat Yi Zhanyan, he'd run into her often enough after all. They both had the habit of coming and going late at night, but this usually feisty and unrestrained girl was now crouched before Xiaoyao, one arm wrapped around his thigh, the other hand fumbling around inside his pants. To make matters worse, Xiaoyao was already squirming uncomfortably under Li Xiang and Manhwa's touch, writhing and even letting out strange moans. Ugh, I really need to quit drinking. Starting tomorrow, I'm hitting the gym. Watching Manhwa's hand glide over Xiaoyao's chest muscles, the big brother glanced at his own beer belly. As he opened the door to go home, he silently resolved to make a change. Found it. Yi Zhanyan opened her eyes, swiftly unlocked Xiaoyao's door, flipped on the light, and turned to make a quick exit. Xiaoyao blocked the doorway. Don't rush off. Sit down right there. Chapter 58. Which lucky one gets to sleep with him? Ah, yes, okay. Yi Zhanyan obediently sat down on the sofa, watching Xiaoyao release his pent-up energy, unloading. He first released Snow Maiden, letting her sit beside Yi Zhanyan on the sofa. Then he had Li Xiang sit on a chair, prying her arms apart. Li Xiang remained in a dazed state, muttering incessantly, Impossible, impossible. This is all an illusion. Xiaoyao paid no heed to what Li Xiang had seen in the cycle of reincarnation. Finally, he placed Manhwa on the desk and went to pry her arms open, trying to make her let go. But Li Xiang was in a trance, her body utterly drained of strength. But Manhwa was different. Under the influence of the desire fire, she was intensely craving the scent of a man. Her arms clamped tightly around Xiaoyao's neck, refusing to loosen no matter how hard he pulled. Their posture now became decidedly suggestive. Manhwa sat on the platform, facing Xiaoyao, her arms wrapped around him, her legs entwined with his. Both could smell each other's breath. To Yi Zhanyan, it looked like they were doing something. Well, something special. Just then, Yi Zhanyan, desperate to divert attention and break the awkwardness, hurriedly turned on the TV with the remote. Ha. I've scared off quite a few people now. My powers are nothing like they used to be. I'm here for revenge. A long-haired female ghost suddenly emerged from the TV screen, first her head, then her arms and upper body, followed by her lower body and legs. It was Sadako, come to exact her revenge on Xiaoyao. Thud. Sadako leapt from the TV stand onto the floor, suddenly spotting 2 figures on the sofa, Li Xiang and Yi Zhanyan. Yi Zhanyan froze in terror, while Li Xiang remained in his dazed state. Why are there 2 extra people today? Sadako wondered, then swept her long hair aside to reveal her eyes. Holy, there's more than 2. Wait, is that one a ghost? Ah, that one too. Whoa, is that one a hunter? Oh my god, did I come at the wrong time? Sadako was mortified. Her bare feet dug frantically into the floor, nearly shattering the tiles. Now she was stuck. Leaving felt wrong. Staying felt wrong. Well then, she'd just have to grit her teeth and say hello? Ah, hello? Sadako nodded to Li Xiang. After all, the hunter was the enemy. Things could easily escalate into a fight. Li Xiang ignored her. Hello. Sadako forced another smile at Yi Zhanyan. I'm fine, but I'm so scared. Yi Zhanyan blurted out her true feelings in her nervousness. You're here too? Sadako could only turn to Yukiana, hoping to find a normal ghost. Come out? From where? Yukiana asked sincerely. Oh my god, am I the only sane one here? Sadako was utterly speechless. With no other choice, she turned her gaze toward Manhwa and Xiaoyao, who was entangled with her. Is it inconvenient for me to interrupt you two right now? Hearing Sadako's words, Xiaoyao's anger flared. You two just wait. I'll be out in a minute. With that, Xiaoyao hefted Manhwa and marched straight into his bedroom. If I don't teach her a lesson tonight, no one's getting any sleep. The door slammed shut with a bang. Then, strange sounds began to emanate from the room. Manhwa seemed to be reciting an ancient poem, one titled Ode to the Goose. It appeared, however, Manhwa's memory seemed to be failing her. She could only recall the first line, endlessly repeating those 3 words. This left the women outside feeling rather awkward. What are they doing in there? Why do I keep hearing that popping sound? I can hear heavy breathing too. Yi Zhanyan and Snow Woman exchanged bewildered glances, but Sadako suddenly slapped her forehead in realization. That ghost sister must be suffering. He must be spanking her. That scoundrel, he's a brutal spanker. Don't ask me how I know. Last night when I was sleeping, I was lying face down. Seriously, just spanking? What kind of kink is that? Yi Zhanyan began to doubt her own memory. After another long while, Xiao Yao's door burst open. He emerged with a flushed look on his face. He first smoothed out his clothes, then clapped his hands, and finally let out a long sigh. Phew, finally settled. Who else wants a beating? No, no. The women all shook their heads, even averting their gazes, afraid to meet Xiao Yao's eyes. They looked just like a bunch of underachievers in class when the teacher was about to call on them. Oh, right. What did you say you came here for? Xiao Yao finally remembered Sadako. I came to see you. Haven't seen you in days, and I've missed you terribly. Sadako quickly plastered on a smile, but her expression only made Yi Zhanyan feel even more uneasy. After all, a bloodless female ghost with sharp fangs trying to look friendly just didn't quite work. Oh, you missed me that much? Then sleep with me tonight? Xiao Yao gave a wicked grin, and Sadako frantically shook her head. It was like a mop being wrung out. No thanks. I'm used to sleeping with my sisters. I don't like men. Sadako thought to herself, that ghost sister looks incredibly powerful. You pinned her down and spanked her butt. Even if I've gained a bit more strength these past 2 days, I'd probably only last a few more hits than last time. Oh, then how about you sleep with me? Xiao Yao grinned wickedly at Yi Zhanyan. Ha? Again? Please spare me. Yi Zhanyan still remembered how she felt after escaping from here last time, like her body had been drained dry, leaving her legs weak all day. Why say again? Xiao Yao sharply zeroed in on the crux of the matter. But before Yi Zhanyan could come up with an excuse, the Snow Maiden raised her hand. If you're afraid of the dark too, I'll sleep with you. I promise not to fight you for the blanket, just don't take off my clothes. Look, everyone, look, among all my women, Snow Sister is the gentlest. Xiao Yao had harvested a wave of energy from everyone and had his fill of mischief. He stretched lazily. You stay here tonight. No one's going to care if you don't come home anyway. These beauties need tending to, and it's awkward for me to handle it alone. Wait until they regain consciousness tomorrow before you leave. Xiao Yao issued his command to Yi Zhanyan. How could the little girl dare to resist? Serving a few female ghosts was certainly better than serving this lecherous beast, right? Hopefully he'll be too exhausted from tormenting them tonight to bother me. The little girl's mind was filled with selfish thoughts of better them than me. But then, Xiao Yao's next words presented the women with a huge dilemma. Alright then. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'm a fair person. Tonight I'll sleep in the living room. You 5 beauties can freely choose which of the 2 bedrooms to share. But if you can't come up with a reasonable arrangement. Ha. Xiao Yao revealed his lecherous side, then I'll randomly pick one lucky lady to join me in the living room. At first glance, it seemed manageable. The soul man, Xiao Yao, sleeping in the living room, while the remaining 5 women squeezed into the 2 bedrooms. But as Yi Zhanyan's eyes swept across their faces, she suddenly realized this was an unsolvable problem. That scoundrel Xiao Yao had no intention of letting them off tonight. Chapter 59, the show has only just begun. First, Yi Zhanyan was an ordinary person. She certainly wouldn't dare sleep with the Snow Woman, Sadako, or Mangpa. But if she slept with Li Xiang, who knew if he might wake up in the middle of the night, go berserk, and suddenly strike? Mangpa wasn't afraid of Li Xiang, but if both of them woke up, another fierce battle would be inevitable. As for Sadako and Yukiana, neither could stand up to Li Xiang. Sleeping with her would be suicide. So the question arises, assuming Li Xiang has already claimed one room, the other room would have to be shared by Mangpa, Sadako, and Yukiana. What about Yi Zhanyan? But if Yi Zhanyan took a room first, the remaining hunter and female ghosts would be like oil and water, utterly incompatible. There was no way they could share the other room. At first glance, it might seem like just 5 women, but when it comes to dividing them up, it's at least 3 groups, maybe even 4. This complexity is almost on par with a girl's dormitory. But this wasn't Xiao Yao deliberately making things difficult for them. First off, now that Sadako was here, Xiao Yao couldn't let her go around scaring people. After all, ordinary people couldn't handle the psychological strain. If she accidentally scared someone to death, what then? Should Sadako kill them or not? Then there were Li Xiang and Mangpa, one asleep, the other in a detached state. Neither could leave anytime soon. As for the Snow Woman, she was just too innocent and adorable. If she went out alone, who knew how many unscrupulous men she'd eliminate in a single night while ridding the world of evil? Finally, there was Yi Zhanyan, the little girl. Though she hadn't done anything wrong, she'd witnessed so many ghostly apparitions that Xiao Yao hadn't yet figured out how to seal her lips. Killing her to silence her? Simply to prevent the existence of ghostly beings from being exposed? Even the Xiao Yao of the past wouldn't have done such a thing. Moreover, Xiao Yao suddenly realized that perhaps not all ghostly beings deserved to die or were inherently evil. Not all humans, even hunters, were trustworthy. Seeing Yi Zhanyan's troubled expression and the utter confusion on Sadako and Yukiana's faces, Xiao Yao's eyes darted around. Alright then, I'll make the sacrifice myself and sleep in the guest room with Sister Li Xiang. She can sleep on the bed, and I'll make a makeshift bed on the floor. That way, Sadako and Yukiana, you two can take the master bedroom and sleep with Mengpa. She means you no harm. Little sister Yi Zhanyan, you'll just have to endure sleeping on the living room sofa for one night. How does that sound? If you don't want to, you're welcome to join me on the floor. Ha! I'm willing. I'm willing to sleep in the living room, it's not inconvenient at all. Not even a bit. Yi Zhanyan quickly flashed a bright smile, repeatedly agreeing this arrangement was perfectly reasonable. Sadako's eyes widened in shock. That ghost lady is Mengpa? How did she end up here? You're just some island nation ghost, how dare you meddle in our Xia nation's affairs? Just keep your own island nation in order first, so you don't get beaten up. Xiao Yao snorted. Tonight, I'm your master. All you need to do is obey. Got it? Understood. Understood. Sadako was practically standing at attention ready to salute. Who was she kidding? Who in hell didn't know the name Mengpa? Even she had been dragged into the bedroom by Xiao Yao to recite Ode to the Goose. Who else would dare think of resisting? So Xiao Yao picked up Li Xiang horizontally and tossed him onto the small bed in the guest room. He then fetched a mattress from the master bedroom, placing it side by side under the guest bed to serve as his own floor bed. Then Sadako and Yukiana obediently squeezed onto the big bed in the master bedroom with Mengpa. Fortunately, all three female ghosts were slender, so it worked out. If it were Li Xiang, though, he could probably only fit one more beside him, and only someone as skinny as a stick in reality would fit. Finally, Yi Zhanyan claimed the large sofa for himself. With lights out in all three rooms, he could finally get some proper rest. But even Xiao Yao himself probably couldn't have imagined that the real show was just beginning. After tossing and turning most of the night, Xiao Yao was exhausted. He sent a message to teacher Jean requesting a day off, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. It wasn't that he was lazy or wanted to skip class, it was simply that all these women and female ghosts needed proper arrangements. He figured he could make a more thoughtful plan once daylight cleared his head and Li Xiang and Mengpa regained their senses. Who could have imagined that barely moments after Xiao Yao fell asleep, something on the bed started moving restlessly. Li Xiang rolled over, and in his drowsy state, tumbled right off the bed. In his sleep, Xiao Yao suddenly dreamt someone was trying to kill him. First, a soft, massive pillow was suddenly smothered over his face. The suffocating sensation made Xiao Yao struggle violently, his mouth opening wide in a desperate attempt to breathe. But the pillow instantly stuffed itself into his mouth, nearly suffocating him. He could only push the pillow away with his face, gasping for air through the gap before it was smothered again. After a while, the deadly pillow finally shifted away, and Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. He instinctively hugged the rolled-up quilt, settling into a comfortable position to continue sleeping. This quilt was so soft, and it seemed to carry a faint fragrance. Xiao Yao curled up like he was riding a horse, his arms wrapped around the quilt with one thigh draped over it. This position offered the greatest sense of security. Only, in his sleep, he had forgotten that there was no pillow on the bed he was lying on this time, and on his makeshift bed, there was no blanket at all. At that moment, he was still immersed in the bliss of sleeping with the quilt. It felt as though it had been tailor-made just for him. So perfectly fitted, so warm, so wonderfully fragrant, so much so that he felt completely absorbed into it, while the quilt fully embraced and enveloped Xiao Yao, like a mold and its material, so perfectly matched, so completely one. As dawn approached, Xiao Yao's phone vibrated. It was a message from teacher Jean, but Xiao Yao didn't even open his eyes to look, so he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. A state of utter chaos was about to unfold. At that moment, Xiao Yao still lay on his mattress, holding Li Xiang in his arms, yet in his dream, he was locked in a standoff with an old man. My dear disciple, I have received your offerings. However, your master has a question. Lately, your efficiency in sending female ghosts back seems to have dropped a bit. If my calculations are correct, you should have encountered several female ghosts these past few days, shouldn't you? The old man counted on his fingers as he asked. Like Sadako? Oh, Sadako? I gave her a good spanking. Now she sleeps in my bed. What about the snow woman? The snow woman? She rolled around in the grass with me. She's sleeping in my bed too. What about Mengpa? The old man couldn't hold back. She can't be sleeping in your bed too, can she? You're sharp. Mengpa recited ancient poetry with me. And now she's lying in my bed too. She's been sleeping since last night. Xiao Yao's words stunned the old man. The pupil has surpassed the master. This old wave will be washed ashore sooner or later. But Xiao Yao suddenly grew coy. Master, what are you imagining? They're both in my bed, but I'm sleeping on the floor. Ahem. The old man suddenly grew stern. Regardless, since you've used them, you should return them. Hurry up and get rid of them all. Chapter 60, 6+1? Kill them all? Xiao Yao froze. Though his master had never been particularly reliable, this cold-blooded demeanor was still unsettling. What good would sending them all back to you do? Whoa, kid, since when did your questions get so sharp and to the point? This time, it was the old man's turn to be taken aback. Didn't I tell you? I'm in charge of guarding hell. If they escape, it's my job to catch them and bring them back. You're lying. Your eyes are darting around. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes. If it's really like you say, and so many ghosts have escaped from hell, wouldn't your sins be enormous? Even if you recapture them all, it'd only be atoning for your sins. How could it possibly benefit you? Are the folks down in the underworld all idiots? It's like those kings of hell letting you freeload a feast and then paying you afterward? Sure, if you lived well enough on Earth, maybe, but you're not some super VIP down in the underworld, are you? Xiao Yao's barrage of questions left the old man utterly defeated. He resorted to stubbornness. Listen, I'm telling you, don't even think about protecting those female ghosts. It'll only hurt you, not help you. If things really come to blows, they'll just be dead weight. What fight? Old man, how much have you been hiding from me? Xiao Yao recalled the visions Mangpa had shown him. Though profoundly shocking, they remained hazy and incomplete. He only saw himself and the old man destroying the underworld together. As for why they did it and what happened afterward, he hadn't witnessed any of that, but it was enough to erase the last shred of trust he had in his master. Let me tell you this, these female ghosts may each have their peculiar quirks, but overall, as ghostly beings, they aren't utterly corrupt. At least they're far better than certain others who spout nonsense, sell out their disciples, and then have those same disciples help count the money. So you're saying you're ready to burn bridges with your master and stand by those female ghosts no matter what? The old man puffed out his cheeks and glared, while Xiao Yao rolled his eyes and flipped him off. Neither would budge. Fine. Mark my words, soon you'll see how your lust-crazed obsession with beauty is pushing you straight into the fire pit. Then we'll see if those female ghosts can save you. The old man vanished in a huff, leaving Xiao Yao to watch his retreating figure with a cold smile. Oof. He was definitely hiding something from me. One question and he flew into a rage. Looks like I need to find a way to probe the underworld situation as soon as possible. Mengpa must know something. I'll ask her when she wakes up. Opening his eyes, Xiao Yao's first instinct was to listen for any sounds in the living room or master bedroom. He hoped they hadn't spent the entire night tearing the place apart. Fortunately, it was quiet outside, as quiet as the voluptuous beauty Li Xiang nestled in Xiao Yao's arms. How did you end up sleeping with me? Just as Xiao Yao looked at Li Xiang, she slowly opened her eyes and gazed back at him. Ah, really? Is this real? Li Xiang's first reaction wasn't anger, but utter resignation and helplessness. It really happened. Fate can't be changed. Li Xiang suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around Xiao Yao, burying his face into her shoulder and bursting into tears. What's going on? Stop crying. You're making me feel so pressured. Xiao Yao was pressed against Li Xiang's chest, struggling to breathe. That Mengpa showed me visions of the future. I saw that I ended up with you. My purity was taken from me by you. If it had just been losing my virginity, I wouldn't have been so devastated. But that man had to be you. In my panic, I fell for her trick. Li Xiang sobbed out the truth, leaving Xiao Yao looking thoroughly annoyed. Hey, sis, what's with that? Why does it have to be me who caused you such a huge blow? If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I'll tape your mouth shut. You won't be able to speak again. Of course, you can take it off when eating or doing other things. Xiao Yao spoke with serious intent, prompting Li Xiang to hastily explain. You're so handsome and powerful, you even took down that Wei Sonliang. That's not my type at all. Who else would I use my candles and whips on? I found such a powerful man, only to be pinned down on the bed every day, experiencing your virility and dominance? Besides, a man this powerful must have countless women adoring him. I have a bad temper and can't sweet-talk anyone. I'd spend every day worrying you'd be seduced by some other woman. Well, if you're good at flattery, then flatter me more. Xiao Yao's face brightened, even becoming a bit giddy, but the good mood didn't last long. Just then, his phone rang. Ha, Teacher Jean? Why is she calling me? Xiao Yao sensed trouble and quickly hung up. He opened the message and read. What? Holy crap. MS. Jean is coming to my house for tutoring. The message left Xiao Yao feeling overwhelmed. Just then, Teacher Jean called again. Gritting his teeth, he answered. Teacher Jin's gentle voice came through. Is your fever better? I'm already downstairs. Please open the door for me when you can. After hanging up, Xiao Yao suddenly felt like he was truly burning up. Quick, get up. The teacher's here to give me extra lessons. Xiao Yao moved like a drill sergeant rousing troops in the dead of night. While helping Li Xiang get dressed, he He dashed to the living room to wake up Yi Zhanyan and the female ghosts in the master bedroom. Just as everyone was groggily waking up, the doorbell rang. Teacher Jean was at the door. What do we do? We're in big trouble now. Damn it, counting Teacher Jean. That makes 6 beauties and 1 handsome guy. 6 plus 1? Xiaoyao's head alone was worth 6 of them. Manhwa, Sadako, and Yukiana hadn't possessed anyone yet. They existed in a special spiritual state, so it wasn't impossible for them to fly away immediately. But in this world, how could Xiaoyao dare let them out of his sight? What if they went out and killed someone? Or got killed by other hunters? Plus, Yi Zhanyan and Li Xiang were still inside, both human. They couldn't slip out under Teacher Jin's watchful eye either. Damn it! A flea won't bite if there are too many. And debts won't worry you if there are too many. Chasing one away is the same as letting a whole bunch go. Fine. None of you are leaving. You're all staying here with me for some extra lessons. Xiaoyao quickly made arrangements. Junzi, hide inside the TV. Don't come out unless I turn it on. And don't go messing with other people's TVs. Manhwa, you and Yukiana hide in the master bedroom and guest bedroom respectively. I won't let the teacher into the bedrooms. So neither of you come out. Little girl, you and Li Xiang stay in the living room with me. Just say you're my cousin and second cousin, here to take care of me while I'm sick. Yes. The women obeyed in unison, springing into action as the doorbell rang more urgently. Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction, completely unaware that a crucial element had been overlooked in his plan. Within mere minutes, the situation spiraled completely out of control. Chapter 61, How many good sisters do you have? Exactly? Ahem. Teacher, what brings you here? Xiaoyao rushed to open the door. His face flushed and breath coming in gasps. He looked every bit the part of someone who was ill. Oh dear. I happen to have no classes this morning. I remembered that last time at my place. We didn't finish what we started before that female ghost interrupted us, so I thought I'd drop by for a home visit and finish what we started. Right? Teacher Jean bent down to change her shoes, completely oblivious to Yi Zhanyan and Li Xiang standing flustered in the living room. Teacher, that sounds a bit strange. It's easy to get the wrong idea. Xiaoyao forced a joke, trying to lighten the mood. What kind of thoughts? A female teacher and a male student alone in the same room, what else could they possibly be doing? Well, Teacher Jean, not explaining it just made things worse. Who are those two? Thankfully, Teacher Jean finally looked up and spotted the two girls forcing smiles. I'm Xiaoyao's cousin. Yi Zhanyan and Li Xiang declared in unison, loudly introducing themselves. Wait, no, I'm her cousin. Realizing they'd stepped on each other's toes, Yi Zhanyan and Li Xiang simultaneously corrected their identities. Xiaoyao covered her forehead with her hand, her heart sinking instantly. I'm her cousin. Yi Zhanyan finally beat Li Xiang to the punch. Ah, right. I'm her cousin. Li Xiang finally caught on. Damn it, we blew our cover the moment we stepped on stage. Xiaoyao felt like crying. Teacher Jean, however, didn't notice these details. Seeing Xiaoyao touch his forehead, she thought his fever had returned. Here, let me feel your forehead. Does it feel hot? Or shall we go to the bedroom? Teacher can let you sleep with me again? Ms. Jean, dressed in her signature bodycon business suit and complemented by just the right amount of light makeup, looked every bit the gentle, caring older sister. Her hand gently pressed against Xiaoyao's forehead as she whispered even more tantalizing words, nearly causing him to lose control. Ah, no, my bedroom's a mess. How about we just sleep on the couch and have a makeup lesson? Isn't it normal for a boy's bedroom to be messy? What's there to be shy about? Ms. Jean pushed open the master bedroom door as she spoke. Manhwa stood by the bed, burrowing under the covers. Why is someone here? Teacher Jean jumped in surprise. Oh, I'm Xiaoyao's cousin. I'm here to look after him too. Manhwa forced out the words. You know, teacher, he's an orphan now. We relatives are the only ones who can help him. Ah, right, that makes sense. Why don't you rest first? Taking care of this child last night must have been exhausting, right? Ms. Jean backed out apologetically. Manhwa had indeed been exhausted last night, though the reason wasn't something to share with outsiders. Xiaoyao looked awkward, but before he could recover, Teacher Jean opened the door to the spare bedroom. Xuannu, who had been about to hide in the wardrobe upon hearing footsteps, turned and saw Teacher Jean. She gave a shy smile. Teacher, I'm Xiaoyao's cousin. I'm here to take care of him too. Ha? Teacher Jean froze. Just how many good sisters does Xiaoyao have? And why was every single one so beautiful? In her shock, Teacher Jean accidentally reached out and pressed her hand on the coffee table, and just her luck, she hit the TV remote. Ha? Did they leave? Can I come out now? Sadako scurried out, then noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly flicked her hair. Oh no! Wait, the teacher's still here? Teacher Jean had been staring at the snow woman just now, luckily missing Sadako's emergence. But when she heard the sound and turned around, she still got the fright of her life. Who is this sister of yours? Ah, this is my biological younger sister, same mother, different father. Xiao Yao had thrown caution to the wind, but luckily Teacher Jean was too flustered to notice the inconsistency. Teacher, they're not entirely here to take care of me. You know I'm a pretty resilient person. My biological sister is actually here for medical treatment. Look at her teeth, they're all rotten. Xiao Yao shot a glance, and Jinzi flashed her sharp teeth at Teacher Jean. Oh my goodness. It's true. How deformed they are. They really need proper treatment. Teacher Jean leaned in for a closer look and instantly felt sympathy for Sadako. And this cousin of mine, wait. No, she's my cousin. Or maybe my second cousin. Anyway, she has albinism. Look at her skin. Xiao Yao pulled Yukiana over and let Teacher Jean touch the back of her hand. Oh my. It's true, not a hint of color. And so cold. Teacher Jean stared at Snow Woman in astonishment. Just then, Manhwa spoke up. I'm here for my voice. I'm heartbroken, I've cried myself hoarse. Next, Yi Zhanyan chimed in. I'm here for extra lessons with my cousin. I'm taking the college entrance exam soon. But my school's just terrible. But your cousin, he's not exactly a top student himself. Is he? Teacher Jean was confused. Not at all. My cousin was just explaining the Ballad of Mulan to me, saying that Mulan's colleagues had actually figured out she was a woman all along. Ha? How? How did they figure it out? Teacher Jean thought to himself, this hits right at the heart of my expertise, how could I not know about this? Think about it, teacher. He buys a fine horse in the East Market, a saddle in the West Market, bridle in the South Market, and a long whip in the North Market. Would a man go to such trouble when shopping? Yi Zhanyan argued with such conviction that Teacher Jean nearly began doubting her own teaching experience. But that doesn't make sense. Why didn't they report Mulan? Teacher Jean remained unconvinced. At that moment, Xiao Yao chuckled, Teacher, you're being silly. A bunch of men finally discover there's a girl hiding among them who'd be dumb enough to let their superiors know about it? Oh, I see. That does make sense. Teacher Jean was nearly completely baffled. She could only turn to Li Xiang, who had remained silent the entire time, gazing at Xiao Yao with affectionate eyes. Li Xiang pulled Xiao Yao close without hesitation, burying her face against his chest. My dear little brother, I'm the only one who truly cares for you. Do you feel a little better now? Comfortable. So comfortable. Xiao Yao was nearly suffocating and could only respond with muffled grunts. Seeing the two so intimate, Teacher Jean nearly flushed, her body even reacting inappropriately. Oh dear, what am I thinking? They're just very close siblings, that's what true affection looks like. Though she sensed something was off everywhere, Teacher Jean couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. She resigned herself to the tutoring session, failing once again, picked up her bag, and prepared to leave. Xiao Yao, once you're done with these matters, hurry up and catch up on your lessons. The final mock exam is coming up soon. You can't keep ranking at the bottom. You hear me? MS. Jean, don't worry. I've told you, I'm aiming for Tsinghua. I won't apply anywhere else. MS. Jean smiled, dismissing Xiao Yao's words as mere bravado to show his confidence. But the moment Teacher Jean left, Xiao Yao called an emergency meeting. He gathered the female ghost hunters in a circle, who here knows invisibility spells or something like that. During the exam, go check the answers of the top students. That way, I can get into Tsinghua, right? That's not entirely impossible. But the problem is everyone in your exam hall is from your district. Even the top student among them might not get into Tsinghua, right? Chapter 62, If I catch you, I'll make you mine. Manhwa still retained some memories of that petite female student and quickly interjected. You're right. I heard even the top students from these schools only get into ordinary key universities. Getting into Tsinghua is really tough. Xiao Yao felt a bit overwhelmed, but then he suddenly slapped his forehead. Got it. If one top student can't get into Tsinghua, what if we combine the correct answers from 2 or 3 top students? That should guarantee success, right? Xiao Yao stood with his hands on his hips, grinning smugly. I still have a question. This time, Yi Zhanyan raised her hand. I just have a concern, don't mind me if it's off base. For example, when one of the sisters helps you check the answers, how can she tell which top student's answer is correct and which is wrong when they differ? Silence. Dead silence. The entire living room felt as though it had been infected by the Snow Woman, the temperature dropping noticeably. Damn, that's another good question. Xiao Yao fell deep in thought. Just then, the system suddenly spoke. Strongly recommend the host upgrade the Heavenly Eye Divine ability again. The next skill tier is Insightful Eye. Insightful Eye? What does it do? Xiao Yao's heart stirred as an idea dawned on him. The Insightful Eye can discern the fundamental principles of all things and transform them into the host's understanding. For instance, observing a nuclear bomb would reveal how to construct one, while observing another's skill would allow instant mastery. So, what if I read a book? Xiaoyao waited anxiously for the answer. The knowledge within that book would instantly enter the host's mind, becoming the host's own. After the system finished speaking, Xiaoyao smiled. You're guiding me to consume energy again, slowly upgrading you. Ha, but I like this kind of guidance, ha ha ha. Xiaoyao's joyful smile froze within seconds. Wait, I've already used up those previous 20,000 energy points. Now I only have a tiny bit left. Does upgrading the heavenly I still require another 20,000 points? Congratulations, host, you've mastered the art of quick responses. The system fell silent after that. The situation was crystal clear. Xiaoyao needed to acquire more energy, lots of it, as quickly as possible. But could such a task possibly trouble Xiaoyao? Xiaoyao glanced around at the women gathered before him. He was practically sitting on a treasure trove. It was like asking a coal magnate to quickly fill a train car with coal. Had. Seeing Xiaoyao flash his signature mischievous grin, the women felt a flutter of unease. Let's play a game. You run, I chase. Whoever I catch has to come with me to the bedroom. Ha. The girls exchanged wide-eyed glances. This master sure had boundless energy. Serving him in bed first thing in the morning? And using such a flirtatious method to pick his favorite? But before they could protest, Xiaoyao had already begun counting down. 3, 2, 1, go! Ah! A group of beauties giggled as they began running wildly around the room. Xiaoyao chasing after them while shouting, no hiding in the TV! Don't freeze my feet! And definitely don't use your chest to bounce me away. Xiaoyao charged like a wolf in a sheep pen, fiercely pouncing on one beauty after another. The beauties either gasped in surprise or laughed and scrambled to dodge him. Yet after over 10 minutes of chasing through the tiny room, not a single one had been caught by Xiaoyao. It wasn't that the girls were dodging well, it was because Xiaoyao was holding back. Each time he nearly caught a female ghost, her emotions would surge violently, granting Xiaoyao a surge of energy. Of course, whether the female ghost was excited or frightened didn't matter. Each time, Xiaoyao's hand would either tug at her clothing or lift her sheer veil, only to let her slip through his fingers. That narrow escape would trigger another surge of energy from the ghost. Li Xiang, though not a female ghost, provided a significant energy boost as a hunter. Only Yi Zhanyan served as an afterthought, merely there to set the mood. After playing around like this for a while, the floor and sofa were already piled high with the girls' clothes and shoes. Xiaoyao felt like he was King Zhou from the Investiture of the Gods he'd read as a child, surrounded by wine pools and meat forests, living in utter debauchery. The sight of all those beautiful bodies, each with their own unique curves, nearly made him forget his original goal of earning energy points. Only when the system prompted him that he could upgrade his heavenly eye did Xiaoyao reluctantly halt this thrilling game. These beauties essentially worked together to help me pass this exam. As compensation, I'll continue to be their master and protect them from anyone who dares to bully them. Recalling his master's warning, Xiaoyao silently resolved himself. Empowered by the heavenly eye's divine abilities, Xiaoyao mastered all the knowledge in the school's textbooks and the problem-solving approaches in the exercise books within just one afternoon. In the subsequent mock exam, Xiaoyao stunned everyone by securing first place school-wide. Moreover, he shattered the school's historical record by a staggering several dozen points. Of course, this was still Xiaoyao playing it low-key. Otherwise, he feared it might put too much pressure on future juniors. Meanwhile, both the female ghost and the female hunters discovered a delightful surprise. This surprise had actually first manifested in Catwoman. She discovered that after spending a passionate night with Xiaoyao, her cultivation level not only didn't decline but actually rose, propelling her straight to the B-rank realm. Li Xiang and the others who had been intimate with Xiaoyao also made rapid progress. Although Xiaoyao's grandfather had successively conquered the third and fourth layers of hell and begun subjugating higher-level ghostly beings as his subordinates, he remained utterly hostile toward Xiaoyao, with no possibility of reconciliation. Thus, when the old man led a horde of male ghosts from the depths of hell, including legendary superpowered beings like Lu Bu, Xiang Yu, Zhuge Liang, Qin Shi Huang, and even Li Yuanba to confront Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao gathered female ghosts like Mengpa, Sadako, Bai Suzhen, Huaxi, and Daji to aid him. Through the dual cultivation technique created by the system, the female ghost's strength far exceeded the old man's expectations, and Xiaoyao ultimately succeeded in subduing them. Only then did Xiaoyao realize that both he and his master were merely split consciousnesses of a certain human emperor, tasked with gathering powerful beings from the mortal realm and the underworld respectively to ultimately confront the divine race. Lu Bu clashed with Erlang Shun, Kong Ming outwitted Guanyin, and Guan Yu slew Zhao Gongming. For millennia, the divine race had suppressed the spirits of the dead through the underworld. Now, humanity finally rose to challenge the arrogant gods in a decisive battle. Simultaneously, the demon and beast clans joined the fray. while humanity's Hunters Association dispatched hidden masters. After the chaotic battle, the world order was reshaped. Though humanity failed to overturn the world order and become rulers over all races, they achieved a status equal to the other powerful clans. From that day forward, humanity ceased to be mere prey for demons and beasts, or lowly creatures ruled by the divine. They proved their worth through the strength accumulated over millennia. Xiao Yao and his band of female ghosts retired in triumph, becoming a legend passed down among all races.